Welcome to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Today, it's round number 2 of the 2025 Mission Foods Speed Tour. The highlight show of the afternoon, this is the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Hi everybody, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Welcome to our booth here high above the racetrack here at Road Atlanta. Just coming out of the final turn and up onto the main straightaway. I'm joined by one of the stars of our TA2 tour, Thomas Annunziata. Great to have you with us, Thomas. You ready to go?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ralph.
Yeah. So now these cars are a little bit different than the TA2 car that you race. How so?
Yeah, I mean, they got twice the horsepower of these race cars than the TA2 cars and twice the grip. They're super refined. They've got tons of downforce. But the racing's really good in this series because there's a ton of mechanical grip. So I think we got some big hitters here: Brent Cruz, Brabham, the veterans, Menard and Andretti. It's going to be a really good race, I think, and a war of attrition for sure.
Got to have a lot of courage to be fast at this place.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Well, we couldn't do a Trans Am Series race presented by Pirelli without my good buddy Ben Sissel, so let's head down trackside for opening ceremonies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so excited to be here on the grid for the fan walk at the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Right now, we've got this is more of our GT classes, but the first one I want to introduce in this beautiful blue Camaro, the number 64 with the gold outlines, Rob Dickey, our lone GT1 competitor. We started this GT1 here in 2025. Welcome. Explain to everybody what this GT1 category is.
Well, so basically it's a vintage Trans Am, so it's a SCCA GT1 club racing. Guys just run them on the Hoosier Super Tour and such, go to the SCCA Nationals in them last year. I don't think this year they have a class for them, but a lot of these cars out there, I mean, great cars, same thing that all the newer cars are based on. This was a guy out of Wisconsin, trotting out a chassis. It's all Wisconsin car, and I got a shop out of Wisconsin 4048 that's helped me put it back together and get her all pretty and ready to go, man. So we can give her a whirl, man. Give her a whirl.
Love it. And pretty it is. So, Rob, thank you. Welcome in GT1. Then, one of my friends, we were talking about Wisconsin. We haven't seen him since Wisconsin. Kerry Grant from the Memphis, Tennessee area. Now, looking at you with your hair and the way you talk, it sounds like you would race a different kind of Cup car. But this weekend, you're in a Porsche Cup car. Talk to us about this GT and the GT classes in Trans Am.
Yeah, super excited to be back here with Trans Am. Took last year off. Car's back together. It's running great. There's a really strong field here. I went faster than I ever have before, and I'm at the back for a slower class. But just really looking forward to focusing forward and letting the race come to me and having fun. Great crowd. Couldn't ask for better weather. Glad to be back.
But Dad, who didn't take the year off last year, is up ahead of you. How's that feel?
Well, he's dialed in. He got eye surgery last year, so now he can see where he's going. I think it's sped him up a little bit.
That's awesome. Well, Kerry, welcome back, man. So excited to have you back. Milton Grant, his dad, is up here in this Porsche. But our GT champion from last year, Chris Coffey, back with us here at the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Coffey, how's it feel? You're back here in this beautiful Maserati.
Oh, man, it feels great. I mean, I absolutely love running with Trans Am, and these GT4 cars are a perfect fit here. And you can run an older car or a current car. It doesn't matter, and I just love the competition, and I'm really looking forward to this race.
And look at the variety we have here. So we go from a GT1 car to a Porsche to you've got now a front-engine Maserati with a great sound to it, a great note. Now we're coming over to the American muscle side in GT. My friend Jeff Lindstrom, you know, I know you from SVRA and other groups, but so happy to have you in Trans Am. Are you having fun out there?
Always having a blast here. Love running with you guys. I'm glad we got to step up to run some Trans Am races. We're trying to finish a race for the first time with this car this weekend. We have not finished a race with this car, whether Billy was driving it or I was driving it. We're hoping we can pull one off here and get to the finish line without having any issues. That's our goal today.
I love it when you have goals like that. Now, I will say most people's goals is to finish on the podium, but to finish the race, that's good as well. So everybody root for Jeff Lindstrom to finish the race out there in that car. Now we're coming to Patrick Utt with this Race Quip Chevy Camaro SGT car. So, I'm sorry. But Patrick, we go back a long way. See, I'm sorry, I hate that. And we are supposed to be about the fans, but man, this is so cool. Loved having you at Sebring with us, and now you're here at Road Atlanta.
Well, Ben, you know, the best thing I ever did is move over to the SGT class. I appreciate Trans Am looking at the rules and allowing us to take a TA2 car and run an SGT with some added weight. I know that Trans Am's the deep end of the pool, so when I came over here, I knew it was going to be tough, but TA2 is the Marianas Trench. I mean, the talent is so deep. I needed more seat time. I needed to learn these tracks. So moving over to the SGT class, it puts me with more gentleman drivers like myself, and so far it's working pretty good.
Nice. I love it. I love it. A little geography lesson talking about the deep end of the pool, and then he talks about the deepest part of the ocean for Patrick Utt. Patrick is also here with his brother, who he's been racing with for years. Then we're going to come into the XGT stuff. Look at this. So we've got Kaylee Bryson here all the way from Oklahoma signing autographs. How's it feel to be back at Road Atlanta?
Oh, this place is so much fun, and I'm loving all the elevation changes and just being out here with a great group of crowd, and the fans are amazing here, and I've got a really fast car, and I'm ready to go out there and have some fun.
Nice. I love it. Well, good luck out there. We have a lot of different cars in XGT. Josh Carlson over here, fastest, I believe, in SGT. And we were talking earlier, so Josh was in this same car all last year doing really well, but you get it to be blue, and all of a sudden you're a little bit faster.
I think blue's my color. I mean, we got pole and 1 at Sebring, and now we're on pole here at Road Atlanta, so I think it's good luck for us.
Nice. And how do you like Road Atlanta so far?
It's one of my favorite tracks. It seems to favor my car a little bit more with a lot of the long straightaways, can stretch my legs in my car a little bit, and yeah.
I love it. With Josh Carlson out there. Well, hold on. We got Milton coming back. I was giving Carrie a hard time because you started in front of Carrie. So we've got a lot of grants here this weekend and in this race. But I know that you and Carrie, your son, kind of have a little battle. So does it feel good to be starting this far up front from him?
Yeah, of course, he hadn't raced in a year. And so he's got up speed real quick. So we'll see how it goes in the race. That's another story.
I love it. Well, Milton Grant, good luck out there. Great to have the Grants here with us. Now we're going to come up here to the XGT guys. I see Billy Griffin over here. Let's see if we can see Danny Lowry. Here he is, right here. Danny Lowry talking to our COO, Michael Printup. I'm gonna have to come in here and interrupt, though, guys. We're live.
We're just talking how he's going to win.
Yo, that's good. Talking strategy. Yeah, we know that. So Danny Lowry in this beautiful car, but I want to start off, and I'm sure, Michael, you would echo this. Just thank you to you and your family, Bridge Hall Bennett, for all the support you guys have given us over the years. Such a great company to work with. Love watching what you guys are doing in other series and Xfinity. But I will say, as far as I know, we're going to keep using Bennett Bridge Hall as our moving logistics trucking company. So thank you for that. But now you're here with your friend and competitor, Billy Griffin. You want to get ahead of him. Tell us your strategy.
Well, Billy and I qualified 200ths apart. So, of course, I was in front and he was behind, which is the way it should be. But anyway, we're starting side by side. It's really us against everyone else. The goal here is to get through turn 3 clean. Once you get through turn 3, it's game on. So we're going to try to take care of business through turn 3.
Now, at Sebring just a month ago, Billy was on the podium, and he admitted to some contact with you, and it was good to see that you guys are still friends.
Right. Yeah, Billy actually hit me on the restart and knocked me out of the groove. I lost 8 spots on the late restart, but it's all good. It's racing. I might get a chance to return the favor today. You never know.
Watch out for that. Watch out for that. All right, so now we got to go talk to Billy because he just laid some smack down. So Billy Griffin over here, and if you know Billy Griffin, ex-cop, he's a built dude, somebody you don't want to get angry. And then Danny Lowry's over there laying down the smack. Did you hear that?
Oh, I didn't hear him, no. What did he say? Anything fun?
He said, well, I might have to return the favor of that contact at Sebring.
He already did in the paddock. He rear-ended me, backed into me on the paddock earlier. So I hope we don't have any contact today. It gets expensive when we hit each other, so let's try to avoid that, right?
Yeah, just the headlight assembly alone.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't even think I could afford it, so let's see what happens, Very exciting to drive it, so this car is an amazing car to drive. I can't appreciate Danny so much for letting me be able to do this. It's really a wonderful opportunity.
And I love the Griffin on the hood for Billy Griffin, Griffin Motorsports, but this is Extreme GT. We've got one more Extreme GT up here to talk to, which is Paul Tracy. The Paul Tracy, this is his car, the IRC car. I was speaking to some of the people with IRC. There are 2 of these right now in America, but right now this weekend there are 5 racing in different countries. And Paul Tracy, this IRC, What a really cool car. You were explaining it to me yesterday, but explain to everybody out there how you describe this car.
Well, this car is basically, it's based around a V8 supercar in Australia, but a much cheaper version of that. It's got a production LS3 motor in it, cheaper gearbox, cheaper components. So, you know, it'll run with these GT3 cars. It's a really quick car, but runs at a much lower operating cost, which makes it great for guys who are gentleman drivers, guys that want to go to the track. You know, you go try to do an engine build on one of these Porsche Cup cars or Mercedes GT3 or a Lamborghini, it's big bucks, right? So, you know, this motor in this car is a $20,000 crate motor from GM. So it's a fast car, cheap to run.
So are you calling yourself a gentleman driver? I don't think anybody in the world would call Paul Tracy a gentleman driver.
I don't know. I'm pretty old now. I was just talking to Brabs, and he's, you know, I'm 56 now, and he's in his 20s, so I'm like half his age, or he's half my age.
Yeah, but you're still that aggressive Paul Tracy that we all know and love, right?
I'm going to try. We've got a long race. This is going to be a long race. This car actually doesn't have that big of a fuel cell, so if it goes green the whole way, we're going to be a little bit marginal on fuel. So we're hoping for a little bit of yellow.
All right, well, you won at Sebring. Great race there at Sebring. So Paul Tracy's here with us, ladies and gentlemen. And as a commentator, I'd love for him to come up to the commentary booth. But as a driver, we want him in the race car. So that's really cool. We were talking about the Grants. Here's another Grant here, and Keith Grant. Here he is. So we have 3 of the 4 Grants that usually race in Trans Am with us. So Keith Grant in a TA car, the first of our TA cars. Are you having fun out here in Road Atlanta?
Oh, yeah. Love the track. Love the cars on the track, so we're having a good time.
So you're here with your uncle and your cousin?
Yes.
But you're in an 850, 900 horsepower, and they're in the Porsche Cup cars. Big difference. But I also know you from Formula Atlantics and high downforce cars. So what's your strategy when the green flag drops?
I'll try to get to the front, but that's going to be tough. We got a good field today, and I just want to maintain position for a little bit, but try to work my way forward slowly throughout the day.
Well, it is in the TA class at Road Atlanta. It is kind of a war of attrition, is it not?
I think that's true at about every track right now.
Well, that's awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, Keith Grant, Franklin Road. He's got Motul on the hood in this beautiful car, and Tommy Drees just ahead of him in a car that matches. So we got to make sure. Now, Tommy Drees in the Trent Shore car, but let's come back and talk to Amy Ruman. Okay. Amy Ruman, 2-time champion, the McNichols Chevrolet Corvette, Valley Automotive. I know that you love Road Atlanta. How's it feel to be out here? Beautiful weather and a great crowd.
I mean, what a perfect day here at Road Atlanta, and look at all the fans come out to support us as usual. I mean, what a great facility and a great track. And of course, this track is special to me. It's where we got our first win here in Trans Am. So hopefully today we'll have something for them, and we'll move up a little bit.
I love it. I love it. Amy Ruman, ladies and gentlemen, the McNichols Corvette. We've got 2 ladies out here in Corvettes. I got to come and talk to Masood because we didn't get to speak to him at Sebring. He kind of took a year off, but you have a special guest here who we love as well. So you got to introduce her and bring her into the shot as she's walking away. Yes, because the thing about Masood, when he joins us, we can see there are people. So, you know, we're kind of a North American race company, but when you're in the field, we become an international global racing. Explain that.
Well, I've got family all over the world, so it's nice to have a bit of international exposure, I think. So it's something I hope to bring. Thank you.
Now, who is this lady here? Come on in here.
This is my aunt. She's come up from Miami to support me, so hopefully we'll do all right.
And you've been talking about your aunt for quite a while. I think we even exchanged some comments on YouTube, so you're a big fan. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, a big fan. I am, truly. Sincerely, I'm a big racing fan, especially of my nephew.
Nice, yeah. So you're rooting for him today, right?
Definitely.
I hope so.
Always, yes.
Well, that's awesome. Well, Masood's here with All Graham. And what's your name, ma'am?
Juanita.
Juanita. Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for coming out. Have fun out there. So happy to have him back in the series in TA. Then we're going to come up here, talk to David Pinterick. Where is he? Captain America. David Pinterick in this beautiful Kreider Racing Ave Riley car. And we got to get a shot there, Lucas. They're all in their uniforms. I love that. Can't find David, though. Then we come over here to the Tommy Drees car. Tommy Drees is nowhere to be found. But here, we're going to do a little special thing here.
Go into the porta potty.
Yeah. He said he's in the porta potties. That is true, Tommy Drees. See if you can hear me. But we're going to interrupt here. Our new president, Andy Lally. And just a few years ago, Claudio Burton brought Andy Lally to Watkins Glen for him to just wipe the floor with the field. And now you're the president. How does that feel?
Well, I had a lot of fun with Claudio there. I'm super thankful for that. That was a really cool. That was my first foray into Trans Am, so it was an honor. We got our W together. That was a lot of fun at Watkins Glen there. So this transition, this has been pretty wild. This has definitely been an experience that I'm trying to get my arms around and do the best I can for this series. Love this series. Trans Am, our GT competitors as well, has been for sure probably one of the most exciting, but also one of the most daunting things I've ever taken on.
And Claudio, real quick, you're from Atlanta. You and Adam Andretti won here last year on Adam's birthday. Is that extra pressure?
No, the pressure's always the same. So, no extra pressure.
Man, somebody check Claudio's pulse. You're not even, my heart's racing. I'm nervous. You're just over there like, no big deal. We're just racing crazy cars out there here at Road Atlanta. Let's try to talk to, here we go. Look at this, some legends. We have a Brabham and an Andretti on the wall talking through here. Matt Brabham, always one of our fastest TA competitors. How's it feel to be at Road Atlanta?
Oh, it's always great to be back here. A lot of history here. The track is awesome, and these cars, it's really fast, it's flowing, and a lot of blind corners. So, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Nice. How about that? And then Adam Andretti. I mean, this is some royalty right here, ladies and gentlemen. Back here in Top Liner, extra pressure. You won here last year on your birthday. How's that feel?
Extra pressure? No, come on now. No extra pressure. Not when you're an Andretti. There's always pressure. And the pressure is a privilege, honestly, and we're blessed to be here to represent Top Liner in this Chevrolet Camaro. It's going to be a good day today. The weather couldn't be better. The fans have come out. We're actually, entertaining some youth here, and it's just a very blessed day. So looking forward to a good one for you fans at home, and all the fans showed up here. Thank you. We're going to have fun.
Nice. I love it. Well, let's come out here in the middle because look at all these great fans. We've got Adam Andretti up here. We've got Paul Menard, the Paul Menard. We got Matty Brabham up here, and then in first place is our TA2 champion from just a few years ago, Brent Cruz. We're going to talk to Brent Cruz here in a little bit, but right now I'm going to send it up to Ralph in the booth.
All right, Ben, thanks. Looks like it's a lot of fun down there on the grid as we're getting ready to go racing. All right, welcome to all of you that are watching right now live on YouTube. Stay right where you are. At the bottom of the hour, we're going to flip the switch, and all of our fans watching live on Speed Sport 1 will be joining the broadcast. So for now, just hang right where you are. We'll be right back with our Speed Sport 1 friends as well. Welcome to Road Atlanta, where the hills rise, the pavement twists, and history looms over every apex. Since 1972, this track has been a proving ground for the fearless. And today, the warriors of the Trans Am Series are back to take it on. Paul Menard stamped his authority at Sebring to start the 2025 season. He started the same way last year and won the championship. Could it be deja vu all over again? And in the TA2 class, more history is being made as Toyota joins the fight with two Camrys rolling onto the grid, ready to shake things up in the muscle car hierarchy. The drivers aren't just battling each other today, they'll be fighting the track, the ever-changing elevation and blustery winds that'll push them and their machines to the limit. Speed, precision, no second chances. There's beauty in these Georgia hills, but if you don't stay locked in, you'll be nothing more than a part of the scenery. It's been a long month away, but we're back at it in the ATL as we go for round 2 of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. To the very fast and very challenging Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We are here for the second stop on the 2025 Mission Foods Speed Tour. This is the next show for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Hi everybody, I'm Ralph Shaheen alongside one of our stars of the TA2 category, Thomas Annunziata. Great to have you with us, Thomas.
Yes, thank you for having me.
This racetrack is so challenging, it's so fast. What are you focused on as a driver to be quick here?
It takes guts. But it's more of a one-line racetrack, but you have to go into the corners deep here. It's a bit scary, but it takes guts to be fast here.
Well, it's going to be a great day of racing. We have beautiful weather. Should be about mid-60s, but we do have the wind blowing. And, of course, joining us on our broadcast is our good buddy Ben Sissel, who's ready to get going with opening ceremonies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the front of the grid. We've got Brent Cruz on the pole. Right next to him is Matty Brabham. But right now, I'm going to give it over to my friend Marvin Gray for the invocation.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be here in the beauty of your creation. You are such a great and awesome God. Now we pray your blessing on all those a part of the event today, for the drivers, the crew, the officials, the safety workers. And thank you for our fans. May your blessing be upon our fans. And now we thank you for our troops and our safety forces that protect us. We pray that you bring an end to the fighting in Ukraine and Gaza. And we thank you that we got our astronauts home safe. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Marvin, thank you so much. If we can get a shot here, this is beautiful. The Hall County Sheriff's Color Guard joining us from Hall County, Georgia. We appreciate that as we welcome Lainey Ewers, who's absolutely incredible, beautiful voice for the national anthem. Lainey, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, well done, Lainey. Nice job. Beautiful day here, as we said, Thomas. About 65 degrees, mid-60s. That wind died down some from what we saw here on Friday. Friday was like blustery and cold and everything. So this track is going to be much different than these drivers have seen at any point in the given weekend. How does this track change as it starts to warm up?
Yeah, this track will have more grip in the beginning of the race, and it'll be easier for the guys, all the guys, to get up to speed quicker. But I think the track over time will get greasy, and these guys are going to have to save their tires because that creates very heavy tire wear.
Well, one thing we're not going to talk too much about here is bumps. That was the story at Sebring, of course, which is where this whole series first ran back in 1966. And that's where we kick off the year on a traditional basis. And back a couple of weeks, it was a great start at the front. There's Paul Tracy, Kaylee Bryson going by. Here's Paul Menard, who got out front early, that Pittsburgh Paints Mustang. But it was Brent Cruz behind him that would eventually catch up and get around right here. That's Brent on the inside. And boy, he looked fast.
Yes, he was. This track is so tough to pass at and so tough to put a lap down alone. It's an old-fashioned track, but the corners and the style of racetrack definitely fits. It's a driver's track.
Massive crash right there for Chris Dyson. Took him out of competition. He was up in the top 3. He's not racing here this week. We're going to have Matty Brabham filling in for him. But back underway, and Cruz then had a problem. Turns out the belt on the oil pump came off. But Brent was so quick at shutting the engine off, no damage to the engine, which is hard to believe.
Yes, which is good for him, but unfortunately he didn't get points, and Paul Menard and Andretti got the points. So, yeah, Brent's starting up front this race, and Paul's going to be further back, so this is a good opportunity for him to catch up in the championship.
Not only is he starting on the pole, but he's doing it with a new track record, right?
Yeah.
He is fast. Amy Ruman also on the podium at Sebring. So here we are at Road Atlanta, and yeah, we're going to talk about Brent Cruz, but we're also going to talk a lot about Paul Menard. That Pittsburgh Paints back number 3 is fast. It's consistent. Paul knows how to win this championship as he has done in the past. He is definitely one we're going to keep an eye on here in 2025.
My name's Paul Menard. Been around racing my whole life. I started when I was 8 years old in go-karts, legends cars, late models. Got into the NASCAR National Series for quite a while, running trucks, mainly Xfinity and Cup cars. And a good friend of mine, Pancho Weaver, let me drive his Trans Am car a few years ago at Virginia International, and kind of got bit with the bug again. And Paul Gianlozzi called, and we started talking, and we put together a full year last year, and here we are again this year. The history, it's the oldest road racing series in America. Started in the late 60s, and a who's who of drivers and champions have come through the series and either made it their home or found success other places. The cars, keep coming back to the cars. I have not driven a car that's more fun on asphalt. There's some dirt cars, and I used to ice race back in the day. Those cars are really fun too, but on asphalt, these are by far the coolest cars I've ever driven. 900 horsepower, no gimmicks, no ABS, no traction control, just raw stock car with wings and some cool aero effects and good looking cars, and some cool tracks, some really historic tracks throughout the country that I've never run at before, that I get the opportunity to race at now and check it off the list. I feel like there's a couple different tiers in the TA class. You have some guys that just want to come out and just drive really cool race cars in a competitive environment. And then the rest are hardcore racers, and Dyson and I and Andretti had a good battle last year. Drees was in the mix. Amy's always a threat for the podium. So there's some good racers.
Can you point me, because I can't
and this year it just stepped up. We got the same crews last year with Dyson, with Andretti, with Tommy, with Amy. Brent Cruz, who is he's up and coming. I think he's 17 years old or something, but he's going to be somebody that you're going to be watching on Sundays for a long time when he gets old enough.
Well, Paul Menard getting set to go racing, but before we can fire up the engines, we got to go back downstairs for the most famous words in racing. And Ben, we can't get one of our races underway on the Trans Am Series without our good friends at Mission Foods.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to be here at the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour with my friend and the CEO of Mission Foods, who's racing with us this weekend in his beautiful Porsche. But Juan, what's it like to be here at Road Atlanta?
Well, it's excited. I mean, I'm great. I'm glad to be back. I've been driving this track for 35 years, so I'm ready to drive this afternoon and tomorrow. And I'm wishing good luck to all the drivers today. And it's great to be partners with SVRA.
I love it. I love it. And I love, thank you so much to everybody at Mission Foods for all your support of motorsports, from drag racing to the baggers to motorcycles to sports cars. But Juan, deliver us the most famous words in motorsports. Sir, take it away.
Drivers, start your engines.
Those massive 900 horsepower V8s coming to life. Pretty soon they'll be belching flames all around this 2.54 mile twisting, turning North Georgia road course. As we look at Brent Cruz's car here, and that's Matty Brabham over to the right, and the Jim Weed number 16, Chris Dyson's machine. Andretti behind Cruz, and then behind Brabham is Paul Menard. As we look back through the field.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a dogfight. I don't think Brent Cruz, I believe he's the favorite because he's on pole, but I think Jack Brabham's going to give him a run for his money. And then you can't count out the veterans behind, Paul Menard and Andretti. Paul Menard dominated the season last year. This is, honestly, you don't see this much from Paul Menard not being on the front row, but I don't think anyone's going to get away with this easily.
Yeah, not only is Paul having to worry about Brent Cruz here today, but then Matty Brabham sitting right there in front of him adds another twist to it. Not that Chris Dyson would be any slower necessarily.
No, I don't believe these points count towards Dyson, so I don't think he has to worry about Brabham too much this race. I think his main goal is to get ahead of Brent Cruz and keep him honest, but I think it's still going to be a dogfight up front because Brabham's not in the championship. He's got nothing to lose.
Right.
He wants to win.
Right. He's looking for a ride for next year.
Yes. Yes. Very talented
on board
driver.
Here with Tommy Drees in the Trent Shoring backed number 8. Tommy, a former champion of the series, working their way through the S's. This is one of my favorite parts of this racetrack, Thomas, watching everybody come through here. What's the compression like right through there?
It's wild. So you go around the first couple S's at the top of the hill, and the car's super light. And then when you get to the bottom, you just suck to the ground. You can almost barely keep your head up at times, but it is super physical down there, and definitely one of the most iconic turns in all of motorsports.
And then you come back up the hill here.
Yeah.
And here's where you're starting to tap the brakes going into that last corner we just saw. Then you're back on the throttle down this short chute to the far end at turns 6 and 7 before we find out just how much horsepower you got as you thunder down the back chutes.
For sure. A lot of history at this racetrack and one of the most fun, almost like a roller coaster.
Well, the field just warming up the brakes and those Pirelli tires as we get ready to go racing with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We're coming right back live on Speed Sport 1 to Road Atlanta.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Try.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
I love this racetrack, so challenging. Really going to check our courage here today. We got a really interesting track map for you. Beginning on the start straight here, 2.54 miles around. Take it away.
Yeah, so you go into turn 1, an off camber, high load corner. You got to go hard into that corner. You go into turn 3, you have to go deep, and you have to hit the curb on the inside to cut the track and find the most time you possibly can. Then you enter the S's, very, very high speed S's. Car gets light on entry and then gets super high compression zones down the inside. The end of that, the S's, then up the hill. You go into turn 6 and 7, your traditional 90-degree hairpins that's set up for the straightaway. You need a good run for that straightaway to set up the pass.
Yeah, you've got to get 7 right because we're going to find out, like we said, how much horsepower you got, how your arrow's working, because it's all the way down to Mission Foods turns 10A and B, and then the highest point on the racetrack right here, just coming under the bridge, 921 feet above the ocean, and then downhill super fast into turn 12 and back out onto that front straightaway. All right, we are about set to go. The field coming around on its final pace lap. Down into Mission Foods turns 10A and B. Really going to check the brakes there.
Yes, I'm super excited about this race. This is going to be good. A lot of fast drivers.
Coming up over the hill, pace car is pulling off. Brent Cruz, Matty Brabham on the front row as they come into turn number 12, looking for the green flag. And we are racing here at the Mission Foods Speed Tour. It's Trans Am presented by Pirelli, headed to Mission Foods turn number 1.
Looks like a good start for Brent Cruz.
Yeah, Cruz right out front. Jumped on it early in that number 70. And it looks like Andretti followed him right through. Great start by Adam Andretti. He gets up into second. Then it's going to be Brabham and Dallenbach, or not Dallenbach, I should say, Paul Menard. Wally Dallenbach not here actually this weekend. The team has decided not to come back racing until mid-Ohio.
That was an incredible move by Andretti. I don't even know where he came from. It didn't look like he had a great start. It looked like Brabham had a good start going around the outside of Brent. I don't know how he did that. That is wild.
And then it looks like Dreesy, and then Amy Ruman, and then Grant after Dreesy.
Yes, Brent Cruz out to a decent gap so far in lap 1. Let's see how his tires hold. If you push too hard here at this racetrack, you will lose time at the end of this race, which will allow for other race car drivers to attack you at the end of this. So Brent's got to be careful here, saving his tires. Andretti and Brabham, veterans of this sport, know what they're doing here. So let's see what Brent Cruz has.
Thundering up underneath the bridge. Down through the very fast turn 12. Boy, it's going to gut check you right there, isn't it?
That is wild how fast they're going. Yes, it's very scary, especially when you get down to the compression zone there. The car hits the ground and sometimes wants to veer off the racetrack, but you have to hold it or else you just don't have lap time. So like I said, very, very scary track. You need tons of guts to get around this track, but we have a very gutsy race car drivers up front here.
Into the Cube 3 Architecture S's. You drop about 100 feet all the way down to the bottom of the compression through here at the S's and then climb back up that 100 feet again.
Yeah, and as a race car driver, you really don't, when you're focused on putting the laps together and focused on chasing the guy in front of you, you don't honestly feel the elevation change. You feel it after the race is over and you're on the cool down lap. But when you're this focused and this honed in, you don't really feel those butterflies and going over the hills and the compression zones. You're mainly focused on catching the guy in front of you.
Andretti's car looked a little loose coming off of turn number 7. Looked like he spun the tires up a little bit.
Yeah, he might be struggling with some early pace here. The tires are still cold, And Cruz's car is coming in much quicker than Andretti's at the moment. But let's see, Brabham's hunting him down. Brabham seems to be the faster car out of these two. He might have to get around Andretti quick in order to have a chance at Brent Cruz.
Back down through 12. Here comes Cruz. Look how far out he goes. It was not unusual during practice sessions earlier in the weekend to see guys dipping wheels off to the left and kicking up clouds of that red Georgia clay.
Yes, I did that myself. If you hit the compression zone wrong, the car, like I said, wants to go straight, and I did, and drove off the racetrack, and the guys at the hauler told me I had to clean the race car. So that wasn't fun, but got a little dirty, but you gotta angle that corner right. If you don't angle that corner right, you're gonna veer off the racetrack.
Well, Andretti had challenges at turn number 7 on that last lap. They're headed towards that now. Let's see if Adam gets off the 7 and the 17 top liner entry a little better this time. Here it is. He's got Brabham right on his tail.
Better.
Yeah, much better.
For
It
sure.
drove a lot straighter forward, didn't it?
Still looks like Brent Cruz has an edge in the early laps, though, at the moment. Brabham's struggling a little bit more than I thought he would to keep up with Andretti. It looks like Andretti's unlocking some pace out of that car.
What do you like about Brent Cruz's driving style as we take a look at him?
He's very calculated. I raced against him myself for a really long time, and even when he's not the quickest car out there, he's just very calculated. He knows exactly what part of the race he's in at the moment. He knows exactly what he has to do. And I think he's just biding his time, honestly. Even pulling away, I think he's just biding his time. The guys behind may need a caution to catch him, but I could be wrong. Brent could be pushing super hard at the moment. I have no idea.
Well, he also knows where he wants to be on Sunday afternoons in the future, and that's racing the NASCAR Cup Series. That's his plan. That's his goal.
Yeah, he's going to get there for sure. I know he will.
Yeah.
Very good friends with him, very good race car driver. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, age probably the only thing holding him back right now. You got to be a certain age to be able to go through certain stages of NASCAR race on certain size racetracks.
For sure, for
Brent
sure.
just 17, so he's not old enough yet. He's got to be 18 to get up on the 1.5 miles and so forth, and be there shortly.
Yep. I mean, it's wild how young he is, because I'm young. I'm 19. I started racing cars at 16. Brent's been in cars since he was 12, 13 years old and has been going through the ranks since then.
Yeah.
So it's wild to think about. Sometimes you forget his age, but super, super talented kid, and he's going to go places.
Keeping an eye on Matty Brabham, 170 plus miles an hour, 175 gives him 180 before he gets on the brakes at Mission Foods turn 10A.
He really closed up on the brakes there. Adam looks like he's struggling with the rear. We can see really well from this angle. Brabham is definitely faster than Andretti. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold him off here, but Brabham needs to get around Andretti, in my opinion, in order to have a chance at Brent Cruz.
Well, I'll tell you what, Matty also races in the Robbie Gordon Stadium Super Truck Series. I see him a few times a year in that. If there was a ramp on the front straightaway, I could tell you exactly where he would pass and be at mid-flight, as he's used to flying those things.
For sure, those cars are wild. Brabham's been everywhere. He's been in the IMSA series. He's been in tons of different forms of sports cars, and he's just a super. Again, another super talented driver, a veteran of the sport. I'm glad to see him back.
Well, as Ben mentioned earlier, between the Andretti name and the Brabham name, you got racing royalty right there.
That's it.
Looking a little deeper back in the category here.
Brabham getting closer still. He's so much better on the brakes there than Andretti, but he can't seem to find a way to get around him through the rest of the racetrack.
Yeah, do you see any place on the track where Matty seems to be quicker than Adam? And we know Adam's struggling to get off some of the slower corners.
Well, because these cars are so fast and they got so much aero, there's dirty air. So when you get behind the turbulent air, that the air isn't pushing the car behind down into the ground. So Brabham is struggling in the high-speed stuff and is losing time. But where Brabham catches Andretti is under braking. He seems to be stronger in the slow-speed corners. So I think his best chance to get around Andretti will be Mission Foods turn A and B.
So we see our top 3, now top 4, working their way through the first part of traffic as they catch Foss in the 54 Chevy.
Yeah, this is definitely not over. There's so much left of the race to go. These races usually go caution-free. You got to save these tires. I think when Brabham gets around Andretti, it's going to be, I think he has a chance at catching Cruz.
We saw Lowry and Griffin running nose to tail in the Mercedes AMG cars.
Yeah, that's a good battle. Mercedes versus Mercedes. We'll see who ends up on top at the end of this race.
So that's in our XGT category. So you can switch back. Here comes Brabham under brakes.
There he
to
goes.
the inside of Mission Foods, turn 10A. Right alongside, door to door as we go through 10B. Now it's back up the hill under the bridge, rolling through the gears. Sweeping down the hill. Looks like Adam might get him back. He did.
I called it. I said it's not over yet. Here comes the crossover. Can he get him into turn 1?
Down to Mission Foods, turn number 1. Brabham to the inside. Andretti trying to squeeze him a little bit, try to take the line away. Carrying a lot of speed through there.
Not yet, but I said so. That's where he was better. He's better under braking. Andretti's better through the fast stuff. So he has to he has to find a way to get even closer to Andretti so he could dive into turn A and B, turn 10, A and B, and complete that pass. He needs to get this done quicker, though.
I am surprised about where we are with Paul Menard. Menard has lost touch a little bit with these two right here fighting over second place.
Yeah, the former NASCAR driver, unbelievable driver. He gives me tons of feedback whenever I need it. It seems like an off day for him and the team. They usually don't find themselves in these positions. They're usually up way ahead. So definitely surprising, and this is a big points day for Cruz if he could just finish the race.
Lowry here, still leading Griffin in our XGT battle, and they are running 11th and 12th overall. Adam, that time carrying a bit more of a gap between him and Brabham as they went into Mission Foods turn number 10.
Yeah, they're going to have to get past this lap traffic. It's here we go. He could use this as a pick.
Yeah. Adam's
good run.
That's going to help Brabham quite a bit. Brabham
Huge
looking
run.
inside. Here he comes.
He's got to go.
Who's going to be able to carry more speed through Mission Foods turn 1? It looks like Brabham, first one up the hill and
He's
over
got
the
the
rise.
inside line here.
He's going to have the edge going over that.
Andretti trying to hold the outside.
Boy, Andretti is doing a tremendous job of fighting, though.
Yeah, that was clean racing. I'm surprised they didn't make contact going into turn 1 or the exit of turn 1. But this is exactly what Brabham needed. I think Andretti just needs to hold back, save his tires, and if Brabham can catch Brent, that'll be a dogfight, like I said before. And who knows? Maybe he's the beneficiary of an accident, or however those guys race against each other. Hard racing will bring them back to Andretti.
Yeah, Adam Andretti, the winner here a year ago.
Yeah, that team, Burton Racing, super fast car. They need to just put it together. They put it together here last year. I've raced with them too as well. They're an unbelievable organization, but they seem to struggle sometimes with hard luck, right? Their car sometimes doesn't get to the end of the races, so they need to focus on that long run pace. And as long as Andretti stays in this race, it is not over yet. These cars, as fast as they are, they can be finicky.
Matty Brabham hitting 182 miles an hour as he went into Mission Foods turn 10A.
One of the
you
most
can see
wild
that
feelings.
wild ride down through turn 12, and here's the entrance to Mission Foods turn number 1.
Tons of traffic. He's got to get around this stuff quick, and he's got to hope Brent Cruz catches that last traffic. It's a long time.
Now we're on board with Tommy Drees. He enters out onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, Dreesy's been last year told me, I told me a lot about what he was going through in his during that year and his career, and he's been putting a lot of his work stuff aside this year to focus more on the racing. And yeah, they're just trying to work out all the glitches and all the problems within the team, right? I mean, it takes a team to put these races together, and if one thing goes wrong, the entire thing goes wrong. You have to be perfect. So you can see there, car's looking good. It looks reliable as long as he does all the laps, and they learn from all the experiences throughout this race. They should be good for the rest of the season, but it's going to be a learning year for them.
Tommy was 4th, if I'm not mistaken, at Sebring.
I believe so.
Just one spot up the podium, battling with Amy Ruman. Finishes Kaylee Bryson right there. That bright yellow Corvette. She's running 13th overall. Kaylee is an XGT as well. 02, so she's running in at least 3rd because Lowry and Griffin are in the top 2. Yeah, she's 3rd. Kaylee is 3rd.
Those Drees cars coming towards you look mean. I
They
love
sure
that
do.
gold. The gold and black. Beautiful, beautiful car. Intimidating.
And his teammate Grant in the 7. Tommy's in the 8. Grant in the 7.
Looks like a strong lineup. Looks like they're very close in performance and in driver talent, right? So as long as they get up, whenever they have a really good weekend and they get to the front, they'll be a force to be reckoned with. Both of those guys.
That's Pinteric in the patriotic red, white, and blue Mustang, who's in between the two, and he runs 6th overall.
Yeah, he's in a Drees sandwich.
Here's Brent Cruz, our race leader. He's on the binders. Mission Foods turns 10A and B. Now watch him roll back through the gears.
That was interesting. He didn't touch 180 on that straightaway. I wonder if
he was a little slower, wasn't he?
I wonder if he has a high downforce package, which would make sense. If you have the pace, that'll help you save tires and keep the car on the ground and not slide around. So
I asked him earlier today, I said, where are you making up your speed? And he goes, I really don't know. As we said, he set a track record in qualifying, got the pole, but he didn't really have a firm grasp as to whether it was in terminal velocity or his corner speed. He said, one thing I'm pretty good at, he said, I think one of my strengths is exiting off the turns. So if he's getting off a 7 down here very good, that's going to help tremendously at this track.
I agree. I mean, I've had his data before.
So you're more comfortable with the front end of the car, and he's more comfortable with the tail end of the car. Well, it's working so far. He's got a 4-second lead over Matt Brabham right now.
Yeah, he's cruising. I think Brabham's going to need him to start hitting traffic at the wrong time. He's got to get through that traffic even quicker. He might need a caution here, but let's see how his long pace is.
Here goes Masood in the 21.
Menard has caught Andretti. Andretti is struggling
Andretti,
with
yeah.
that long run.
Pinteric is starting to push Tommy Drees a little bit there, going down into Mission Foods turn number 1.
Yeah, he wants out of that. He's definitely got the pace, and if he could get out in front of Drees, he could definitely pull away. Look at this battle he's heating up though. Menard is hounding down on Andretti.
That Drees Pinteric Grant battle is 5th, 6th, and 7th. This one here, Andretti and Menard, is our fight for 3rd.
I don't know who I want to see finish last on that podium. Those two guys are great. Menard's going to need that podium spot to.
I think I know the problem for Adam Andretti. We're being told he's got oil pressure issues. Anything he can do to combat that at all?
I don't know. It's really hard as a driver, especially here when there's no relaxing here. You're always up on the wheel because this place is so scary, and you need to just get through that fear and keep the pedal down in order to be fast around here. So that's going to be difficult. But I was saying it before. They have such great race cars. They're so fast, but they need to figure out how to get the car to last the whole way.
Even with that issue, he's still holding on to series points leader Paul Menard,
in fact,
who is also our reigning champion.
Yes. No, this is good. I think Menard knows he needs to get this final spot in the podium to reduce the points gap, or at least reduce the damage that Brent Cruz is going to put on him here.
Well, as they say, champions minimize the damage on their bad days, right? You don't have to win the championship necessarily every weekend by maximizing the points, but you have to at least minimize the damage when you can't. And that's what Paul's trying to do here today.
For sure, and that comes with experience. For example, I mean, my first Trans Am Series year, my rookie year, I had the speed to win a lot of races. I was fast, but I didn't always put it together. I just put it in the wall sometimes. You drive off the racetrack, you push too hard. You got to be there at the end, and you got to be there for every race. You got to collect every point. If it's a 4th place car, finish 4th, or outperform the car and do better. But you can't take yourself out of these races.
Menard has gotten around Adam Andretti. The Pittsburgh Paints number 3 has gotten around the top liner number 17. Now let's see if Menard can pull away.
That's
and there is Brent Cruz, our race leader.
Cruz is cruising away. Brabham only 1/10 behind that lap. It looks like the
Oh,
time's
look at
something
that. You can
closer.
see. Looks like Menard got a little wide coming down the hill. And Andretti almost took advantage of that, was almost able to pull up alongside of him again.
Yeah, he was looking. I'm a bit confused with that. It looks like Andretti's car is struggling at some parts of the racetrack, but then comes alive again. Because Andretti is quicker than Menard this whole race as of right now. Like you see right there, he lost a ton of time. It looks like he's having issues in certain parts of the racetrack, which is hindering his performance.
And Menard's using up a lot more of the racetrack, isn't he?
Yeah, he's trying. He doesn't have the speed. He's doing everything he can and using all the racetrack to try to get as far away as possible. But he's putting together a solid race for what he's got.
Yeah, Paul did win the season opener at Sebring, but he had lost the lead to Brent Cruz, as you saw the highlights at the beginning of the show. And Cruz had pretty much walked away from him. And then he had the oil belt problems.
This season almost reminds me of Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen in 2021. You got the veteran, the champion, Menard, looking for his second consecutive championship in this series. And then you got the young gun, Brent Cruz, who's out there trying to prove himself. It's going to be interesting, but it does look like, as of right now, the youth.
Oh, there's Brent.
Oh, my
he looks
gosh.
like he's slowing. Not again.
Oh, my gosh.
2 races in a row.
Are you kidding me?
Brent Cruz, the fastest car by a long shot, finds himself slowing to a stop. Was that the entrance to Mission Foods Turn 1?
Yes.
Yes.
That's heartbreaking. That's
Oh,
heartbreaking.
no.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that's perfect if you're Paul Menard, but that's not the way you want to win these races.
No.
I feel for him. Commentator's curse?
Could be. I'm
Just
going to put
talking
it
good.
on you.
Yeah. Man.
Cruz had a 2.5 second lead or more, and that vaporizes in an instant.
Not sure if we're going to get a yellow here, but Brabham is now the new leader. Menard running a second off pace, I believe, at the moment. He's got to do the best he can to find pace in that car, because at the moment he has nothing for Brabham.
Well, and we really didn't get to see exactly what Brabham's car is capable of at Sebring, because Chris Dyson, who was driving it then for his second year in a row, had a terrible crash there, which knocked him out of competition this weekend. He's here, he's feeling okay, he's just a little sore, so we expect to see him back behind the wheel at our next stop at the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli at Sonoma Raceway out in the wine country, end of April.
For sure. That's a smart move by him, too. I mean, it doesn't make sense to continue to hurt yourself out there.
No, it's a long championship.
There's no point. It's a long championship, and there's a lot of points to be gained. So as long as he gets himself back to 100%, he'll be back, no doubt, and be driving at 100%.
Yeah, and he's capable of winning anywhere, any weekend.
For sure. For sure.
You see sparks showering onto the bottom of Menard's car as he gets up on some of those rumble strips. Let's see if we can figure out what happened to Brent Cruz. We're going to go on board here. Just keep an eye on him as a driver, Thomas, and let's see what he starts flipping switches and stuff.
Wow. It's hard to tell down there. Oh. It looks electric. It looks like we have an electrical issue.
What makes you say that?
I'm pretty sure I saw a wire loose.
Oh.
Something disconnected in that interior. I could be wrong. Hard to see from this angle, but
He looked like he was turning this knob right here, just to the right. And
something went across the dash, near the windshield. Went across the dash. I have no idea. But so at Sebring, he blew a motor, I believe.
Well, it was the belt on the oil pump.
The belt,
came
yes,
off.
yes. He had a mechanical failure with that. That's completely different. That has absolutely nothing to do.
Two separate issues, right?
Oh my gosh.
But it's the same engine.
Yes.
Even though they didn't have even though he had the issue with the belt of the oil pump, he was able to shut the engine off right away, going into Mission Foods turn number 7 there, and salvaged the engine.
That's heartbreaking. I mean, those things you really want to happen during practice, and you really question yourself why. I mean, you're there the whole weekend. You do all 3 practice sessions. You're there in qualifying, and that's when you push the car at it to its most, to its farthest level. And then, oh, we have an issue over here.
Oh boy, one of the
Porsches
Porsches turned around, coming out of 7.
If he does not get that going,
That could be the yellow that you're looking for. That's the 55 of Grant.
Menard needed that yellow. Hey, we'll see. We'll see. It doesn't look like he's moving at the moment.
Here's Brabham coming into some of the slower traffic. He's got 49 in front of him here. That's Utt. Patrick Utt in SGT. He gets around Utt to the inside.
It's the gap to Menard, 11 seconds. Yeah, Menard's just struggling with pace here. But it's going to be another big points day for him because Brabham he doesn't have to worry about. Menard's in a good spot. Yeah, anyway, as I was saying before, it sucks when that stuff happens and you really question why life is the way it is sometimes. It can be difficult, but things break at horrible times sometimes.
Up through the Cube 3 architecture S's with Matt Brabham. He'll get on the brakes here at 6.
If I'm Brabham here, I'm in cruise control. You have an 11-second lead. Relax. In case there's a caution, save the tires, save the race car, and just chill. And honestly, same with Menard. Menard doesn't have the pace. Oh, there you go. Look at Brant. Man, that's heartbreaking. I'm really curious to know what exactly went wrong there. I'll know in a moment when I go back to the tent.
Yeah. I'm sure Ben's trying to find out as well. There's Amy Ruman. We haven't had a chance to talk about Amy and her red C7 Corvette. She runs in 6th, just in front of Paul Tracy.
Yes, multiple time champion. One of the only, if not the only female in history to win a major motorsports championship. One to look out for. It looks like she's in
Tommy
the middle of
Drees
nowhere.
with issues. He's on pit road.
Yeah, we're dropping like flies here.
Oh. About 20 laps remaining in our Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, 22 to be exact.
This kind of
Race
racing
leader.
reminds me much of old school racing. It was much about attrition and getting to the end of the race and having your car finish at the end. These cars are so powerful that sometimes the car almost eats itself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it does. It goes into self-destruct mode. So as a driver, you gotta know where you are on the racetrack, push when you need to, and know when to back off. So a lot of these drivers right now are in conserving mode because you don't know what's going to happen. We have still 22 laps left. Anything can happen. Menard can end up the winner. So can Andretti. I mean, let's see what happens here at the end of this race. But if there's a caution, it's going to get real.
Well, that very first race on a Friday afternoon in Sebring, Florida, back in 1966 was a 4-hour enduro. Then, of course, they shifted to what is now the traditional 100-mile format. Considered a sprint race, but yes, still an endurance competition in many ways. The amount of attrition you can have. There's Cruz frustrated and out of the car for now.
Not a good start to his championship campaign, leading both races and not finishing them. He has the talent, he has the speed. You just need to figure out how to put it together.
Yeah, and you know, we say he's got to put it together, but it seems to be more the team's got to get it together because that's what's letting him down. He's not letting them down right now.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a team thing, and knowing those guys very well, they've never worked with these TA cars. They've only worked with TA2 cars, so they're still working it out and trying to figure out what they need to do to get these cars to perform at a high level. But, yeah, as a team is what I was trying to say. They need to be able to put it together. But it's not over yet.
No.
If he could do what he did the first 2 races, the next 10 races, he still could win the championship.
Here comes Amy Ruman. She's moved up to 6th now, and she's gotten around Grant, who got that Porsche going again, number 55. He's in 16th.
Ruman running P6 at the moment. Usually a little bit higher up. Looks like they've been struggling with the car this weekend. I was racing her at the VIR. Very, very good driver. But yeah, usually don't see her this far back. So
yeah, on the podium at Sebring.
Yes, exactly.
With a well-earned 3rd place finish.
Yeah, but I just seem to be struggling with that car this weekend.
So broken axle, we're told, by the way, on Tommy Drees. That report just coming in. Broken axle on the trench shoring number 8, Tommy Drees.
And that's very easy to do in these cars. Like I said, unbelievably powerful. Cars are super light. And in race cars, you try to get the lightest possible gear in order to go as fast as possible. So it's a war of weight as well. So when things get lighter and things get thinner, it's easier to brake. That's part of racing. But
when you're running 900 horsepower for the drivetrain, it's gonna, as you said, eat up a lot of things.
Exactly, especially with the speeds we're carrying through these corners with the aero we have. We're easily multiple seconds faster than NASCAR Cup cars. These cars are the fastest stock cars in the world.
Well, there's his teammate, Tommy Drees' teammate, the trench shoring team. That's Grant running back there in that other black and gold Camaro.
Yep, and I think it's very important for him to catch
Pantera.
I think it's very important for him to catch Pantera, because if anything happens up front, he will get the final spot of the podium. In my opinion, when I'm racing for 4th place, you need to get that 4th place, because if there's any penalties assessed or there's any issues to the top 3 in front, you're the very next guy to benefit from that.
There's Paul Tracy right there. That very unique IRC black machine with a big white stripe up and over the roof. Paul running in 10th right now, and he is the lead car in XGT.
It's a really nice car, really good looking car.
If it's your first time watching Trans Am presented by Pirelli this season, that car that Paul Tracy is driving is basically a simplified version of an Australian V8 supercar.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's
so,
awesome. I gotta get
really
my hands
cool
on those.
piece. Not sure how many times, right now, I'm talking to Paul yesterday, they're not committed to the full season, but if they continue to win like they did at Sebring and might do here, that might encourage more money to flow.
Of course.
You go on to the next race,
Listen,
which would be Sonoma Raceway.
At the end of the day, winning solves everything. You could have the look, you could have the money, you could have the social media following, you could have all that, but at the end of the day, you're not going to get very far.
Let's find out what happened to Tommy Dreesy. Here's Ben.
All right, I'm here with a very aggravated Tommy Dreesy. As you can see, his car looks amazing. The Trent Shoring Company celebrating 50 years, Dreesy Motorsports, but I can tell by your body language, Tommy, you're aggravated.
Yeah, we broke an axle. It's the second one this weekend, and we got to talk to the manufacturer. This axles are not a big deal if they're made right. And there used to be a guy that went out of business. We never had problems with him, so we got to resurrect that guy. But just got it for the team. They all worked so hard and for something, brand new axles, twice this weekend. So pretty gutted, and it's a blow to the points. I could do 19s, but the lead guys went off, so I just figured, you know what? They'll come back. They're going to burn their cars down. Maybe a full course yellow. We were 4th place, just waiting for a podium. Go attack 1, maybe 2. So got it for the Trent Shoring folks. Tom Malloy, all the family, Motul. Thank you very much. Lacey, Jagger, Elin, I'm okay.
Sorry about that, Tommy. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, tough to see Tommy, that Trent Shoring Motul, back number 8. Such a pretty car. Solid team, had a great run to a 4th place finish at Sebring. He was thinking championship fight all the way through like he's done so many years in the past, but pieces and parts just didn't stay with him.
Yeah, I mean, these championships are won reliability. You have to be there. As you see Paul Menard dip a wheel there, he's pushing. But yeah, you need to be there at the end of every race and take advantage of all problems. And it's unfortunate to see. Like I said, he put the work aside to focus more on the racing. And when things happen like that, you can't necessarily be mad at anyone. Like you said, he was upset with the manufacturer, but it's unfortunate. You go home with nothing, and you put all the pressure into something which didn't end up being the way you wanted to. But
Menard right now, you watch him in that Pittsburgh Paints number 3 closing in on Paul Tracy's IRC back machine, and Menard 9.5 seconds behind Matt Brabham.
Now, if you guys remember, it was 11 seconds, 5 to 7 laps
He's chipping away at it.
He's chipping away at it. Menard did not look like he had the pace, but as he's shown time and time again, the defending champion is now closing up in the final stage of this race.
Maybe what he was doing is what Tommy Dreesy was talking about. He saw the lead cars take off, and he figured, just like Tommy did, those guys are going to come back to me, they're going to burn up their tires, it might be a quick caution. I'm not going to use my stuff up as long as I can keep them in my sights.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what's happened. He's seen a couple of cars fall apart and fall out of the competition. and now he's in a shot for the win.
For sure. He's driving like the former NASCAR driver he is. I mean,
and as you mentioned earlier, since Brabham is not running the full championship, he doesn't have to worry about those points being taken away. He's in basically a winning position right now, even though he's in second, because those first place points aren't really going to count against him today. So he's in a great spot sitting there in second.
I mean, it's a win-win for both these guys, honestly. I mean, Brabham, of course, again, behind the wheel for the first time in a while, and showing off his talent and skill and dominating this race as of right now. And Paul Menard doesn't need to beat this guy. He's good. In his head, he's got the points, and he's won the race because he's beat everyone he needed to beat. So, obviously, Menard, being the race car driver he is, he still wants to win this race, but make no mistake, P2 is a great day for him.
That's Masoud right there in the 21. Masoud right now in 8th. 8th overall, 8th in Trans Am. That's one of our Maseratis.
Very nice paint scheme on that thing. Look at that. Beautiful.
Great view down through the Cube 3 Architecture S's.
It looks like Brabham picked up the pace a little bit here. Let's see what the lap time is as they cross the line. So Brabham just crossed the line. We're waiting for Paul Menard to cross. I believe Brabham pulled away a little bit more that lap.
1:23.59 for Brabham, 10.997, so he gained about a second on him.
Yeah, so the gap's now eking out. Ooh, Menard just got super loose. He's pushing that thing. He's on the edge. That car looks like a handful to drive.
And at Paul Gentilosi's stables. Good to see Paul here this weekend.
This is going to come down to traffic. Especially if there's a caution. I know Paul knows what he's doing, and he's going to go for it. Because that's the only time you get everyone back close to each other, right? Everyone's spreading out. But, yeah, it looks like Menard's struggling to keep that car on the racetrack. And Brabham definitely still has the pace over him, but it's going to come down to lap traffic. Paul Menard caught him those 2-3 seconds, I believe, due to lap traffic and catching them at the right time. So he's got to stay in it. The race is still long from over, and anything can happen.
Jim Wheat back, number 16, Ford Mustang, and Matty Brabham.
We got a fight with the Porsches here into turn 6 and 7.
That's Grant in the 6.
On board with Matt Brabham.
Yeah, let's see what he does going into Mission Foods turn number 1, about 105 miles an hour. Look how quick he gains speed as he climbs up through the Cube 3 Architecture S's.
See, he's avoiding that curb there. So again, reliability in these races, usually in qualifying, you want to mash that curb on the inside to gain as much time as possible. He avoided that curb, and you can see he's avoiding every curb here for reliability purposes. So he's driving good. He's staying within the tire. He's not slipping the tire, because if you get loose and slide the tire at all, the tire will start to overheat and disintegrate, which leaves you with less grip. So he's doing his job here. He's maintaining his position, and he's driving a solid race. Now Menard, on the other hand, is all over the place.
Yeah,
Not
he's
due to
wheeling
him, but that car looks so hard to drive.
All right, Brabham over 165 miles an hour. Let's see if he can get up to about 180 or.
Let's see. Yeah,
there's 180.
That car's faster than Cruz.
Yeah, but he's letting off earlier too.
Interesting.
Start EMCO lap leader Matty Brabham. He's led 12 laps here today. Here's Amy Ruman just in front of him.
Brabham's looking good here. As Brabham approaches more lap traffic.
So let's see if we can get you caught up with some of the other categories here as we continue to watch Brabham leading here in our. He is the overall leader, and of course the leader in Trans Am presented by Pirelli. And we also have Paul Tracy, who is leading in the Innovation IRC GT. He is leading in XGT. Danny Lowry is second in XGT. Billy Griffin is third. And Kaylee Bryson is fourth in XGT. SGT right now is Joshua Carlson in his Ford Mustang. He is 11th overall and leader in SGT. Chris Coffey is 13th overall, the race leader in GT. Patrick Utt is second in SGT, and he is 14th overall. Jeff Lindstrom is next up in GT, running in second, 15th overall. Then Milton Grant and Kerry Grant are 16th and 17th, and they are running like 5th and 6th in SGT. GT1 is Rob Dickey right now in his Chevy Camaro, and that takes you all the way through the field of those that are still competing. Drees, Cruz, Hereford, and Foss all struggling here today and out of the event.
As we approach turn 5, so far, Brabham has been stuck behind Amy Ruman for the last 7 to 8 corners, which is definitely holding her up heavy. And she's not getting out of the way. This could help Paul big time. She is not moving out of the way. She's holding her own.
Well, Amy's running in 6th right now.
8 seconds, Menard. Only 8 seconds behind.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
This is big. This is big. Let's see the straight line speed down here. If Brabham can't get to her at the end of this corner, this is going to be a problem. As we see one of the Corvettes going slowly.
We're hearing from Matty Brabham's radio. He was really disappointed that Cruz's car broke because he was really looking forward to the fight with him here today. And I think that's every driver, right? You want to beat the best on any given day, and it was obvious that Brent Cruz was going to be one of the best, if not the best here today.
And that's awesome to hear. True competitor over there. I mean, I love dominating races, but there's something about winning just by a nose or just eking out 7 seconds. Andretti just went 7/10 quicker than our leader Brabham, and over a second. Oh, we have a spinner. He looks like he'll be fine, but Andretti much quicker than Brabham, and again Menard. Oh, we got another one off. Grant.
They were running in what, 5th and 6th position up in there.
Terrible day for Drees Motorsports. What was looking so promising.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. This might be a safety car.
It could be, because he is definitely in a dangerous position.
This could be a yellow. This could be big stuff for Menard and Andretti. And is that a double yellow?
Could be huge for Andretti, who's basically
double yellow.
Double yellow.
There it is. This race got just got super good, ladies.
Andretti was 22.5 seconds back, and that gap is now just
gone.
Disappeared.
Evaporated. This is important, and it's going to be it's probably going to be a 7 to 6 lap dash to the finish, with 10 laps to go at the moment to clean up the race car. To clean up the racetrack, it's going to be good. It's going to be really good.
So Adam Andretti is going to walk over to Keith Grant's pit area in the paddock after the race and hand him some free coupons to the Andretti karting facility.
Absolutely.
Right down the road on I-85 from here.
Yes, this was good.
For helping him out with that.
Andretti being last year's winner.
Yep.
Can he
birthday.
do a two-peat?
His birthday this year will be on Monday. What a great way to celebrate. He get another win here today. While they're lining everybody back up, getting the track clear, we're going to take a quick break here on Speed Sport 1. Stay with us. We'll be right back for more Trans Am presented by Pirelli.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds. The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
has said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli in action. Unfortunately, we were hoping to see Chris Dyson racing here today in his Jimweed-backed Mustang, but he had a big crash at Sebring. Decided to sit this one out, but Ben Sissel has found him on the pit road.
I'm here in the pits with Chris Dyson, and we were just kind of laughing because I'm listening to race control as you are. Our pace car can't get going or can't get up to speed, which is crazy, but what a great race. And one thing, we'll talk about your situation in a bit, but your crew was telling me that, you know, Matty was on a tear trying to catch Brent Cruz, and when he heard Brent Cruz went out, he was so disappointed on the radio. It just shows kind of the competitive nature of racers. Speak to Matty Brabham, your friend.
Well, you know, first of all, I'm so glad he's here to fill in for me. I knew that the 16 Jimweed car was going to be up front this weekend, and Matt put it right where it belongs. And, you know, yeah, he was going to hunt Brent down, I think. But it was going to be a good race, battle between two of the young up-and-comers. So, you know, but yeah, we're you know, no one wants to win by default. We all want to have a fight out there, and we want to put on a good show for the fans.
Now, Chris, you had a heck of a wreck there at Sebring. So happy to see you get out of the car and everything was good, but I think, and I think our whole family in Trans Am agrees, you made a great decision, but please explain to everybody why you're not in the car, because my comments lit up on YouTube.
Yeah, so just to put anything to bed, I'm doing okay, I'm feeling well, just wasn't feeling good enough to get back in the race car yet. You know, we had quite a big hit down in Sebring. We had a right front wheel come off the car and ended up in the fence pretty hard. At first, it didn't feel as bad as it was, and that's certainly as bad as it was going to turn out to be as far as tightness. And I've been trying to get a lot of therapy. I busted my rear end to try to get here and be ready, but I gave myself until the end of last week to be kind of prepared, and we just weren't making enough progress. So I had to call on Matt to get him in the car, and my hope is I'll be able to start bearing load and stuff next week and get back in the gym and try to get fit for the West Coast.
Well, Chris, a great decision. I applaud that decision. As a competitor, I know that's one of the toughest decisions to make, but thank you so much for coming out, bringing your team. You've got Matt Brabham out there, you've got Masood out there. So what's it like to be on this side of the wall during a race?
Well, it's been a little while, but it's not unfamiliar. You know, we kind of wear whatever hat we have to, right? And we've got a race-winning team here, and I think the boys out there are putting on a great show. I'll be back behind the wheel hopefully pretty soon.
Well, I hope to see you in Jimweed Winner's Circle. Nice job, Chris. Ralph, back up to you in the booth.
All right, Ben, always good to see our buddy Chris Dyson here. Great racing family. His father, Rob, of course, driver in his own right.
Yeah, it's good to see that he's here still supporting the team. I mean, he's hurt, and he has his reserve driver in the seat, if you want to call him that. But yeah, no, it's good to see him back and see that passion's there. Right?
Yeah.
Awesome to see.
And Chris is a very diverse driver, too. I mean, a lot of people don't really realize all the different things that Chris Dyson has competed in. I watched him wheel a USAC Silver Crown car around the Fairgrounds Mile at Indianapolis a few years back, and he was as good in that as he is in any of these Trans Am races where he's won the championship.
Yeah, he's even competed in the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Yeah.
He's
quite the
all
wheel
over
man.
the place. So it's awesome to see passion, and that's what we need in this sport to keep us going. So
yep. Many years
cool
in IMSA prototype racing as well.
Yep. No, very, very talented driver. And I raced against him last year, and I did my first TA race at COTA. Me and him had a battle for the lead. And unfortunately, at the end of the race, I had a mechanical issue, but we were going at it real hard for a really long time, and he gave me some pointers and tips. And he's kept me under his wing for a bit, so I think it's really cool. And his experience has definitely helped me get better as a race car driver.
Paul Tracy is running 6th overall and leading XGT. He's going to be right behind Amy Ruman, who holds 5th.
If you remember what they were saying before, and I've never seen this issue, the pace car can't hold the speed. That's what it looks like he's getting passed right now, the pace car.
I'm not sure what's going on with
Very
that.
confusing. Very rarely do you ever see an issue with the pace car. So that only adds more. It's just interesting what's going on. It only adds more odd situations to this race.
Adds to the story, right?
Yeah, I mean, so many cars have dropped out of this race due to either wrecking each other out or simply having mechanical issues, and now we have the pace car out. So I'm not sure what's going to happen here at the end. Hopefully,
it's going to be a slow cruise back to the green flag.
For sure. I mean, hopefully there's no other issues, further issues, because I want to get back green and see this fight up front. But we're very close to getting Grant off the racetrack here. Unfortunate race for him, but we're close to going green soon. I would say probably around another lap or so.
Ben has another guest down on pit lane. Ben, take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm with Matt Miller. I don't want to interrupt, but Matt Miller with David Penterick, and I just heard you talking to him. He's currently in 4th place, so nice job, David, in that beautiful Captain America Ave Riley Mustang. But what's your driver saying out there?
Just wants to get going green again. And hang on.
Oh, he's got to talk to his driver, so I'll kill a little bit of time because he's got to do his real job talking to David. But what's he saying?
He didn't say anything. He wanted to know what was going on. We're just trying to pack up and see if we have anything for Adam Andretti.
Well, you guys had a great battle out there with Keith Grant and Tommy Drees, but now you think he's got anything for Adam?
We sure hope so. Adam was losing time pretty quick. So, and he did go off somewhere because Tracy got by him, I think, for a while. See what happens.
We'll see what happens. Back to you, gentlemen.
All right, Ben, thank you. Field is at the farthest point away from us here in the main tower on the front straightaways, all the way out at turn 6 and 7.
Now, other than the leader, Brabham, especially in my races too, everyone wants to see this race go green. And it's the worst thing in the world knowing that the race is coming closer and closer to an end, and you're just waiting there. Because, first of all, these laps are really long when you're under yellow, and you could lose focus. I mean, you don't have to do anything, you don't have to hit your marks, but you got to be able to keep yourself mentally in check and ready to go green in attack mode. But you're just sitting there waiting, planning on every moment and what you're going to do in the restart. And that, as Brabham, I mean, you want this race to end under yellow.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
You don't want to go green again in 2 laps and possibly lose this race within the last couple laps. You got very strong drivers behind Paul Menard and Andretti. I mean, those guys are just as hungry, and this race could be completely taken away from him. So if I'm Brabham, I wanted to finish under yellow, unfortunately, as a race car driver. You know, we want to win, but for people at home and the entertainment, this is going to be very exciting, I think. And this is the perfect scenario for the 2 guys behind.
Well, our Ginetta pace car seems to be doing okay. Not exactly setting a track record right now, but it's staying in front of the field.
No, but I mean, that's in ways that's good. As long as the car is running, that's awesome because we have a pace car. But the slower he goes, the more laps we're going to have at the end of this race. Not burning laps.
Yeah.
So by the time they pick up this car off the side of the racetrack and turn Missions Foods turn 10 A and B, which it looks like they're really close to doing, it's going to be a dogfight. I think the only chance they have
They need to slide that one over a little bit on the rollback, don't they?
Yeah. We got to go,
on the
though.
edge there.
We got to get this race started. I wonder, does Amy get her lap back, or does she start in front of Paul?
Right now, showing her a lap down.
Yeah, I know she's a lap down because I watched her, unfortunately, go a lap down. But I wonder if there's a rule where she gets her lap back, because her starting in front of Menard is gonna ruin this final restart, I believe, with Menard not having a chance to get the lead. We'll see, though. It looks like they're just about done, which is awesome to see.
Yeah. Fans all around our 2.54 mile circuit here today at Road Atlanta. About an hour north of downtown Atlanta, north side of Georgia, just shy of the South Carolina border.
Look how cool that is. Look at all the fans over there. I went over there. I went back there yesterday. There's so many camping. There's so many kids here, young generation, like ball games, and there's people riding dirt bikes up there. I mean, it's super cool to see that one of the longest running series in the world, motorsport series in the world, has so many fans still, and it's so pure.
Ben, what happened to Brent Cruz?
All right, I'm with Brent Cruz here in the pits. He's been the class of the field the last 2 races. Brent, what happened out there?
Yeah, I just want to thank the good Lord above for keeping me safe. Feel like it's kind of unpredictable now. If anybody has a car that they think that can stay together for all the laps in California, I would love to drive it. So grateful for all my guys. They've done an amazing job all weekend. You know, just kind of tough when you're only doing 5 to 10 lap runs all day in practice, and then you get out there in the race and just kind of falls apart. But I'm open for hire, and hopefully there's a car out there that I can drive that will stay together a little bit longer. But can't thank you guys enough for being here and tuning in on the broadcast. Can't thank everybody at Toyota Racing enough, everybody at Nitro. They did a great job all weekend, and we had the car to beat.
Brent Cruz, they do have the car to beat, but back to you, gentlemen.
That was an interesting interview.
Yeah, not sure. Didn't look like he wanted to nail it down to one specific thing, did he?
Yeah, and he's talking about, he was almost asking if anyone else had a race car in
I
California.
think right now he would consider it, right? I mean,
behind the safety car coming into the 10A, 10B
not something
complex where this almost started. The 7th car went off.
for sure. I was just surprised to hear that from him. I wonder if my team will continue to work on this car. We're going green. Wow.
Menard looking inside of Ruben's Corvette. Andretti coming right with him. There's Tracy. He's trying to catch up to Amy Ruben's red Corvette as well. See if he can get himself up in the top 5.
Man, I can't believe the lap cars, they were in front of the lead lap cars. That kind of hurt us.
That's going to be a pretty good fight. Paul Tracy looking to get into the top 5.
Oh, that'd be mega.
Because he's right behind Amy Ruben. And yes, she's got a more powerful car, but you're talking about one of the world's best drivers in Paul Tracy.
Well, we'll see. So because Amy Ruben is being lapped, she's going to have to back off and get offline in order to let the faster cars by. Tracy could take advantage of that and get closer. But we'll
he
see.
lost a spot there.
Let's see the gap up here.
Tarek that got around him.
Paul Menard is not too far away at all.
No, Menard is, I mean, that gap has dwindled, right? Brabham has got to start working hard here.
Even being stuck behind Amy Ruben, he's
It's
closing the
Brabham,
gap.
Menard, and Andretti pushing 3 in a row here.
That helped Paul saving the tires because
the
tires cooled down, the car cooled down, and he has a looks like a good short run pace car. Here he comes, and Andretti.
2 Mustangs and a Camaro.
He's closing the gap. He's closing the gap, Ralph. This is going to be good.
Brabham ran a 123, Menard a 124, and Andretti a 122. Last
Menard
time around.
absolutely ate that curve. All 4 wheels off the ground, sparks flying. That did not help his case here. Hopefully his car stays together. That was a big hit, but he can't do that again.
Under the brakes, and that Jim Wheat number 16, Brabham, Menard in his Pittsburgh Paints car, and then the top liner entry of Adam Andretti.
I don't think this is over yet. I'm telling you, Paul Menard just made a big mistake, but I think he still has pace.
There you can see from our drone shot, you can see them running down the back straightaway, and it looks like Menard's losing a little bit of ground to Brabham, but it also looks like Andretti's closing in on the backside of Menard.
This ain't over yet. Not at all. Let's see what Menard has over these next couple laps. He had a really good first lap. Let's see.
Well, you can hear him hard on the throttle, can't you?
Yes.
Down the hill, let's see what the lap times are like. Across the line first is Brabham. 123.5, 124.3 for Menard, another 122 for Andretti.
Wow. Let's see. Menard just kicked out the rear end there. He is struggling with that car. His best opportunity was that first lap. See, he hit that curb right that lap, but that last lap, he all through over the curb, monster trucked that thing, and landed wrong. So it's going to be tough from here. It's looking like Brabham's got this locked up at the moment.
It's about 3 laps remaining here today.
Oh, he's got an
no,
issue.
Big problem.
Oh my gosh.
Big lockup, tire issue. Well, I shouldn't say the tire necessarily, but it could be the
I don't know what that
wheel
was.
locking up on him.
That could have been a brake failure. That could have been
Could have
anything.
been a brake failure, yeah.
That's unbelievable, though.
It looked like the whole wheel stopped turning.
Now, that's huge for Brent Cruz, and that's also huge for the Drees Motorsports guys.
Yes.
That's
yes.
big.
That keeps the championship wide
That's
open,
big.
right?
It doesn't look like he has a flat.
No, the tire
looks like a
itself
brake
looks like
issue.
it's maintained its shape and everything. I'm betting like you saying there was something on the other side of that tire and wheel, whether it was a brake issue or what.
Double
but
yellow.
It sure locked up in a ton of smoke.
Now, this is big. I don't know if we're going to get any other racing laps, but if we do, we have Andretti behind Brabham, and
we
Andretti's
got
been
to
the
have
faster.
at least one more, right? We got to have one more. Come on.
Yeah, we
Think
did
positive.
it. We did it Abu Dhabi in 21.
I want to see. I want to see Brabham and Andretti battle to the checkers on this one. Let's take a look at it and see if we can figure out what happened to Paul Menard in the Pittsburgh Paints 3.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate
Well,
for
he
Paul.
is stuck on the beach, isn't he?
He didn't have the car. He drove a great race.
Here it is.
That looks like a brake failure.
It is all locked up.
That looks like a brake failure. You saw all that black smoke? That's
Yeah,
a different
that's
color
brake
type of
smoke.
Now, I'm no mechanic, but
And you
I
haven't
can
played
tell you
one
that's
on
not
TV.
normal. He did everything right this race. It was a net win for that team
Yes.
and Paul Menard. They did not have the pace at all, and he's stayed on the racetrack. He was consistent and got the positions when he can.
All right, so how about this? Amy Ruman is going to move up to 4th. Paul Tracy is going to move up to 5th overall, as well
True,
as the lead in XGT, right? So what a run for both of them. And Amy Ruman's going to find herself, if she can stay inside that top 5 to the finish, she's going to find herself right in the thick of this championship fight as we head to California.
Look at Paul. He's waving them over. He's trying to get out of there.
Yeah.
It definitely proves, Amy Ruman's run definitely proves that you need to finish these races to win the championship.
That's right. All right, we're going to get Paul out of the gravel trap, and we're going to take a quick break. Coming right back for more live on Speed Sport 1.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
See how that Pittsburgh Paints and Stains Premier back number 3 of Paul Menard is just buried in the gravel trap. So the white flag has come out. This race, unfortunately, Thomas is going to finish under yellow, and that means that our race winner is going to be Matty Brabham, but the big winner on the day might be the guy who's actually going to cross the line in second in Adam Andretti, because if our terrible math is correct, he's going to be in fantastic position in the points leaving here.
For sure. Yeah, Adam Andretti, unbelievable story. I mean, he's a really, really good friend of mine. He's the reason I even had a TA ride in the first place. But goes into Sebring, has a huge crash in the TA2 car, doesn't think he's going to make it. He's in the hospital. He sprints all the way back to the racetrack, qualifies the car, and somehow finishes second at Sebring.
In Trans Am.
In TA. And now he's going to get another second place after an issue at Paul Menard. He will be, I believe, with my math, which is not always great.
Yeah, no, don't rely on either one of us when it comes to the math.
I think he will be the championship leader, which is amazing to see.
Yeah,
and
we're trying to confirm that right now. Our next event, don't forget, is at the end of April, the last weekend in April at Sonoma Raceway. So all of our West Coast fans, hope you're able to buy tickets to join us for round 3 of the Mission Foods Speed Tour as we head to Sonoma Raceway. And then the very next weekend, we return to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, which is going to be spectacular 2 weekends in a row. So hopefully we can see it, if not one, hopefully both of those events as we work through Northern California and Central California coast, the wine country and the coast. It's going to be just tremendous.
For sure. I'm probably going to take some family down there and have a nice vacation down in California.
There's a look at it. You can see April 24th through the 27th in the wine country, Sonoma Raceway, and then down to the Monterey Bay Peninsula, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Looking forward to that. Seeing new track president Lori Eberhard out there, and the new general manager who was just announced this week, Mel Harder, coming to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as well. Excited for Mel and everything that's happening with the Friends of Laguna Seca out there.
For sure.
There's a good look at where we're going across the country. Next week, we're going to be at NOLA Motorsports Park. That's not a full speed tour event with Trans Am and TA2, but we will be there broadcasting live. Here's the checkered flag. The victory today is going to go to Matty Brabham. He's going to take the win here at Road Atlanta, round 2 of the Mission Speed Tour season, as he takes the win in Trans Am presented by Pirelli.
What a drive. Look at the team members at the wall. Look at the passion. That's what we love to see in motorsports. He drove an amazing race. Of course, he wanted to battle Brent. You don't like to see Brent drop out of the race like that, but what a great race by him. First time back in the seat, takes the dub, and you see Adam Andretti, I believe, now leading the championship. So
yeah, we're working to get confirmation on that with our series officials, and while we're waiting on that to come through, let me give you the rundown in all the different categories. So Matty Brabham, Adam Andretti, and David Pinteric with a tremendous ride in his
we didn't
Ford
even get
Mustang.
To talk about that.
Yeah,
wow.
to
P3.
finish third.
What
and
a
then
run.
it's Amy Ruman who rounds out 4th and the top 4 in Trans Am. Paul Tracy in his IRC GT will win XGT, and he is 5th overall, finishing in front of Masood, who takes a 6th overall and 5th in Trans Am. Then it's Danny Lowry and Billy Griffin in the 2 Mercedes AMG cars. They finished 7th and 8th overall and 2nd and 3rd in XGT. Joshua Carlson and his Ford Mustang, 9th overall and the winner in SGT. Congratulations to him. Paul Menard, we're told, is credited with a 10th here. Kaylee Bryson is going to be 11th overall, and Kaylee will be 4th in her Corvette in XGT. GT win and 12th overall is going to go to Chris Coffey. And then it's Patrick Utt in SGT finishing 3rd in that category, 13th overall, with Milton Grant 3rd in SGT, 14th overall. Then Cary Grant 15th overall. Then it's Jeff Lindstrom, who's going to be 2nd in GT, 16th overall. And Rob Dickey is going to be 17th overall and take the win in GT1. Then it's Keith Grant, Tommy Drees, Brent Cruz, Shannon Herford, and Eric Foss, who all finished out of the event here today.
Yeah, great run by everyone. And you saw Paul Menard get out of the gravel trap there. Did not have a flat tire. I believe he had a brake failure, and I said he hit the ground super, super hard after he hit that curb.
A little more info on the Brent Cruz situation. It sounds like it was a transmission issue of some sort that brought the number 70 to a screeching halt.
He was having those issues at Sebring as well.
Yeah,
behind
that
the
could be it
scenes.
then.
That's unfortunate. Don't like to see that, but yeah, what a race, unpredictable race.
Well, that's the beauty of Trans Am presented by Pirelli, right?
Yeah,
it's
for sure.
100-mile sprint, but as you said throughout the event, boy, you got to be there at the finish. And that is not an easy thing to do at a place like Road Atlanta.
For sure. Super excited. I was making the joke before. Wish we had Michael Massey here to maybe get us a one-lap restart.
Yeah.
I'm sure Andretti would be eager to go. But
then we'd have the challenge of who got lined up where and all that sort of stuff, right?
Hey, we love
Like they did at
controversy
Abu
as
Dhabi.
fans, no? Controversy's awesome as fans.
Yes. Well, it's going to be great to hear from Matt Brabham and the rest of our winners in the different categories. There's Menard coasting back around now. What a shame. Boy, that car was so fast. I know the Gentilozzi gang will have it ready to go at Sonoma. These guys are going to have just shy of a month now to get themselves together, but then they're going to have back-to-back weekends at 2 very different, very challenging racetracks.
And that's the beauty about Trans Am. I mean, you don't, after a bad weekend, there's nothing to be ashamed about as Paul Menard, but you know, you have to not dwell on it, but you think about it for a month. You want to get back out there and you have to wait, which is not always the most fun thing to do, but you also in Trans Am have time to disconnect from racing after a bad weekend.
How much time do you give yourself? Do you give yourself a day to the end of the weekend and then you got to focus up again? What do you do?
Really depends on how bad it could be, but usually it'll take a few days and you'll be good. As we have our winner here.
Hopefully we'll be seeing Chris Dyson back behind the wheel of that 16.
For sure.
But my guess is Matty Brabham's phone might start ringing as well.
There's Dyson. Here we go. What an awesome sight.
All right. And it looks like Matty's about to crawl out of the car. We'll let you take it away to get
Ladies and gentlemen, as Matt Brabham gets out of the car, we see team owner and driver Chris Dyson helping out his teammate. But how about a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Matt Brabham here at the Michelin Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. And Chris Dyson, you got to be proud as they take off their helmets.
Well done.
Sorry,
No, you did a great job. Thank you.
So as you take off your helmet and Hans device, Chris, this has got to feel good. Not as good as you winning yourself, but I guess this would be a good second to that.
No, I think it's great. I mean, honestly, we had a really tough weekend down at Sebring, and I think everybody on the team felt like, you know, they wanted to dig deep and get a great result here. And just because I couldn't drive didn't mean that we didn't have a rocket fast car. And I think Matt just went out and proved it to everybody today. I'm so proud of the guys for the rebound and so proud of Matty for coming in. I mean, this guy's got one of the great winning percentages in this series history, and just thrilled to have him as a teammate and a part of the group, and keeping this Jim Weed car where it belongs in Jim Weed's winner's circle.
Nice. Jim Weed winner's circle. Exactly right. Nice. I love it. Matt Brabham. And you know what I love about you, I've known you for a while. You're super competitive. When Brent went out, all your crew said he's so disappointed because he wanted to race. But how was your race out there?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of upset. I was angry. I was angry at him because I could tell in the beginning he was maybe, you know, saving his stuff a little bit. And then as soon as I got in front of Adam, I could tell he picked up the pace. And then he started running off. And I'm like, you got to save your stuff. You got to save your stuff, man. Like, I want to have a race at the end here. And yeah, he dropped a wheel off, dust everywhere. And I was like, and then 2 laps later he was broken. So I was like, it was just that first reaction of like, I wanted to race him. I want to have a good race at the end of the race. And yeah, these things are just so fast. They're so much fun. Obviously, Brent did a great job this weekend. He was tough to beat. He got me in qualifying, and I was hoping I could get him back in the race, but yeah, obviously it didn't work out. But yeah, so proud of the Dyson guys. Chris, obviously, hoping a speedy recovery for him. I mean, he would have loved to have been out there, but I'm happy to take over the Jim Weed car for him whenever he wants me to. So, you know, thank you so much to Jim Weed. Thank you so much to the Dyson race team. And Trans Am is always so much fun to race. I mean, I love coming back, and at a track like this, it just doesn't get much better.
Well, Matt Brabham, ladies and gentlemen, unbelievable. Always great to have him. We miss Chris Dyson, but now provisionally what this does is mixes it up a little bit, and I think I can say provisionally Adam Andretti is on top of the points in TA here at Atlanta at Burton Racing's home track. That's got to feel good.
Absolutely. I mean, we had such adversity today. We had an ignition box going dead on us pretty early. So it just was cutting and coming in and cutting and coming in. And but we persevered. You know, these guys talked me through it and kept me motivated to stay out there. All the vitals were good in the engine, so we weren't feeling like we were going to lose an engine. But, man, we had something for them. I mean, we were right in that fight there early on before that happened. But bummed for Brent Cruz. He was the class of the weekend. He was fast all weekend long, so I hate it for him that he was out when I came around here. Super happy for Matt Brabham and his team, and just ecstatic for our group. We got this points lead, and we're not looking to relinquish it anytime soon. So we're looking forward to going to the West Coast, and thank you to all the fans, the kids that spent their day with us too, that Claudio Burton brought in. I mean, it's been a very blessed day. So thank you to everyone. Really appreciate it.
Nice job, Adam Andretti. But I see our XGT competitors all talking over. Hold on, PT. Come back over here, Paul Tracy with Danny Lowry. Where's Billy Griffin? Let's get these XGT guys together because that was quite a battle out there. Paul, unbelievable. That car just seems to keep going. How was it?
It was great. We had a pretty quiet race for us, really. I had a TA car that was kind of buffering myself to these Mercedes cars, so I knew that if I could keep that TA car behind me, then I had a little bit of a breather. So, you know, long race. We were marginal on fuel. We definitely needed that yellow. I was going to run out of fuel if it kept going green, but you know, I can't thank these guys at IRC enough. They gave me a chance to drive this car in Australia and then come and show what it can do here. And, you know, you finish in the top 5 with the big TA cars and win the XGT class. It's pretty cool for these guys. There's just a little group of guys. And if you want a track car and you're a gentleman driver, that's the car to get.
I love it. Paul Tracy. Then we come over here to these two Mercedes-Benz drivers. Looks like you guys are still friends, so I like seeing that. Billy, how was it out there?
It was great. There was a moment that I probably could have not been friends with him at one point, but I kind of conceded to let it go. So I knew what he was going to do at one point, and I could have stuffed it underneath him because we talked about it, but I'm like, I can't do that. Let's let it ride. So it was fun. Good race. A lot of fun.
So a little bit of a flip-flop from Sebring then, too, with the points and everything. So, Danny, how was it for you out there?
It was good. The car was really good early. It got slick late, and I really didn't have anything for Paul. The plan was to get up there and put pressure on him, but we just couldn't find his bumper. We had traffic getting in between us and made it a little bit more difficult. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's on us to drive the car to get up there, and we just didn't get the job done. But the car was good. We just weren't quite where we needed to be today. But we had a good day.
But you're both now going to be able to pull the car in under its own power into the trailer. That's a win in itself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Cars look great. I'm barely sweating. It's fun. It's a good.
Barely sweating. I love it. Now, where is David Pinterick? Here he is. David Pinterick on the podium with us again in TA. David, we spoke on the phone just a couple of months ago. So excited to have you back, and now you're on the podium. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, not bad for an old man. Feels good to be out here. The old Sesame Street thing, which one doesn't belong? You got a Brabham, you got an Andretti up in Terrick, which like I don't belong here, but it feels good to be running with those guys.
Yeah, and so happy to have you back here. You do so much for the series. Sporting the red, white, and blue Kreider racing car, you know, this is, you know, I know that you're a huge Trans Am fan, so to be on the podium with such a legend, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, well, and Claudio was telling me, don't cry, and that's going to be hard not to. It feels really good to be here.
Nice, I love it. Well, David Pinterick, nice job. Let's come over here and talk to some of the GT guys. Carlson, here at Road Atlanta, the blue, you're back up here on the podium. That's got to feel really good. How was your race?
It was all right. I like the blue. Last year we had the neon and we had a mechanical failure and finished third after getting on pole and qualifying, so blue must be good luck here. I really like the track. It really suits my car really well here, and just happy to be back on the top step.
Nice, nice. I love it, Josh Carlson. Then Chris Coffey over here with the Traffic Graphics Maserati. That was a good run, good weather, great fans. This is what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, this is an absolutely incredible race. I mean, we went A to B, didn't have any issues. Car ran great the whole time. I really want to thank all the other competitors out there. I mean, the TA guys were really respectful when they were making their way through, and I mean, it was just a great time, and I'm happy to come out on top again.
Nice. Well, we're about to have a celebration here at Jim Weed Winner's Circle. We're going to set up for that, so I'm going to send it back up to the booth.
All right, Ben, we'll be right back with you there at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle in a second. Just before we step off for our quick commercial break, I want to update you on the points. Yes, as long as everything stays the same, everybody passes post-race tech inspection, Adam Andretti will have 202 points to Paul Menard's 191. Adam Andretti is the new points leader in Trans Am presented by Pirelli. All right, we're going to take a quick break here at Road Atlanta, but we're going to come back. As you heard, more activity coming your way in the Jim Weed Winner's Circle before we wrap things up here at Road Atlanta and start thinking about Sonoma Raceway coming up in a few weeks.
Yeah,
all right, stay with us. Coming right back for more live on Speed Sport 1.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
Welcome back to our live coverage here on Speed Sport 1 from Road Atlanta. Here's a look at the official results. The top 4 all Trans Am cars, and you get to Paul Tracy, 5th overall in the winner in XGT. As you look on down through the field, Paul Menard, who finishes 10th, and he's lucky he got 10th.
Yeah, he definitely got lucky. Honestly, I thought that was worse, honestly, than I expected it to be. I thought he'd fall down to maybe 7th or 8th. I didn't think he'd fall down to 10th, but it's better than 20th, right? So,
Yeah.
Frank Cruz, 20th. Paul's still going to pull away in the points slightly, but not as much as it could have been. And we have a new championship leader because of it. Definitely unpredictable.
Scary thing about Brent Cruz is if he gets a car that stays together, he could legitimately, the way he's been running so far, win every single race from here to the end of Coda.
I agree, and I think I mean, as a driver, you don't want it to happen. I don't want it to happen to him, but I think it'll make the racing close at the end of this championship.
All right, let's head back down to the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Here's Ben.
All right, Road Atlanta, come on, let me hear you. The Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Come on, you got to get louder than that. Come on now. There we go. Now we're starting to get it. I love it. I love it. This is going to be a lot of fun. We are still live on Speed Sport 1. So happy to be here. We're going to change up the order here at Jim Weed Winner's Circle for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. The louder you guys get, the more giveaways you get, the more hats and shirts and chips and Jim Weed and all that. So make sure you stay loud. We are going to start with these 850, 900 horsepower monsters in the TA class. Finishing third with the car right in front of me, the Kreider Racing Captain America car from Youngstown, Ohio. Let's hear it for David Pinterick, ladies and gentlemen. So happy to have him back in the series. Back up on the podium with us in Trans Am. Okay. In second place, this team is from Atlanta. So we got to get loud for that. Burton Racing top liner, our provisional points leader as of today. Let's hear it. Adam Andretti, ladies and gentlemen. And then filling in for the team owner in that beautiful Jim Weed car, super fast. The note coming out of that exhaust was like music, but let's give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Matt Brabham, Jim Weed car. All right, Atlanta, keep this up. Keep this up. I'm liking this energy. All right, Pinterick. Man, this has got to feel good. I can already see you're kind of tearing up a little bit. How's it feel?
Oh, it's great to be back. This is the best racing in the world, and I'm just grateful to be part of it.
Anybody you want to thank?
Well, let's start with my wife at home. She's watching. Janet, I love you. I miss you. Kreider Racing, Sandy and Reed, Matt, Colton, Eric, and Brent, and everybody that's watching. This is great stuff. PME does a good job, and Riley makes a great car. I'm blessed to have this support.
Nice. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, David Pinterick. Adam Andretti won here last year at Road Atlanta on his birthday, which was huge. It was great to see. But second place, but then on the top in the points, that has to feel really good as well.
Yeah, today was our points day. We had to salvage it. We had ignition box that was giving us trouble. That's why we lost all that time and lost those positions. But you know, I'm just so proud of this top liner team. This Burton Racing team is phenomenal to work with, and they're always encouraging, and we're always on each other's side. So got to give it up to them. Want to give it up to the good Lord. You know, it's without him, none of this is possible. So really, really blessed to have that in my life. And you know, everyone that supports us, and you know, from our safety equipment to everyone in the Trans Am series. Pirelli tires, a great tire that holds up for these 100-mile races with these beasts, which is absolutely incredible. But hats off to Matthew Brabham. I make no secret what I think about this young man and his talents, and yeah, he needs to get to Indy. That's where we need to get him, in the Indy car and at the Indy 500, and get him out of our hair. No, I'm just teasing. But no, it's always awesome to be up here on the podium with a dear friend like that, and a good friend like David Pinterick, and just feeling really blessed. Thank you, everybody.
Nice. How about that? Adam Andretti. Claudio, what city is your shop in? Where? Adairsville. From Adairsville, Georgia, that's where his shop is, all of his whole crew. So let's hear it for Burton Racing. Adairsville, Georgia, just up the road. Matt Brabham, we spoke at COTA. I'm like, when are you going to come back? And you're like, well, I'm always waiting around my phone for about 10 days. But you can stay up there. I'll give you the mic. About 10 days before each TA race, hoping your phone rings. Your phone rang. How's it feel out there?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, it's such a great series to be a part of. The cars, some of the most fun I've ever driven in my life. To race them side by side. I mean, when Adam and I had that race in the beginning of the race, we were side by side to 2 or 3 corners. And then he still got ahead of me, and then we did it again. So, I mean, to race these things is just so much fun. And, I mean, I'm here, and our team here, and the Dyson Racing crew is all here because of Chris Dyson. Obviously, he would have much rather been in the car this weekend, but I'm always happy to replace him whenever he feels the need to call me up. I will always, the answer will always be yes. So, no, always big honor. The history, Dyson Racing, this racetrack, Trans Am, the history involved. We got Brabham Andretti up here. I mean, it's pretty special. It gives you goosebumps, you know. It gives you a little bit of goosebumps. So thank you so much, everyone that makes this possible, all the series, everyone involved, and obviously big congrats to the race team, Jim Weed, and it's so good to be here in the Jim Weed Winner's Circle.
Nice. All right, jump up on the top step. We need to bring them back. We want you in the car too, Chris. So we need a 3-car field so we can do the karaoke contest at Mid-Ohio. Yeah, so you need sponsorship, he says. So come on, ladies and gentlemen, Atlanta, get loud. David Pinteric, Adam Andretti, and Matthew Brabham. How cool is that? At our Jim Weed winner circle. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they are going to be throwing out some of these hats, so get loud out there. There we go. Wow, that was perfect, Andretti. All right, hold them up. Come on now, Atlanta. I know you can get Brian Gluck. I know you can get loud. Let's hear David Pinteric, Adam Andretti, Matthew Brabham. Hey, Matt, hold on. Hold that too. The next picture, I think. And there is some cold gym weed up here for afterwards. Let's see what they got. Oh, they're going right for it. How about that? Pinteric right into the eyes of Brabham. Come on, Atlanta, get loud. One more time. David Pinteric, Matthew Brabham, Adam Andretti. Nice job, guys. Congratulations. Adam, unbelievable, dude. I think Adam's birthday, Monday? Monday is Adam's birthday, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and then Matthew, don't go too far away because we're going to bring you back up here in a little bit, okay? All right, we're going to go to GT in second place. And if you listen to our fan walk, all he wanted to do was finish this race. Did you finish the race? He says yes.
Well, activity's still working its way around through there at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. But it has been a great day of racing here with our Trans Am cars at Road Atlanta. Let's talk a little bit. You got TA2 tomorrow. In fact, we're going to actually have Adam Andretti up here. We're going to send you down to your race car. So what do you expect based on what you saw out of the TA cars here today?
It's hard to tell. Usually the TA2 cars, you don't see it as many people breaking down. I think it's going to be more a war of track position, and it's usually close, that series. We're usually all within a few tenths of each other. So I think it's going to be close, but definitely got to see how the cars handled and see how traffic affected the other race cars, because we're going to have a lot of traffic tomorrow.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of traffic. Bigger, deeper field.
Yep.
Going to be dealing with traffic all day long. And obviously you learned a big lesson here today in making sure your car gets to the finish, right?
Yeah, hopefully my team watched the race.
Yeah.
That'd be cool, though.
Some unique pieces and parts that had issues here today, too. That was the other thing. Not just your traditional types of things, right?
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And we're going to be intrigued to see what everybody does between now and end of April.
Yeah.
In Sonoma to get the
cars
ready.
I think it's going to be an eye-opener for many teams. There's a lot of missed opportunities this race. There's a lot of huge opportunities for other people, but there's a lot of missed opportunities this race.
A lot of points left laying around, right?
Yeah. So.
Let's take a look at the highlights from here today. Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This one got underway with a new track record and a pole for Brent Cruz, who was certainly the class of the field early on. See him leading over Paul Menard here.
Yeah, he was the class of the field, just unfortunately had a heartbreaker there, but you heard from Brabham saying that he thought Brent was pushing too hard. Maybe that was the reason why he ended up exiting the race prematurely.
Yeah. There's Masood in the 21.
Yep. Paul Menard was struggling. Look, there's Brent driving off the racetrack. That's what Brabham was talking about. Brabham definitely had the pace to win this race as well. Saw a lot of good racing, and oh wow, yep.
Problems for the Grant Porsche. Yep. Oh,
good
almost
avoidance.
Got taken out there too. I think that was Masood coming through there. And this is Cruz coming to a stop down the front straightaway. That car coming out of 12 just all of a sudden lost all power. There goes Brabham by. Cruz will come to a stop here at the exit of Mission Foods turn number 1.
Yeah, and they tried to get it back out there, but it wasn't going to work, unfortunately. But yeah, race got really good at the end as well. I mean, you see Paul Menard with a brake failure. We thought it was a tire at first, but the color of the smoke said otherwise. So unfortunate for Paul Menard. That's an opportunity that they lost. I think that was almost I think when he hit that curb super hard and landed hard, I think that moved some stuff around, which caused the brake failure. I could be wrong, but he was going for it at least.
Cost him the points lead, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. So very unfortunate to see, but Adam Andretti, 2 major issues 2 weeks in a row with the car almost failing on him today and his body almost failing him the weekend not the weekend before, but the race before, and still comes out with 2 P2 finishes, almost on his birthday, and is now the points leader. That's awesome to see. That's an icon of the sport, Andretti.
We're going to take one more quick break here on Speed Sport 1, but we'll be right back live from Road Atlanta.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Lots of things to come see and do when you come to one of these Mission Foods Speed Tour events. Yeah, we got a lot of great racing action highlighted by Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, and then the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 event, which will be the feature tomorrow here at Road Atlanta and live on Speed Sport 1 starting at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow on Sunday.
Yeah, it's the best of both worlds, right? I mean, you could come here as a car fan, a racing fan, and see so many classic cars that you wouldn't see anywhere else. You almost see in museums. And then you have, on top of that, cars being pushed to the limit with some of the best drivers in the country and sometimes the world around the racetrack. So super cool to see.
Some of our SVRA competitors out on the track now. They're working under a yellow flag situation.
This is another example. NASCAR fans, you need to come down to one of these races for this exact reason. There's so many classic cars in this race, from a 2010 Xfinity car all the way down to Bill Elliott's car that he used to run.
Yeah, it's a 1985
yeah.
Elliott
You got Rusty
Thunderbird.
Wallace's car. You got
Ricky Bobby. Ricky Rudd's
Casey
Motorcraft
Kane,
Ford. Sterling Marlin Dodge in there. Viper, all kinds of stuff. Something for everybody at a Mission Foods Speed Tour event.
Yeah, what beautiful cars. That's amazing.
Lots of cool machines in SVRA competition. We have some open wheel category races going on this weekend as well, so there's truly something for everybody.
Yeah, that's what's so cool about these events. You got the Trans Am series, TA2 and TA, so different in horsepower, so different in the car and the competition, the drivers. We got drivers all around the world. We got IndyCar drivers and NASCAR drivers, huge names like Andretti. Then you got sports car racing. You got all types of Formula car racing for the younger generation of drivers coming up, and some really cool classic cars that really intrigue the old soul when it comes to racing fans.
As this one goes green tomorrow, you're going to be coming down that hill, see that green flag. Where do you want to put yourself in the early positions of this race?
It's hard to say. It's looking like I'm a second-place car at the moment. So if I do my best in qualifying, I think pole's still on the table. But if it's looking like a second-place car, which is really good. But I want to win. So, I'm racing my teammate Gonzalez, which seems to be the class of the field this weekend as of right now. So we'll see. But I can't pass him on the restart. So I got to hopefully get a really good lap one. And maybe I could attack him on the opening laps to get myself some track position in front of him and take the W home.
Okay. So Ginetta pace car right behind one of Rusty Wallace's old Penske Pontiacs. And there's another Rusty Wallace entry from back in the day.
So weird to see cars that were racing on the racetrack before I was even born. I've only seen these.
You didn't need to say that.
I've only been seeing these cars on YouTube when I was first starting racing, movies, but it's so cool to see. It's almost like a different dimension in ways. So many decades of history on the racetrack at the moment. So
awesome.
Awesome.
A little bit about those two Rusty Wallace cars. The first one is a Penske Pontiac. The second one here was actually a Fitz Bradshaw road racing chassis. So a little bit different setup between the two cars.
I know a lot about my history when it comes to this NASCAR stuff. I don't know. There's some minor things like that I don't know, but
is that where you hope to end up in Cup someday?
Yes, that'd be awesome.
That's the goal.
I want to do that. I want to be able to race in Europe and some of the endurance races at some point as well. IMSA would be amazing too. I've never really thought about open wheel, to be honest. But in the closed wheel stock car route, I'd love to go overseas and do a bunch of things. But NASCAR Cup and NASCAR in general is the main focus.
That number 60 is a nationwide car that Carl Edwards drove back in the day for Roush Racing. Greg Biffle actually ran that same chassis at times. As this field goes back to green, and that Rusty Wallace Miller Genuine Draft number 2 back to the front like it did many times when it was racing. So they go off into Mission Foods turn number 1 as their event continues. Well, and all the guys that want the vintage Cup cars and vintage Busch / Nationwide / Xfinity cars, they all look for a true road race chassis. Of course, the oval cars, everything tends to be shifted over a little bit and all that.
Right.
But they want to find a true road race chassis if you can, and they're hard to come by. So if you get a real one, that's a key to having a successful run.
For sure.
Well, for Ben Sissel and Thomas Annunziata, I'm Ralph Shaheen. We sure hope you enjoyed our coverage from here at Road Atlanta Mission Food Speed Tour Trans Am Series by Pirelli. Congratulations to our winner, Matt Brabham. See you tomorrow, 12:30 live on Speed Sport 1.
on. The WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom. And I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
NOLA Speed Tour returns to NOLA Motorsports Park March 28th through the 30th, featuring the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association with SVRA, Formula Regional Americas, F4 U.S. Championship, Ligier JSF4, and the Optimus Search for the Ultimate Street Car. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lap. You do not want to miss the NOLA Speed Tour March 28th through the 30th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Quite a few returning ones, as well as a couple reigning champions from the past few years gone by, and a lot of people who are getting their first ever race for the weekend.
Some of the folks that are going to be tuning in might not know much about the Ginetta series. Can you bring us up to speed a little bit about the cars? And
yeah, of course. So the Ginetta Challenge runs the G56 GTA, which is the most popular car in the UK. It's a British brand, and so we run a variant of G56 GTA. We use a little bit more horsepower and a slick tire for our series here in the States. It's essentially a 2,700-pound car with about 300 horsepower, a lot of mechanical grip and aero grip. Where these cars really shine are on nimble tracks, stuff between mid and high-speed corners, and it's just a good bit of it's a good driver's car. Ginetta has built their brand around creating fantastic drivers in their cars.
And we're going to see you guys a few times throughout the 25 season with our Mission Food Speed Tour events.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so we are here with SVRA for 5 weekends of the year. We are starting off at Road Atlanta, then we go to Indianapolis, Watkins Glenwood Trans Am in July, VIR, and we cap off our season at Barber, which is going to be really exciting. That's a perfect Ginetta track.
Yeah, a lot of good venues and a lot of great racetracks. Let's talk a little bit about the field, too. Who are we looking at? Who are you keeping an eye on today?
So Aidan Dorvey, this is his first full season in the series. He qualified on pole at the last lap in the qualifying session. Dropped down an absolute flyer, and the only driver in the weekend in an official time session to drop into the 29s. Max Weithman is a longtime karter, and in a practice session, he got into the 29s too. So they're going to be very close together. Dave Lecco is our vice champion from last year. He pretty much never finished off the podium, so I fully expect him to have a very strong season. Jeremy Zumwalt won here both races last year, and then left the series for a couple races after basically job changes and things like that. And then John Rudolph, who is a Chin Track Days instructor, decided to come up and go from doing track days into racing. And then William Ewald, who's in P6, is a sim racer coming into cars for his first time. They're coming underneath the bridge, about to come down the hill right now. As you can see, Aidan Dorby on the left, that bright gold car. Max Weithman in the red and chrome car on the right side, coming down to the green.
Here we go, making our way down under the bridge through turn 12. Next time it'll be at full anger, waiting for the green, and we're racing. Season opener for Ginetta Challenge North America.
Has a nice tight pack going into turn 1. Aiden's still got the inside. Max Weithman going around the outside. A great move. Dave Lecco still into P3, and Jeremy Zumwalt holding on to P4. As they climb up the hill, looks like it was a clean start. All 19 cars rolling through it well. Max Weithman in front, Aidan Dorby in second, David Lecco in third, Jeremy Zumwalt, then John Rudolph, then Will Ewald, Christian Shield, Preston Peebles. Looks like it's Steve Smith, I believe, in ninth. It's hard to tell. Then Eric Higginson, then Eric Arms, Corey Deeds. Can't tell who's after that.
Cube 3 architecture S's as we work our way through there. Now headed over to the far end of the racetrack, down to turns 6 and 7.
John Rudolph staying very defensive going into 6 and 7.
What are we looking at? Oh, one around. That's our second place car there that got spun around. That's Watham, isn't it?
That's Aidan Dorby who got spun around
there.
Oh,
Dorby got turned around.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was contact or not, but he's around and he's going to have to get he's going to unfortunately fall all the way right back down to the last, to 19th overall, but he'll move back up. He's got a lot of faith.
It's that very long back section of Road Atlanta. What are we looking at top speed-wise as we set up for Mission Foods turns 10A and B?
So these cars go exactly 136 miles an hour, and they're on the limiter from then on. We use a smaller tire to get better acceleration, but it does top speed. There's a nice big gap between first and second right now. It looks like it's first and John Rudolph in second. Will Ewald's all the way up to third. Unbelievable. Christian Shield, car off, and Dave Lecco put a couple wheels down. Preston Peebles moving up again after having to avoid that incident, which is good. We like to call it smoke screen deployed because you really do see nothing, almost like James Bond. Yeah, so it's quite it's quite fun. We have a couple young drivers in the series. Max, obviously, he's quite young. He's just coming out of school. Will Ewald who's in third right now, is a senior in college, and so this is again the first races in a GT car here, and he's already going up to he's already in P3. Looks like a move down the inside, not quite.
And you only get 2 sets of tires for the weekend, right?
Yes, so you're allowed 2 new sets of tires for the weekend, and that starts on Friday when time comes. So you are allowed to have, a new set of tires during the practice day, and you can use scrubs. So a lot of drivers will use 1 set of tires for Q1 that they race, and they do race 1 and Q2 for race 2.
That's a great rule to help keep the costs down there.
Yeah, we know the Pirelli tires on there have a lot of grip, but they can be expensive. But the speed that you get for those tires is incredible, and it is worth the cost. But we do try to keep it down so people aren't spending, anything more than $4,000 or $5,000 a week. We try to give the best package possible, but for a price that is achievable for everyone.
Like Peebles going by there back in about 10th position, with Deeds right in front and Fuchs right behind him.
Yeah, Phil Hakeem is his first race ever, so he is excited to get in there. He's done a lot of track days with us over the past year and a half, and he's put in the work to become a very good driver, and now he's just getting into his first race.
Looks like has expanded to about a 4.8 second gap between him and Rudolph in second place.
Yeah, it looks like Aidan Dorby is back and running, and he's caught to the back of Phil Hakeem, so it looks like he's going to try to make up some places and get back into the points-paying position. We do follow Formula One style points, so it's only the top 10 that get points. it's the most recognizable point structure in the world. So said, you know, don't fix what ain't broke, right?
Yeah, it works pretty good.
It is interesting. Max Weithman is lapping almost a second faster than the rest of the field right now at a 1:31. That's very quick. Rudolph, William, Christian, David Lecco, and are all running in the mid to low 32s, which is very, you can see they're in a massive pack together.
I understand your CEO from the UK is here, Mike Simpson as well.
Yes, Mike Simpson and a gentleman named Lewis came over from the UK to help support the race series, help us grow it. They had to catch a flight back right now, so they're probably on the way to the airport. But it was amazing to see, you know, them take time out of their schedule, fly over to the U.S. and help us help them grow. He went and talked to every driver, every team. You know, they want to really grow the U.S. series, and they're getting massive support. You know, they're bringing a lot of parts and a lot of hospitality to every event, and they're putting a very large investment into the U.S. market, which is amazing to see.
Now, Ginetta used to make at one point street cars, but they don't do that anymore. No road cars, all race cars. These are purpose-built, 100% race cars.
These are all purpose-built race cars. They do make a road variant of it, which is what our pace car actually is.
Yeah.
They put a 5-speed manual in it, which is pretty amazing. But their bread and butter, it's 99.9% of all cars are race cars. Most of them are built off of this chassis. They have a GT4, a new variant called the GTP8, which is going to come to the U.S. market in August, and they make an LMP3 car that runs in IMSA and in Oh, someone was going very wide through turn 7.
Oh, big problems here coming out of turn number 7. Oh, that was a big hit on the inside there.
I'm not sure who it is or what happened, but you saw it going. You saw one car going very wide.
I'm not sure how they got to that part of the racetrack, but that's definitely going to bring out our Ginetta pace car.
It's a great battle between Daryl Allen and Steve Smith.
Now that's Smith with the 33 and 26 is Allen. Dorvey was running in between the two of them. I'm wondering if that's his car over there, because I didn't see him in between the two of them anymore.
I did not either. I'm not sure. It's hard to see that. Unfortunately, that cloud of dust kind of
because there they are. Well,
it also looked like it's possible another car collected him as well. That's something you never want to see. It's unfortunate, but that's what happens when you have hard racing.
And that's the slowest part on the racetrack too, for what looked like a very heavy impact.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a pretty solid impact. I hope whoever it is. Yeah,
there's Dorvey right there. He did get caught up in it. Looks like the majority of the backside of that car disappearing. There's one other car there. You still see it, Andrew, nosed into the wall, and I can't see the number on it.
That looks like it is Andreas Fuchs.
The 74.
74. It looks like it is a. It is the purple car, so it's hard to tell. I can't quite see, but I hope that they're okay. That definitely looked like a pretty heavy impact.
And like I say, that's an odd spot for something like that to happen with multiple cars, because you're very slow coming through there, just setting yourself up to get onto that long back straightaway, and for the cars to get turned and then go to the right.
Well, that one shot that we saw, you saw a car was getting very clearly pushed out far left. I don't know if it was by himself or not, but if you dip a wheel like that, it is going to hook right back into that wall. And if you try to have a hand-over-hand catch, you know, it's going to push you farther, and then you catch back around. And unfortunately, it looks like it just broadsided into that tire wall. There's a tire wall there, so clearly it's happened a couple times already, but that's unfortunate. Looks like the safety crew was getting there.
Yep.
And just before the yellow flag came out, looks like Max Weithman dropped a 1:30.6. That is the fastest racing lap we've had in the Ginetta Challenge here. Going to bunch the field back up, so that's going to be a very interesting restart if we get to go back to green. We still have about 13 minutes left, so we should get to go green.
Might get a lap or two. But while we circulate under pace car here and wait for an update on our drivers, What's the future looking like for the Ginetta Challenge Series North America? You know, you listed off a handful of races where we're going to see you this season on our Mission Food Speed Tour events, but where do you see it growing? How do you see it growing?
Well, obviously we'd love to have more cars. There are about 50 to 60 Ginetta GTAs in the States right now. And there are, I know, at least another 5 cars that would be eligible to go racing with us from Indy onward. I know there's at least 3 more drivers coming for Indy specifically, but just of course work conflicts in life gets in the way of racing. You know, this is not our full-time job, so you know, you got to pay to go have some fun. But the goal is to have a feeder series for young drivers to be able to move up the ranks, and then have a gentleman series that, you know, they can go to the highest level of a very high level of spec racing without going, you know, having to spend $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 for a season, you know, and have good competitive racing and having fun.
Yeah. We do have a look on a replay of that incident over in turn number 7. Let's roll that now. Yeah, Dvorak tipping that wheel, and it looks like Fuchs cutting inside. Oh boy, he just had nowhere to go, did he?
Yeah, unfortunately, when that happens, you have to choose left or right, and you know, if he had gone left, he probably would have missed it, and Dorby would have probably gone away with it. But unfortunately, that's a pretty heavy impact right into the back of Dorby's car. You know, it's unfortunate. You know, obviously Dorby was pushing very hard to catch back up after his incident through unfortunately through turn 7 as well. But you know,
double stack of the tire barrier there, though, so that helped soften the blow some.
Yeah, that's not a fun thing to go through, unfortunately. But that's, again, it's part of racing. Sometimes things like that happen. Are we able to get a replay of the lap 1 incident from the same corner where Dorvey and Lecco got basically pulled off? If there was a contact or anything like that.
I don't know, but you just asked for it. We'll see if our TV crew can find that for you.
Yeah, just
sure
curious to see.
Searching already.
Yeah, curious to see where, you know, basically what made, you know, Dorvey fall all the way back in the first place. It does look like Andreas is out of the car, so that's good. You know, you want to, you know, first and foremost is always the safety of the drivers of the series.
How does the North American Championship stack up with the UK version?
So it's the UK version. So in the UK there are 4 different levels. You have juniors. Which is the G40 chassis, and then you have the GTA, which is this car but on a treaded Pirelli, and then you have something called the GTP8, which is same chassis but with LSV8 and then an SRX gearbox with ABS and traction control. So we stack right between the GTA and the GTP8 on speed and pace. In the UK,
well, you asked, and our crack crew delivered. This is the opening lap. Not sure. He must have just lost it on his own.
It looks like he just lost it on his own. It's fantastic.
Maybe under acceleration, didn't have the tires quite warmed up yet.
I mean, it's fantastic avoidance from both Dave Lecco and Corey.
Well, checker flag is out. Our field is making its way onto pit road. That's a shame.
That's a shame. You know, it's too bad, but unfortunately, that's part of it. You know, it looks like, but it does mean that Max Weithman, new to the series, is going to get his first win. John Rudolph, with his wife Jennifer, who brought up their 5 kids, he's rewarded them with a P2 right on his first race weekend. And Will Ewald, coming in from never racing a car before and now putting it on the podium in the first round.
That's
unbelievable.
Tremendous.
Well, I need to get down to the podium because I do all the podium, basically all the podium ceremonies. Well, appreciate it, Ralph. Thank you so much.
All right, Andrew, thanks for stopping by.
See you
Andrew
tomorrow.
Heffering from the Ginetta Challenge North America Series, where he is the series organizer, is headed down to handle the victory podium stuff, and we'll get ready for the next race that will be rolling out onto the track shortly. As I take a look out the window to the left, I can see a handful of cars already lining up in the false grid area, and we should be ready to go with another event here in just a couple of minutes. With that being said, we're going to take a quick break here from Road Atlanta. Stay with us. We'll be back for more live racing after this.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom. And I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved. Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
World Sports Racer. You can probably
The 812B and the kitchen sink.
Yeah, just a little bit of everything here, but that's Kenneth Greenberg up there in the lead in that Morgan 4-4 in Group 4, followed by Richard Taylor III. Wasn't expecting Morgan to take the lead in this car. He's got a Honda S2000 there in third place of Darren Gazy.
I was checking that Morgan out back on Friday afternoon. It is a beautiful car.
Yeah, it really is. I love that car. Roy Sanders in that silver Porsche 911. It looks like maybe that was Tommy Trey Bue's 911. And then Ron Pauly in that BMW M2 Series BMW. Ron Pauly is our Group 12 champion for several years. And we saw that Devin.
Devin 295 of the Reverend, the gas man, Steve Yarborough.
And now that Toyota catching up to that Morgan. Morgan, the Ashwood frame car. That is a beautiful car.
It is one of the prettiest ones I've seen. It's about to lose the lead here.
Which is expected. Richard Taylor is in a Group 5 car. The Morgan is a Group 4. But that Morgan is holding off some pretty modern machinery behind him with that BMW and the Honda. So as a British car guy, I got to cheer for the Morgan.
Yeah, he might not be winning, but I'm betting he's got the biggest smile on anybody's face out there right now, right?
Yeah. So Kenneth Greenberg in the Morgan, Darren Gazy in the Honda
We got
S2000.
one off here.
Oh,
the
no.
Q3 Architecture S's. I saw that yellow flag out.
That's Mark Clark. Mark Clark was our series champion last year.
Oh, the Devon's off. Steve Yarborough.
The gas man, the 76 gas man.
Yeah, he owns a handful of 76 gas stations out of the Reno, Nevada area. So all of his cars, he's got 3 or 4 of them with him here this weekend, all run the number 76.
I do love the Honda S2000. That's a great car. And then there's the gray Kimbrough in that Ginetta G20. Group 12 car. That's a Miata Ginetta looking car. Double Yellow's about to come out to go pick up some of these cars from race control. So Double Yellow is out, pace car is out. I think that Porsche sees the Double Yellow.
No.
That's the number.
Here's the Devon.
3 of Bill Skillman.
And Steve's just going, hey. Do you know why it's a Devon 295? Because it costs $295 to buy the bodies.
For the body? Oh, that's awesome.
I learned that one myself this weekend.
That's awesome.
I thought that was great.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave us a comment if you've got some great information on some of these cars or drivers, where you're watching from. This is going to be a lot of fun here today on our SpeedTour TV channel on YouTube. So feel free to drop us a comment and let us know if you have any great information on these cars or drivers. There's Skillman there. I can't see if he got around that BMW. If he did, he's going to have to give that up. Nope. Yeah, he already gave it up. Nice. So we've got some modern S2000 BMW. It looks like an Acura out there. Acura Integra of Evan Bernath. I've never seen that car with us before, so that's quite fun. And we've got a Mazda MX-5.
Datsun 200 SX back there.
Ron Fuller. Ron Fuller brings that car to this event quite a bit. I love that car. Oh, and Mark Clark started back in his Group 2 Formula Ford. I was talking to Daryl with Ron Pauly and to Boris Said, who's a BMW dealer. Yeah. And those BMW 2 Series M2s, they're just a lot of fun. They're somewhat inexpensive race cars for the amount of fun that you get with them, but it's not an automatic. It's just a, like a paddle shift car.
Yeah.
But looks like Ron, who's driven and raced Lexuses with us and Toyota products for so long, because he's got a Lexus Toyota dealership in Arkansas, wasn't expecting to see him in a BMW. As they come down to this Mission Foods 10A, 10B complex, following the Ginetta pace car. So I'm hearing that we got one more lap, so let's go through this grid. Not quite in order, but we've got the Toyota of Richard Taylor III in first place.
That Crossley right there is one of Steve Yarborough's
Oh, yeah,
cars.
who's in that? He can't be in both cars.
No, but from talking to him earlier in the weekend, he was telling me that that's one of his very first race cars that he still owns. And, of course, it's number 76.
Yes, that makes sense. So Richard Taylor is out front in first. Then the number 243 of Kenneth Greenberg is second. Darren Gazy is third. Ron Pauly in that BMW is fourth. Bill Skillman in fifth. Roy Sanders in sixth. Evan Bernath in seventh. Paul Denton in eighth. Robert Riles in ninth. Benny Bish. Robert Riles and Benny Bish, 9th and 10th. Benny Bish in that BMW 2002. Alan Schammer, our Miata champion from the last couple of years, actually, number 77 and 11th. Dave Asher, 12th. Mark Yarborough and 13th. Steve Yarborough must be in that cross.
It is a really sharp car. I know you've had a lot of British cars. Have you ever had a Morgan?
I haven't. I've never driven a Morgan.
Really?
But I love them. So the 11A, that's the Formula Mazda Star of Robert Riles, with Benny Bish behind him and Alan Schammer and Yarborough. So lights are coming off here for this restart, and this is going to mix it up because that Honda S2000, the BMW M2, should be able to get around that Morgan. But if the Morgan is as good a driver as he has that car prepared, he may be tough.
12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
You never thought an S2000 was a big-looking car until it gets behind
the Morgan, right?
Yeah. Huh. Here they come to green, Ralph.
Yep. Pace car pulling off, and we are getting ready to go back to green as we come down into the bridge. Green flag and we're racing. Honda looking inside, couldn't get it done that time. This is where the Morgan should excel through these twisty bits here. You can see he's able to open up a couple of tenths through there.
That Acura Integra of Bernath is trying to get around that Porsche.
Ron Pauley moving out on the number 3 Porsche. Bill Skillman.
Yeah.
Through the Cube 3 section.
Down here to 7. Now this is where the Morgan's going to be at a disadvantage.
The VTEC kick in on that S2000, and I think that's an early 2000 where the rev limit is a little bit higher. I'm always a little bit scared to see the open wheel cars with the closed wheel cars. Is the BMW now around?
Yeah.
That's a small BMW that looks ginormous with that Morgan.
M2.
Yeah. We've had some fantastic weather here this weekend.
Well, starting today.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it showed up for the 2 race days, right? Because Friday, as we were saying earlier in the day, was rather chilly around Road Atlanta. Everybody was huddled up looking for warm liquids to drink.
That's the battle, though, right there, is Bernath in that Acura Integra desperately trying to get around the Porsche. Trying to find where that Porsche is, who the driver is of that. He's not on our list here. Roy Sanders. There's the battle right there. Bernath and Roy Sanders. Ooh, and the Morgan's trying to make it back on Ron Pauley. The Morgan of Kenneth Greenberg. Can that Honda S2000 catch up to the Group 5 car of Richard Taylor and that Toyota WSR?
Bro, right there.
Ginetta G20.
And our overall race leader out front, Richard Taylor.
Let's see what happens to the gaps here, the leaders.
Morgan is losing touch with these guys in front.
Gazy's catching up there, second place overall. Now, all these cars are in their own groups, but it doesn't matter. Once you're out there in vintage racing, if you have a car in front of you, you want to get around it.
About 5 laps remaining here. Again, this is groups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B, 8, and 12B. Their first sprint race of the weekend.
This is the race I'm interested in, though, right? Robert Riles, Roy Sanders, taking different lines. An Acura Integra around that Porsche 911, prepared like a Group 8 car. Getting some great, so from Second Tech, the first gen Honda S2000.
Oh, our race leader looks like he's having mechanical problems.
Who is?
Our race leader, Taylor.
Uh-oh.
The overall race leader. That smoke billowing out of the car.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we have a new leader. So Second Tech is telling us the first-gen Honda S2000 was a 2-liter that spun to 9,200 RPM. The later engine was a 2.2 that had a better lower torque band.
He's pulling off the racetrack. And I believe as well, Ben, he would be in an impact area there. So this could be bringing out a full course caution with just 4 laps to go.
Ron Pauley around Mission Foods turn 1 in that BMW M2. As they come down the Cube 3 S's. I could see that drone Got some cool follow shots from that drone. But this is the group of cars here, and I never thought I would say that, of a Formula Mazda, 2 Porsches, and an Acura. Robert Riles leads this group in his Formula Mazda Star. Bill Skillman also in a Group 8 Porsche, but he has what I learned last race was the ducktail, right?
Yep.
There's a ducktail and a whale tail. What's the no tail?
The car behind you, the second one.
So here we go. Let's see what that Acura Integra has anything for these Porsches.
That's a no tail.
That looks like Tommy Trebu's old 911. If any of the commenters know if that's Tommy Trebu's car.
And checkered flag is coming out. And Gazy's going to take the win. Looks like Skillman's going to hold off Sanders. I was looking at timing and scoring.
What you're seeing on the top left is the winners of that race. The checkered flag didn't quite show that. So I hope timing and scoring caught that. I have UGL 10 times. I can't wait for the TA2 race. The TA2 race is tomorrow.
And that's going to be tremendous.
Yeah, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series is a lot of fun to watch. We've got about 31 cars entered for that race.
Here's your unofficial results. Gazy, Pauly, Greenberg, Riles, and Skillman, your top 5.
That was an interesting race, though, until it wasn't. So, top from 11, Benny Bish, Mark Yarborough, Ron Fuller, Greg Kimbrough, Richard Taylor III, Mark Clark, and Steve Yarborough. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B, 8, and 12B. We're going to go to a commercial right now, but stay tuned. We've got some great races coming up.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
First time here at the track. It's a great facility. You guys are amazing. Thank you. What a track. Oh, my God.
We like that. We like that. We're going to have you see this area up here, P1. You're going to share that, Dave, with another racer out there, Kenneth Greenberg in the 243. Where's Kenneth? He's making his way. He's here. Group 4. Did you have that other hat in your car thinking you're going to be on podium for some reason? Right there all the time. All right.
I knew I was the only Group 4 guy here, so I came prepared.
Well, all you had to do to finish.
That's true.
There you go. Tell us a little bit about the car that you're driving out there.
It is so much fun. I've retired from Porsches and Aston Martins, and I'm now driving the 64 Morgan 4.4 that I bought from Dave Bondon, who's here this weekend. Great guy, great car. It's just good old-time racing.
It's hard not to call that a vintage race car, is it? Anybody you'd like to thank?
I want to thank my crew, Air Power Racing, because without their dedication and hard work, I wouldn't be here. Because they work tirelessly to make sure that car runs as best as it can so that I can give all these younger kids in newer cars a run for their money.
Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? All right.
It sure is.
Let's put you up top of this heap right here with Dave. That's Kenneth Greenberg, and we got one other sole representative, Group 5B. Where's the 477? Richard Taylor. Richard Taylor the third. Richard, is he out there? I know we caught everybody. Michelle, did the 470, Richard, is that Rich? Am I saying that right?
Where we at?
Richard Taylor?
Richard Taylor the third.
Richard Taylor the third. If he's not once, he's not twice. Where is he? All right, so Richard, thanks for Representative 5B. We're good. All right, these two gentlemen, Michelle, will get your photo right here representing Group 4 and Group 2. Group 4, Kenneth Greenberg, and Group 2, Dave Asher. Let's hear it for them. All right, well done, gentlemen. Let's go on to some newer models. Let's call it, well, the cars might be newer. Let's go to Group 3, Ron Fuller. Come up here, Ron. Later? Ron, there he is. I know there was a different Ron. That's a different Ron. Ron Fuller, come up here. Tell us about, I'm guessing it's a Datsun of some sort, is it?
Yeah, it's a 77 Datsun 200 SX. I used to race from 88 to 94, got a divorce, and it sat for 25 years.
Should we stop at that point in the interview or no? I think that's good.
I resurrected it in 2018 and been racing it ever since.
Well, fantastic. We'll put you up here, P3 for Group 3. Let's bring Mark Yarborough up to join Ron. Mark in the 34. Come on up here, sir. Mark, come on up over here. We'll get some hardware on you. Everybody, if you notice, in the paddock who has a red SVRA hat means they have been on the podium at some point or the other. Or they stole it from somebody who was on the podium. He took it. All right, Mark, come here. What kind of car is the 34?
67 MGB.
Right there. Nice royal, or not a royal blue, a deep navy blue 34. What year is it?
67.
67. That's 58 years old.
It's a new build out of Colorado West Coast Historics. And we built it 3 years ago. Scott Bohannon, Checkered Flag Automotive, did the restoration on it, and it's a bad little car.
It's a badass little car. Let's put you up P2 over here. All right, joining Mark and Ron, no stranger to this podium, Alan Schomer, the 77. Alan, kind of come up here. I see him. He's out there bench racing a bit. Alan, I don't remember you being on P1 for a while. This is kind of unique and rare. I'm just giving you a kid. How do you like being P1 on top of Group 3, my friend?
I have no idea how it feels. I've just gotten there.
Well, savor it, and how about some folks to thank?
You know, there's a whole bunch of people who helped me before I get here, and they're the most valuable because the car's ready when I unload it. And, of course, my wife, you know, she's my pit crew, and Jeff out here taking this picture, he just shows up every time and lends a hand, too. So it's all a group effort, and it makes us look good sometimes even when we're not.
Absolutely. All right, racing a Miata out there. Let's put you up P1 in Group 3. And, gentlemen, hold up those Summit Racing certificates. We want our sponsors to know that we appreciate them. Summit Racing providing $50 today to all podium participants. Let's hear it for Group 3. Well done, gentlemen. Let's put some tires on them and maybe check the oil. We'll do it again tomorrow. All right, we didn't have Group 5B, but we do have Group 8. Is Benny Bish here? I love Benny Bish. Come up here, 99. Here he comes, Benny Bish. Joining Benny will be Roy Sanders. Roy in the 133. And then top of the heap in Group 8. All right, this is Roy Sanders coming up, Michelle. Top of the heap in Group 8 is Bill Skillman in the 3. We'll put you on P3. Go ahead there. Yep. Roy, let's bring you over here, P2. And while we're getting Bill up on the top, Benny, tell us what car did you bring to us today in Group 8?
I had to bring my back up again. My main car, took it off the trailer and it wouldn't come out of gear. So my old trusty did it again.
So tell us, what is that trusty?
I brought it out of Canada. It was built by Glarner, a pro BMW driver, and it handles well. Shitty on horsepower.
Okay, yep. Not so good on the horsepower.
Yeah, not too good on the horsepower. Sorry about that.
All right, Benny, glad to have you on the podium. Let's run over here to Roy. Roy, tell us a little bit about the car you brought for us this weekend.
The car belongs to Tom Tribune, a longtime vintage racer who's not doing too well, but he's with us in spirit. I just want to say the last time I raced SVRA was 1987.
I can't even do that math, but let's just say it's a long time ago.
A long time ago, and things have really changed. But I want to thank my wife and the rest of my pit crew, having a wonderful time this weekend.
Well done. That's an awesome. I think that could be a record here for us in the gap there. So well done up on the podium. All right, and then with Benny and Roy, it's Bill Skillman. Bill, what'd you bring to us to race with us today?
73 Porsche RS.
Porsche. Now, this is the big question. Is it Porsche or Porsche in your way?
I'm a hillbilly from Kentucky, and I always said Porsche.
All right, we'll go with that. We'll go with that.
I get corrected all the time, so Porsche now.
How about some folks you'd like to thank for being here at P1?
Well, all my employees at Race Coleman Auto Group who allow me to get out here and play and have a good time. So this is my second race, so excited about being out here with you guys, and it's been a lot of fun.
Excellent. Glad to have you here. That's Group 8. Let me get out of the way. We'll get some photographs up there. Michelle is helping us very much for making that happen. Thank you very much, Michelle. All right, Group 8, guys, let's go off. Our last group, I told you, this is a wild group, a race group of so many different cars. This is 12B. Where's Evan? Evan Bernoth. Evan, come on up in the 22. Evan, not even balding yet. Evan, we'll put you P3. We'll talk a little bit more in just a second. Ron Pauley, here he is. He's been waiting in the shade. He knows he's a racer. He knows to stay in the shade as much as possible. And joining both Evan and Ron, Darren Gaze, Daisy, Michelle, I know, Daisy, Gazy. I'll be better tomorrow if you're up here, okay? All right, P1. Let's go back over here real quick. Young man, Evan, tell us about the car you brought to race with us in Group 12B.
So the car used to belong to OPM, and we bought that car. It is a ITA car, which races with SCCA.
There's a lot of acronyms in there. What does ITA stand for?
Improved Touring. I'm not sure what the A is.
There you go. I like. You can phone a friend later. Okay. And then, so folks, you like to thank?
I'd like to thank everybody who helps me and my father, and Dan Malloy.
All right. Well done. Can't do it without the team. Well done, P3. That's Evan. Let's go down here to Ron. Ron, you and I have stood on many podiums up here as well. Ron, can I give you the microphone and just tell us how it is?
It was beautiful. So, retired the Lexus. First time out this weekend, this BMW 2 Series car, and having fun trying to learn it. That's for sure.
So you only got one way to go.
I know. That's right. Well, anyway, it was a lot of fun. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, Brother D, for helping me up here.
Okay. We'll be right back. All right, Brother D, hold on to him. All right, back up here real quick. Darren, we'll just go Darren. P1, is this a first, or have you been on this P1 before?
I was here at COTA.
At COTA, all right. So on the other side of the country, enjoying the Atlanta sunshine. How is Road America, or Road Atlanta, excuse me. Sorry, edit that out there, okay? Road Atlanta, how is that compared to COTA?
I love this track. The undulation is mega. COTA's fun, but this one is a bit more of a throw it in and hope it sticks.
All right, excellent. This is our Group 12B. Let's hear it for this incredible race group. Thanks for racing with SVRA. I always say check the oil, check the air pressures, and let's go ahead and do it again tomorrow, all right? Thanks again to everybody in this group, and thanks for watching. Hope we can provide some good racing out there. Well done, Ron. All right, back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us what are the different classes in SVRA, because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Spridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-type Jaguar, D-type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4, a little bit more rare than some of the production cars, technically production cars, but a lot more rare, limited run. Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially the really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, just pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds, the production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7 and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alpha, the BMW 2002s. But I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11, and when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars, but we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 and SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in. They have to be set up the way they were. And they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it, or Castrol, or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Parnelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am.
The Trans Am series has been around since 1966. What it has evolved to in that time is right here. A 900 horsepower, 2,800 pound beast. This thing produces over 2 pounds of downforce and flies around the track on 18-inch Pirellis. They're 14 inches wide at the rear, 13 inches wide at the front. It's an 18-inch wheel. Hauling tail around here. They're one of the most vicious cars around here. No traction control, no ABS, just a fire-breathing V8 flying around at 200 miles an hour. We have a wide variety of examples to run in our XGT class. This is a Corvette. It's got 600 horsepower at the wheels, and it's running on the 18-inch Pirelli tires again. It's making a lot of downforce, and you're allowed a lot of variations in XGT. So we're going to see cars from all over the world competing. High horsepower, high speed. These cars do have, but they are not allowed traction control. Fitting right between our GT class and our XGT class is SGT. This is a very versatile car right here. This is a Howe chassis TA2 that it started life at, but it's eligible for SGT. You add 100 pounds, it's still the same Chevy LS motor, same Pirelli tires, same everything, but it's eligible to go race against the Porsche, the Mustang, and the Corvette that were more popular cars in this class. The 3 GT classes that we have in the Trans Am series is GT, SGT, and XGT. This is an example of our XGT cars. We've got a lot of different makes in this class because we're catching cars from around the world. This is a Mercedes. It's producing about 550 horsepower. It's going up against some cars that have over 600 horsepower. This car in particular makes a ton of downforce. We're on our 18-inch Pirelli tires, and we've got probably 1,500 pounds worth of downforce that we get on here. And now moving on to our GT class. Here we've got a Mustang, 475 horsepower, 6-speed paddle shift. It's big downforce with the wing. It's got a huge splitter up front here. Also on our Pirellis, like every other car in our Trans Am series here, this car is going to go up against a wide range of marques here. We've got an Aston Martin here. We've got Maserati here. Against Porsches, we've got an Audi GT4 car here. Our GT classes encompass cars from around the planet, and the racing is amazing.
I'm Chris Dyson. I'm a 3-time Trans Am champion, and we're here to start the season. Well, this morning always starts like every morning with good breakfast. Woke up, sort of got my mind focused, remembered it's a race day. We're at the race weekend. It's the happy time, it's the happy place. We try to focus on what's ahead, which is a great day here. Our Mustang, our number 16 Jim Weed car is ready to go. The team is here. I came and checked in with my engineers, and we've talked about our plan for the day, and it's exciting. This is the best time of the year. This is New Year's celebration starting in February for us. Yeah, so I mean, we've spent the winter training. You know, racing never shuts off. You're always on it mentally, and you want your body to follow. And I think always having the ability to be ready to go at a moment's notice is something that we all racing drivers want to do. We don't want to be left behind. We want to be first. We want to be the fastest. And a lot of our focus away from the track is on making sure that we're at our absolute best, and when we're not at our best, that we can still get back to our best. And I think that's a key thing for any athlete. One of the big things in the off season is focusing on stamina and focus. And having a couple months off is a great time for the mind to decompress, getting in the gym, putting in that little extra, pushing to try to build up and create those reserves you're going to need when it matters, whether it's in the race or whether it's over a course of a long season. That athletic preparation is a big part of the sport. You know, this is a high-risk, fast, and dangerous game. And what you want to make sure of is that you're not letting down the team and that you're keeping yourself in one piece. So focus is everything.
My name's Paul Menard. Been around racing my whole life. I started when I was 8 years old in go-karts, Legends cars, late models. Got into the NASCAR National Series for quite a while, running trucks, mainly Xfinity and Cup cars. And a good friend of mine, Pancho Weaver, let me drive his Trans Am car a few years ago at Virginia International, and kind of got bit with the bug again. And Paul Gianlozzi called and we started talking, and we put together a full year last year, and here we are again this year. The history is the oldest road racing series in America, started in the late 60s, and a who's who of drivers and champions have come through the series and either made it their home or found success other places. The cars, you know, keep coming back to the cars. I have not driven a car that's more fun on asphalt. There's some dirt cars, and I used to ice race back in the day. Those cars are really fun too, but on asphalt, these are by far the coolest cars I've ever driven. 900 horsepower, no gimmicks, no ABS, no traction control, just raw stock car with wings and, you know, some cool aero effects and good looking cars, and some cool tracks, some really historic tracks throughout the country that I've never run at before, that I get the opportunity to race at now and check it off the list. I feel like there's a couple different tiers in the TA class. You know, you have some guys that just want to come out and just drive really cool race cars in a competitive environment. And then the rest are hardcore racers, and Dyson and I and Andretti had a good battle last year. Drees was in the mix. Amy's always a threat for the podium. So there's some good racers, and this year it's just stepped up. We got the same crews last year with Dyson, with Andretti, with Tommy, with Amy. Brent Cruz, who is, you know, he's up and coming. I think he's 17 years old or something, but he's going to be somebody that you're going to be watching on Sundays for a long time when he gets old enough.
The Trans Am Series is all about high horsepower and a big focus on the cars. The TA2 Series is driver development. We get a huge car count, we get great battles on track, and with me right now is Tristan McKee. He's a Chevrolet development driver, and he's going to help tell me and you guys about what we do to make these TA2 cars fast and how you go about winning races here.
So yeah, we really have to be perfect with everything. You know, the competition is super stiff around here. So we really have to have all our cambers, air pressures, and everything right with our Pirelli P0s. You know, they're great tires, super reliable, super consistent throughout the race. We also have to make sure our balance is correct throughout the race, aero balance, mechanical grip, stuff like that, because race pace is super important. Sometimes we have long races with long runs, and sometimes we have caution-filled races like Sebring.
So you're playing with shocks, springs, you're adjusting rear wings, so that, and your thought is, maybe this is going to be a short run race with a lot of yellow, so I've got to be able to fire off really good, or man, maybe this is a race every year that doesn't have a lot of yellow, so I've got to have my rear tires still hooked up at the end of this race so I can come through these guys, right?
Yep, exactly. We missed it a little bit at Sebring. You know, we were expecting some long runs, so we had a little bit of a long run setup, and we just missed it because there was a lot of caution.
Snake, and another one around the 61.
Our TA2 cars are over 500 horsepower, a little over 2,800 pounds, and so as a development driver and you're coming up through the ranks, being able to just rake, tow, Ackerman, all sorts of things on this is the full package. So I imagine you're working with engineers and learning as much as you can from them, right?
Yeah, I've learned a lot driving these cars. You know, I come from circle track world, so this is very different from what I'm used to. I'm really enjoying it.
So the difference from running the circle track cars to running the road course stuff, what has been your biggest thing that you've been learning with your driving style?
I've had to work on myself a lot because usually driver's fine, it's more the car, so I've had to, you know, redo all of my braking techniques because it's all different for this style of racing. So I've learned a lot doing this, and I think it's helped me a lot in the oval world, so I think it's really cool.
Awesome. Well,
thank you.
Good to see you, and good luck this week.
Thank you.
guys I've driven with in the series and ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Extremely bittersweet though, because I'm missing my better half. I want to do this because this is something me and Dave had done for years. We did it together as a team. I want to honor that memory with what we built together, what we accomplished together, and I frankly like racing. In the ALMS, I said, I rolled my eyes, I said, we're not ready yet. Yeah. So we did it. So then he says, yeah, I think we're ready to go to Le Mans. I rolled my eyes, I said, Dave, do you know what an undertaking that is? We're going to do it. We did it, we were accepted to come over, and history happened. We did it. And it happened to be my Dave's anniversary. So it was hilarious. So he was standing there in pit lane when I was called in. So I get out of the car and he's standing there and he's, happy anniversary. Well, thank you. When we got up to the podium and we saw how many throngs of the people, we were just shocked, and we stood up there and people were shouting our name and we're waving and we're like, oh my God, this can't be real. This just can't be real. It's top notch. It's really top notch. And again, some of the guys I've driven with in the series and ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Well, you know what? I'm going to do my best. I finish my race, I'll be happy. I would say you can do it. Don't be afraid. If you've got an iron soul and you've got the determination and the bravado, you too can do this. I think so. I hope so.
I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that.
Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Reckless Racing team. 7 for Ernie Francis Jr.
There's a lot of fans that are happy to see me back here. Maybe not so much drivers, you know. I'm racing in TA and SVRA. I'm sure they're not happy about me being back out there. You know, they thought they got rid of me last time. But, you know, here we are again, so. Coming around the paddock again, it's a lot of fun, seeing a lot of old faces, a lot of friends that I've known over the years. So I really enjoy coming back here. Feels like home. You know, it felt a little rusty getting back in the car for the first time, but it clicked pretty good after the first session. So, you know, it's happy to be back around here. I still follow all the Trans Am socials, so I see what's happening after all the race weekends. You know, I see Chris Dyson out there racking up the championships, getting awfully close to my amount of consecutive championships and race wins in the series. So, you know, hopefully I can come in here and at least hold them off for one more race right now.
Oh, fantastic stuff. As into the lead of the race goes Chris Dyson. Dyson's gonna do it, and he takes the checkered flag and wins yet again.
At some point, the torch had to be passed on. You know, I moved out of the series, so of course somebody has to pick it up from there. And Chris does an excellent job. Their team is amazing. They put out good cars, and you know, he does a solid job on the track as well. You know, I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that. But you know, he's been doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to racing with him this weekend. I think a lot of the TA2 guys are pretty quick. Connor Zilic in TA2 has definitely been impressive, watching him come up through the ranks over the past year or two. You know, just won the race today in the TA2 class, so definitely impressive watching him come up. A lot of the TA guys, it's nice seeing the field grow a little bit. I think they're up to over 10 cars this weekend in TA, so it's pretty cool to see that.
Good start though by Ernie Francis Jr. Ernie Francis Jr. wins in Formula Regional.
Yeah, you know, spent the last 2 years racing Indy Next, you know, making my my journey in open wheel racing. Had a lot of fun doing that. Spent 2 years in that series, racked up a podium, a few good finishes. Just had a lot of fun. The whole program that I was in the last 2 years with Indy Next was racing for Roger Penske's Race for Equality and Change in the IndyCar series. So, you know, there was a lot of pressure on me in that program, and then still carrying over to where I am now does that as well. You know, being a younger driver coming up from a diverse background, a lot of kids look up to me and see me racing out here, and they want to follow in my footsteps. So, you know, I think it's great, and I'm happy to be, you know, leading the pack on that. Yeah, you know, right now just doing some sports car racing, going to be doing this weekend here, and then I'm running the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series in IMSA this year. So going to be doing the full season in that in the pro class. Going to be pretty fun, racing sports cars again, try to get into the IMSA driver market and see where I can go from there. It's my first time driving it in the practice session earlier today. Didn't get to run it in the test sessions yesterday, so just had to come up to grips with it pretty quick. But put a lap that was good enough for P4, just about a second out of the guy that's fastest. And you know, we're on some pretty old tires there, so I think we'll be pretty good once we put some stickers on for qualifying. I think we haven't shown everything we got, so I think once we get out there in qualifying, we'll show the field what we have going on with us. So.
Away we go. Ernie Francis Jr. in the Challenger, his first ever chance of racing this car. We're on board with, no! Dyson was getting aggressive up the inside, but a little too aggressive, and he's taken Ernie Francis out in that beautiful Challenger. Look at Ernie. Ernie Francis Jr. has gone from the back to lead the race now. Come out of the last corner, and we'll see the checkered flag for the umpteenth time here at Sebring and win in SVRA as he has so many times.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Road Atlanta. About an hour outside of downtown Atlanta, just south of the South Carolina border. We are here in Braselton, Georgia, ready to go with another sprint race for our International GT category. Ralph Shaheen and Ben Sissel with you. Ben, these guys have been getting the most track time out of the weekend from everybody.
Some of the drivers will change drivers, but they have to come in with a mandatory 5-minute pit stop. And
yeah, there's been some rule changes on that, right?
Yeah,
week?
and because of just the nature of these cars, the enduro is usually the feature of the weekend because these are sports cars. They like kind of doing the endurance racing, and that's what these cars are set up for. So that's kind of what everybody sets their watch to, is the enduro. Riding on board there with Tom Pank. Tom Pank won last International GT race. There are cars in front of him that are running the exhibition class, and we'll kind of explain that. Now David Tuwadi here with TLM Racing and FARA. I do really like all the information that we're getting here. You can see the RPMs, you can see what gear he's in, you can see the brake pedal, you can see the gas pedal inputs, the steering input there, you can see his hands and how relaxed he is. Like all the information.
And everybody likes to watch something different on that sort of thing. What do you tend to gravitate towards?
I like to watch the steering input and then when he's on the brakes. And then I especially like when I see throttle and brake input at the same time. Getting our grid lineup right here. I like these graphics. So Memo Gidley is running the exhibition class, as is Jason Craver. Memo is in the Audi RS of Ski Motorsports. Jason Craver is in a Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Then Tom Pank, Reg Williams, David Tuwadi, Lucas Pank, Michael Merritt, Mark Sandridge, Cliff Kayer, and John Boyette are all International GT. Was it Boyette that did all the Motel 6 commercials? What was his name?
Tom Bodette.
Tom Bodette. Okay, yeah, I knew it was close, but I used to love those. Yeah, I loved those commercials. Then we've got Tommy Ballister, last year's champion. Oh, and Juan Gonzalez starting 11th and 12th. So watch out. These two really know how to race each other wheel to wheel, have a ton of fun with each other. So watch for Tommy Ballister to go after it with them. And then Stephen Thomas rounds it out. So we have 21 here taking it out. Now, International GT likes to do
One
2
finished
pace laps.
9th in our sprint race number 2 earlier today. And Memo's undefeated so far, right?
Yep.
2 for 2?
Yeah. Now, I will say I really like that car of Woody Wichard, the 212, the number 212, that blue Porsche. It's just a really pretty car.
Which one?
The number 212, he's kind of mid to backpack. He's coming up the hill here. But every time it goes by, I just find that to be a really pretty car. There's Juan Gonzalez.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is a good-looking car. I like the Carrera car. Slot car sponsorship.
Mission Foods are the Porsche Cup cars. And then we have a Maranello Cup, which is Ferraris. We don't have any Ferraris here this weekend. And then we have exhibition cars that deserve to be out on track in International GT, but they're running maybe like a different rules package, or there's not enough of those kind of cars to make their own class. and that's where Memo Gidley or Jason Craver. Now, because they're on Pirelli P0s, if we had 3 Lamborghinis or 3 Audis, they'd make a class for them, as to my understanding. But I always give Ken a hard time because it's called International GT, but it's actually EU GT. He only allows European cars, doesn't allow Japanese or American cars.
Okay.
So here they come to the green, though, Ralph.
Here we go. International GT Sprint Race number 3 on our Mission Foods Speed Tour weekend here in Road Atlanta. Pace car is off. Field starting to climb up through the revs a little bit as they come down the hill towards turn 12. Watching the flag stand just to their left, looking for the green. There it is, and we're racing here in Road Atlanta. Memo Gidley with a great start, and he is out front and leading.
Better start for Craver this time. Last time Craver spun his tires at the start and lost a few places.
Yeah, Pank had gotten right up to second pretty quick. There's Lucas Pank already applying some pressure.
I really like that maneuver there from the drones, a little loop-de-loop to cover the cars through the Cube 3 architecture S's. Pank and Reg Williams, and then David Tuati and Lucas Pank with Merritt behind Lucas. It's already heating up to be some good battles. Down this super long. It's basically a straightaway because you are flat out, but there are 2 little kinks in that straightaway as they come down.
A couple little bends through there.
That's such a difficult section we're trying.
Mission Foods turns 10A and B. That's the highest elevation point right there as you come under that bridge. Down here on the front straightaway. You know, the thing about this racetrack, Ben, as you watch these guys whip around here, is not very forgiving. If you get off, you find walls pretty fast.
Yep. Yeah, and what's weird is there, you know, in some places the walls are far away, and then coming out of turn 7, like we saw in the earlier Ginetta race, you go wide at turn 7, but it loops you back to the inside wall. It's a really weird phenomenon. You overcorrect too much and you come back inside. Same thing happens at, I think it's turn 10 at VIR. That is a camper turn there, turn 6.
Yeah, it's the only corner here at Road Atlanta that really has any banking to it.
So Lucas able to stay with David Tuati, even though he dropped 2 wheels here just at the exit of 12. And then Merritt got stuck up in a lot of dust behind that. But there is Memo. Memo, huh? Tuati's starting to gap Lucas just a little bit. Jason Craver with the fastest lap that last lap over Memo. Tom Pank still keeping them in his sights. We were talking to Sebring. You like the Lamborghinis, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm a wings and vents and slats kind of guy, so big wings, big splitters, fattened out fenders, all about it.
Lucas Pank coming up behind David Tuati. And David Tuati would love this. With Stephen Hammond not racing in the series as much anymore, David Tuati doesn't have somebody to run with. He and Stephen Hammond had some great battles, especially here at Road Atlanta, where he made a pass to win it at 10A, 10B coming up the hill. So knowing David Tuwati, he always just wants somebody to race with, and he'll gladly take Lucas because Lucas is a great driver.
Tuwati very good through Mission Foods turns 10A and B. On board with it as he pressed the hill. Look at how challenging this corner is here at 12. I mean, it just points you right at that gigantic concrete wall. You got to get those eyes looking up the racetrack because you don't want to be looking at that wall and drive right on into it.
And there goes Lucas. Lucas out braking into one.
That was a strong move.
That was a strong move because he kind of, you know, from our vantage point, came out of nowhere. You could see that Tuwati saw him in the mirrors, so that was great of Tuwati. Now, what do we think? Do we think Tuwati is going to be able to get back up to Lucas? We are joined by Ken Fangler. Ken Fangler, I don't know if you saw, but Lucas Pank passed David Tuwati on the inside at Mission Foods Turn 1. A very good, clean pass. David Tuwati saw him. But, you know, with the absence of Stephen Hammond, here comes the replay, Ralph.
Here's that replay right here of that pass. He got a great run down the hill through 12 and just carried that momentum all the way down the front straightaway.
Which is unbelievable. But I was saying, you know, David Tuwati's got to miss his friend Stephen Hammond a little bit, so now he might have some fun out there with Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas and Stephen about the same age. Okay, that's about the only common denominator. But that youth of him and vigor is certainly playing. And as I said earlier, Lucas is a good student of the game. And as you know, Lucas was in the mix very much in the front at Sebring. So that's no surprise to me.
That was a pass for 5th, by the way, as Pank got around Tuwati. And then you have Merritt and Stanridge behind that running 7th and 8th.
Kurt Kropp in that 6.41 in the Stuttgart Cup. It came in 4.0, but now we're on board with David Tuwati as he comes up the hill. Watch his steering inputs and braking. See, he's braking a little bit of throttle, feathering the throttle here. Shifting to 4th. Hard on the gas and feathering. It's just all about finesse through this section. Didn't really get on the brakes until now. That's fun to watch. That's where you really see how much driver input has to go into a lap here.
You see they get full throttle for just a second before they get over here.
So Ken, I can't remember a weekend that we've been here with better weather for race days. This has been fantastic.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Even though it was a bit brisk and blustery the past couple of days, we knew this was coming, and yeah, this is fantastic. You know, good for the fans that have come out here to see it. I went up to the car show. I mean, a perfect day to take out your classic car or your funsy car, so to speak, no matter what it is, and be here at Road Atlanta. Fantastic.
And we're supposed to have more of the same tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Yes, we are, yeah.
There was a Studebaker Avanti at the car show today.
I saw that.
I always love those. Oh, Mark Sandrich got around Michael Merritt on that last lap.
You were president of the Studebaker Avanti Club, weren't you?
No, I've never driven one, but I've always liked them. The front headlights just always seem so odd to me.
The Avanti?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that up there, the blue one. Yeah. Then they went to the Avanti too. You know, Studebaker, when you think about it, the Golden Hawk and that car, they were way ahead of their time. You know, they really were. I mean, fiberglass body, and the design was so good that an independent bought it and made the Avanti too. So I was always enthralled by them as a kid.
So Michael Merritt now chasing down Mark Sandrich.
Well, it sure didn't look like your dad's Oldsmobile back in the day, did it?
Yeah.
Hardly.
Mark Sanders, we were talking about this, one of the kind of international GT OGs. So it's always great to have him out here.
Yeah, you know, he won a championship in our previous series, which was the Inter Series, which was a Stuttgart-based, Cayman-based program we came out with in 2008, and he was one of our previous champions.
So Boyd from New York says he likes the Avantis, and then Eagle says he thinks they're ugly, and that's what I love about cars.
Yeah.
I'm not a big Lamborghini person, but Ralph loves them. So it just, it is all just kind of, it's in the eye of the beholder.
Avanti, I'll take the Lambo.
What's that?
You can have the Avanti, I'll take the Lambo.
Well, the rear window glass, I was fascinated by something other than flat glass in the back, and somewhere in the 50s they started coming through with some very unique shapes to the point of restoration. Good luck trying to get one these days, you know. It really is, and that's that greenhouse look that went on to be the Barracuda, obviously the Mustang and so forth, and the Fastback, but that really led to that whole look.
Well, Lucas Pank has really gapped
Well, he's using
David
the ball on
Tuati.
the racetrack, too.
Yeah, his early lap, I saw him raise some red dust here on the straightaway,
Yes.
you know, using every inch of the racetrack plus, okay, as he came down
And
the hill
then some.
onto the main straight, you know.
You know, that's one of the things about this Georgia red clay, too. When you get off into it, it kicks up a heck of a cloud that nobody behind you can see through until they're
Yeah, and
through
that's
it.
a bit unnerving if you're behind a car or, you know, and you could be a bit of ways and you're coming down the hill and you see that cloud of dust, it causes you pause.
Yeah, 'cause you
for
don't
a
know what's
moment.
on
You
the
don't
other
know what's
side.
through that cloud, and that's you know, it's a bit of a aha moment.
And the Lambo has caught Gidley's Audi,
Yeah.
and I was thinking about that. That in a lot, it's very much the same underpinnings of the car, isn't it? Because
Yeah. Yeah,
Lamborghini
oh, yes.
and Audi
Yeah.
basically
Same parent company.
together.
so,
Yeah.
they traded technologies there.
So both of them running exhibition in International GT. But you've got to tell me about Witchard's car, Woody Witchard. Just that car speaks to me. I think that's a beautiful looking car.
Yeah, now Woody has been very successful with us in a Cayman, top step of the podium, and he's decided to do some other series. So this is a test for him in a GT car, and he says, boy, it's a different animal. He cut his teeth on the Cayman and has, you know, perfected and feels very comfortable in that car, but he's not as comfortable in this GT car, so he's out here learning it. And that's he's been with us several times, but with a different car.
On board now with Tom Pank with the Bay Saver car.
Mark Sandridge making up for his earlier race this morning when he, you know, had that mishap on the pace lap, and he never quite caught up, but put in some laps, and you know, making up. Oh boy. Yeah, stay in it, stay in it, stay in it. There you go. I saw that coming as the Lambo got inside of him. Excuse me, and he's a new guy, new driver, and he just didn't quite understand of how much stick he had coming down there.
Well, I can
good
tell
job
you
in
he just
holding on.
aged himself pretty good right there.
Yeah.
Eric Gray, number
Yep,
991.
new guy, father, son, matter of fact. Son's the coach.
Nice.
He'll be in the Enduro with Dad tomorrow. But, you know, he's doing his best at trying to stay out of the way. And, you know, the guys have done a good job, driver awareness. And that's the most important, especially when you start to get lap traffic, as you do in a lot of sports car series. You know, it's just how sports car racing is built.
There he is, Tommy Ballister, and he is your champion from last year. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I said that, and then I thought, oh, I hope that's correct. But yeah, Tommy Ballister with TLM, one of the best races.
Yeah. And Tommy's moved up to the 4-liter class. He said new challenge for him. He was in a 3.8 last year. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Juan Gonzalez in the Mission Foods number 81 is currently running in 11th. He was 9th in the race number 2 earlier this morning.
Got to give it to Mark Sandridge. Got a 26 there consistently out there. You know, 7th place overall behind the GT4R and David Tuati. You know, good job. As you were talking about Tommy, he's based out of Puerto Rico, flies in for every race, does the majority of the international races. Juan Gonzalez, based out of Mexico and California.
Well,
and
it truly
Texas.
is International GT because, in a way, I was just making fun of you that it should be EU GT but before you're in here. But when I go to the podium with you, a lot of the drivers are speaking to each other in Spanish when they get out of the car.
Yes, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I used to kid our Canadian friends who used to come on and say, all right, say that you're having a great time in French. All right? Just tell me what that sounds like.
Yeah, I remember you doing that with Benoit when he would race in Ferraris with us. Ooh, he got a little squirrely there at 7 and almost made that thing that we were just talking about. 7 is really deceptive here and can throw you back into that inside wall, which is counterintuitive, but that's what happens. Here's Ballister. You know, Ballister is just kind of that quiet assassin. He just kind of quietly
steady Eddie.
moves
Yeah,
up through.
no doubt. Yeah. Yep.
That's such a weird line that you're never going to understand until you do it, either in a sim or in a real car. There's just a blind line over that hill, and you just hope it's there when you come on around the other side.
You hope nobody is sideways when you come over the hill.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Sandrich and Tuati. This may be the battle to watch, ladies and gentlemen.
3 laps remaining here.
Good after it, Sandrich.
It looks like Mark has that Tom Long magic. You know, Tom Long's his coach, and you know, he certainly has listened to him throughout this weekend.
One of the nicest guys in the world. Always has a smile.
Yeah, we're very fortunate. You know, all of our drivers really have, you know, trying to set the tone and attitude and saying, let's go have some fun and be respectful to each other as best as possible on the racetrack, and certainly in the paddock.
And if you ever want to meet Dave Tuati, the orange car here, just look for the person whose shoes match the race car, and that's David Tuati in the paddock. But this is the battle to watch. Mark Sanders, David Tuati, two beautiful cars. The white flag is going to come out next time by for our leader. So Sandrich has got to make a move here.
Here's Gidley up through the Cube 3 Architecture S's. Tuati still hanging on in 6th.
The car gets so light there. It's like zero gravity for about a second. As they come through Mission Foods turn 1. What are you seeing here, Ralph? They look pretty evenly yoked.
Yeah, Tuati lets it eat a little bit more as he carries some speed through there. But he's able to pull it back to get the line correct through here.
So Ken Fangler at our last Sebring event had Derek Bell and Justin Bell at the banquet. Some just Porsche and Ferrari legends, so that was really neat to see. And then I know that all of your drivers just, you know, when Derek Bell comes out to your races, they're all just like school children. You know, that's their childhood hero just talking to them.
And it was fantastic to have father-son, as we do in much of International GT. As I said previously at Father's Day event at Indy a couple of years ago, we had 9 father-sons there that weekend, you know, and again, a testament to, you know, the, I guess the atmosphere, that they feel comfortable bringing their son or daughter into it. And Derek talked about being father-son at Le Mans and being on the podium on Father's Day with his son. And he said that was probably his most special moment. And here's a guy who drove for Ferrari factory at Formula One. So with a long and very storied and historic history, and certainly one of the nicest guys and one of the best PR guys in motorsport.
Oh yeah, no, he's fantastic. As is JB, his son. Sandridge with one more shot at Tuati here. Looking inside, going to Mission Foods turn 1, had to get on the binders.
And we like that about that, because that would have that could have come into question here, and that's what International GT is all about. If you don't have the pass, then back out and try to live to fight another day. But now they're coming up on lap traffic, Ralph.
That could come into play here because they're coming into the slowest section of the racetrack. There's Pank, that's Tom Pank. He's running 3rd overall, 1st in class.
1st in IGT, he's coming to take the checker.
And they're both going to get past the slower car here, Tuati and Sandwich.
Okay, this might be the last
Checker
chance.
Flag.
Last
Gidley's
chance.
going to take the overall with Craver right behind it. And we'll wait for Pank to come across the line.
Last chance for the Tuati, though. We got to go to there to turn 10 and see if Sandrich can overtake Tuati. Here it comes.
There it
There
is.
they are, down the back stretch. all the way headed to Mission Foods turn 10A. Sandridge
Oh.
with the line.
Go,
Is he
Sandridge.
going to pull it off?
No.
10B, there's contact.
No.
Just a little bit of contact from Tuwadi to the backside of Sandridge, and Sandridge is beached.
Well, lately, if Sandridge didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck.
But that's about as best trying as you can. Hats off to both those guys, and heads up that
He had it lined up perfectly.
Yeah. I don't think that caused a lot of damage. That was just an
No.
unbalancing hit.
No.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's unfortunate. And that's also not at all what David Tuwadi wanted to do. He wanted to do what he did on Hammond the other day and go side by side through 10B and then drag race him.
Well, he gave him the room. He gave him the room. He didn't close the door on him. He said, well, if you're going to go ahead, and we'll see how it goes. But
Yeah. And Juan Gonzalez will finish 10th in his number 81 Mission Foods back Porsche.
How did our friend Stephen Thomas, who started at the back, just as he said, looks like he's finished up still, moved up ahead of the other Caymans, finishing first in Stuttgart Cup. John Entile second, Kurt Krupp third. But he said he wanted to make it a little more challenging, and he's headed on the top 7 letter. Well, I'm going to step away as the cars come in. I'd like to thank our marketing partners, Pirelli.
Let's
Mission
take
Foods.
one more look at it here. You can
Here's the
see
replay. I'll stop on that
Sandridge
because that
gets
was
inside.
like.
And they just ran out of room a little bit there.
I can't say that he didn't give him enough room. That he had the room and he had it, but just couldn't make it stick. Great IGT racing. It's been a great 2 days. Two days for race 1 yesterday afternoon, race 2 and 3 this morning, and this morning and this afternoon, and tomorrow at right after lunch we will be a 60-minute enduro with a pit stop. That totally changes the whole deal. But we'd like to thank our official sponsors, Forge Line Wheels, Detroit Watch Company, Sunoco Race Fuels, and of course our official vendors and Speedcom Communications and Stand 21. Guys, thank you very much. It's been a fun day, a fantastic weather day, and we look forward to tomorrow at noontime for one more shot at this International GT Challenge.
All right, Ken, we'll see you then.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Pirelli P0s, but whatever tires you qualify on, so all these drivers are on sticker, brand new tires, they have to race on these same tires. So everybody's going to want to go out there and get their fastest lap. So usually lap 1 is kind of a warm-up, getting the tires. Lap 2, they want to get the tires heated. So somewhere around lap 3, 4, and 5 should be their flyer, and they want to try to get their qualifying time in under 5 laps, just to make sure the tires hold on for the whole 100-mile sprint race tomorrow. So it does get a little bit interesting, doesn't it, Ralph?
No doubt about it. And we have a stacked field. We have the new Toyotas. There's a lot of anticipation for our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category here at Road Atlanta. I kind of got bit with the first race of the year bug at our season opener at Sebring. We had quite a few cautions.
Right now they want to talk about, they were doing some shots of Pirelli, and what happens is all the teams kind of drop off their wheels and tires, and then they come through, they get scanned in. Pirelli makes sure that they take off the old tires, and they inspect them, and they do a lot of R&D on these tires, research and development. Then they're going to dismount the tires, put on new tires, rebalance them. And, you know, with racing, and just like anything, rebalancing the wheels and tires is one of the most important parts. But also, speaking to some of the tire people with each team, they want to make sure that the manufacture dates are the same on all 4 tires. It gets down to the very nitty-gritty. They're looking at the serial numbers, the UPC numbers, to make sure they were manufactured the same day under the same line and all that. So it's just because they want every little tent that they can get. They want to make sure all 4 tires are the same. It gets really detailed with Pirelli and the P0s and all these teams.
Oh, yes, it does.
So cars are on course.
Well, Ben, this is probably the warmest weather these Cube 3 Architecture TA2 drivers have seen all weekend, too. Be interesting to see how that impacts performance.
Yeah. Yeah, yesterday when they were on track, and even today, it's probably increased by 15 degrees.
Yeah,
yesterday
afternoon,
maybe 20.
and it was overcast by the time they got to the end of the day and they were back out on track. Right now it's probably mid to upper 60s.
So we're going to do this in 2 qualifying groups. This is going to be the Trans Am National qualifying. You can tell that with the red banner over the windshield, and then the Pro-Am will come up next with the blue banner. And right now, qualifying is a different animal, Ralph, in the fact that the cars are trying to kind of stay away from each other, trying to gap each other so that each car can get the fastest lap that it possibly can. So these 2 cars up front here are probably a little bit closer than they want to be.
Robinson in the 51 showing in 16th right now as far as quick times.
Julian DaCosta came across with a 1:22.5, currently our leader, but I think this is going to drop a whole second even faster. I expect him to be in the 1:21s here on the next lap.
Yeah, they're going to start shuffling around pretty quick.
Rafa Matos second in time, Tyler Gonzalez, Valentino. But now Adrian Lostowski second in time. This is always really interesting to watch because there is so much to it, so much strategy. There's some adjustments that you can make without a penalty, like you can make driver comfort adjustments or I think air pressure. But I think that's it. I think after that, if you change like a spring setup or anything like that, all of your previous laps get deleted and you have to start over as per the rules as I understand them. Caleb Bacon back with us in that number 18. So great to have him here.
Mia Lovell has jumped up 7 spots from 19th to 12th.
I have been very impressed with her.
She's a great kid.
There's a Nunziata there in that new Camry.
And she's fast. I mean, she was second at Buttonwillow in the West just a week or so ago. On board with Adrian Vostovsky. Mission Foods turns 10A and 10B.
Behind Mike Skeen, who is very good here. Adrian Lostowski, though, I'm going to call it right now. He's going to be on the podium with us this year in Cube 3 Architecture TA2. He just keeps getting, just kind of another one of those silent assassins, just keeps getting faster and faster.
Yep.
And really moving it up. And I was talking to my friend Bruce Raymond, who races with us in TA2. He's racing this weekend in SVRA, but he's 2 seconds a lap faster than he used to be. But he's like, but so is everybody else. So that's got to be so frustrating. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, yeah. Hang on.
That got a little hairy. So I think Adrian, he's either going to cool down his tires or he's going to be happy right now with a, he's in 5th right now in score, but he'll probably get pushed back to 8th if he stays to that. Thomas Annunziata at the top with a 122.369. So nobody's gotten into the 121s yet. And maybe they won't, because maybe this temperature change is, the track's a little bit dirtier with all these vintage cars.
Annunziata has a Toyota up at the top of the board with a 122.369 right now. Gonzalez is in the other Toyota, right?
Yeah, and he's
sitting
third.
there in third with a 122.5, 2/10 slower.
Harmon, another new TA2 driver in the top 10. There's Harmon. Street Side Classics.
You ever been to one of their dealerships?
I haven't.
Oh, they're fantastic. We have one in Concord, North Carolina area that I visit often, and tremendous.
To really get a TA2 car to qualifying trim, you are on that bitter edge. And you know, if you don't get it, and this is the frustrating part, they've had a great lap. They feel like this is the lap, and they just make one slight wrong move, and it could kill their whole lap here at 10A, 10B.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go to one of those Street Side Classics. Harmon was telling me all about them. He loves them.
Oh, yeah. Well, and they have dealerships all around the country, including here in Atlanta, Charlotte, Tampa, out in Dallas. I think there's 6 or 8 of them around the country. And you can go on their website and you can look at the individual store closest to you, or you can shop their inventory nationwide. So for you, I know you're looking for that Morgan after today. You can go on there and see if they got a Morgan anywhere in the country.
I have an MG problem. I haven't, like, if I see an MG and it's a reasonably priced, I just kind of have to buy it, and it's an issue. But we did just see Dominic Starkweather and Will Robinson. Will Robinson had to lock up his brakes going into 10A, and now here's Thomas Annunziata, who is at our top, and he's probably on his cool-down lap coming into pit lane with a 122.3. I really thought we'd break into the 121s, 9s, but maybe the tire temperature, or maybe that Morgan laid down some oil. So Thomas Annunziata getting out of the way of his fellow competitors. We appreciate that. Somebody might be on their flyer. And what that means, flyer means they plan it out, and they're like, on my 4th lap, that's going to be my lap that I'm going to try to gap the traffic. That's the lap that I'm going to do. That's my flyer, meaning that's the lap that they're going to put down as their
and that's one of those terms, too, that depending on the series you're in, has a different terminology, right? Some people call it a flyer, some people call it a heater, but it all means the same.
I never thought I would have said this, but those Camrys make some really good-looking race cars. My 95-year-old grandma, who's always had Camrys, would be so proud. And she'd always have, like, the sport version of the Camrys, though.
Yeah. There's Meehan Lovell right there, who's currently in 13th with a 123.958. Looks like she's on a heater. Pushing Perdue. She's pushing hard. Got up on the curbing there, and that's going to cost her. She was really charging hard there and just got a little too aggressive on that curbing.
But the little bit that I've interacted with her, she is what you want as a team owner. She is very friendly to all the fans, eager to sign autographs, eager to talk to the fans. She works very hard at this. She's very calculated and a tremendous athlete. So I really look for her. She's probably another one of those drivers that we expect to see her on the national podium. She's already been on the Western Championship podium.
She's very focused, incredibly focused young lady. She knows where she wants to go and how she's going to go about getting there, too.
Looks like
part of the Nitro Racing squad. Oh, boy. That's way off.
So about 15 of the cars are already into the pits. And now we're getting to the 6-7 lap range where most of the teams will tell you don't try for anything else.
Yeah, you've used up the goodie on your tire.
So that should be Will Robinson. See how light they get up over that little crest of the hill? So let me make sure. Yeah, that's Will Robinson. Very pretty car.
Yeah, it's really
close.
sliding around on the rear end, too.
Yeah.
Mike, of course, involved with a lot of stuff here at Road Atlanta and across the street at Lanier Raceway as well, back in his NASCAR days.
The TA2 pass. I don't come from racing. I came from vintage racing. And there is a big difference between pro Trans Am racing and vintage racing.
Oh, yeah.
Tristan McKee is back out there, and that's surprising to me. He is one of our drivers in TA2 that is on the GM Chevy development program. We have a lot with Toyota and a lot with Chevy as he gets a little squirrely there for the Cube 3 architecture section. He is right on that edge, isn't he? With Team SLR. You see the little Kahlberg racing badge up there. Jim Kahlberg out west in Oregon. Where is he at? He waits to come out late. That's a risky move because sometimes we go double yellow and you don't get any laps.
Unless you had a problem, couldn't get ready, right?
Yeah. So right now he's currently qualified 11th. And he's got some smoke on his tires, meaning he's gone off of the area somewhere. And because their driver left, I'm guessing he went off at the exit of 12. He's coming.
Oh,
in.
Mia. Oh, no. Mia Lovell with a huge hit coming off of 12. That'll bring out a double yellow right away. I saw that car getting loose as she was coming down the hill, Ben, and she was doing everything she could to gather it back up.
So we have checkered this session, which he shouldn't, and the starter, as he should, is slowing everybody down. She is just right under our window here.
Yeah.
And I see the pit official coming over, climbing over the fence. Here comes the safety crews. He is telling her to stay in the car as the safety crews are coming over. Road Atlanta has great safety crews. They come over in the red truck, but qualifying has stopped as the checkered flag is out. Nobody's going to be able to be on their flyer right now.
And they are talking to her. The window net is down. Hopefully we'll see her crawling out of there shortly. And Mia's getting out of the car. Really glad to see that.
Being a professional skateboarder, I don't know if that would go in her top 10 of worst hits.
Well, I can tell you that was a big one. I've seen a couple of big wrecks there in my years of coming here, and
that was a big one.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
Not the worst one I've ever seen here.
No.
At that location.
But I don't like wrecks in that location.
But it was big.
Here's
a look at it now that we know she's out of the car. We would have to actually go back up the hill to see really what happened because the car had gotten out of shape and she was doing everything she could to gather it back up. She's catching her breath now. Boy, that was an impact.
Yeah, but not even limping. That takes a special, that's her skateboarding, and that just takes a special soul. She just kind of shook her head. She's super disappointed.
Yeah.
But
she's a competitor.
My goodness, that was a hard hit.
Knowing Mia, she's running it all back through her brain.
Well, this is going to be a pretty big break because they're going to have to come out here with and fix the tire wall. So we're going to take a little bit of a break as they fix the tire walls, but we've got the ProAm class in Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series after this for qualifying.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom. And I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
camera is at Mission Foods Turn 1 at the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. This is the Pro-Am qualifying. So if you're joining us on Speed Tour TV on YouTube, you got to see the Trans Am national qualifying. But if you're just getting up, so Thomas Annunziata, Julian DaCosta, Tyler Gonzalez, that's your top three. Rafa Matos, Adrian Lostovsky, Boris Said Jr. is 6th, Valentin Aguiar 7th, Mike Skeen 8th, Sam Corey 9th, Noah Harmon 10th. Now, these Pro-Am drivers with the blue on top as they come out, they have the ability to overtake any of that if they get good enough times. But we had to cut the qualifying just a little bit short because Mia Lovell hit the wall very hard. I'm joined by my friend and motorsports legend Ralph Shaheen, who got to see it all live out the window. And I did hear just from Tim in my right ear that she has been cleared from medical, so that's really good news. But that was a hard hit.
It was one of the hardest hits I've seen here at Road Atlanta, especially coming down through turn 12. Not the worst one, but a very, very significant impact. The car went into a bit of a tank slap coming down the hill here, and she's already past that point. She was doing everything she could to catch the car, and it just, the speeds that they're traveling coming down that hill, there was just no catching him once it got out of shape before she hit the grass. And at that point, you're along for what is a very short ride, unfortunately, to the tire barrier, which leads to an incredibly heavy impact.
Yeah, very heavy impact. The tire wall did its job. The car doesn't look good, but she got out of the car without even a limp.
Yeah, she got out, walked away catching her breath, but more frustrated, I think, over the whole thing than concerned about her well-being.
Yeah, the safety crew got her out. So what's happening now is the drivers in the Pro-Am TA2 series are doing kind of like a warm-up lap. Then they're going to probably do another lap at a higher speed, and then laps 3, 4, and 5, they're looking for those to be their heaters or their flyer laps to lay down a good time. And we're going to see them being led down right now by, it looks like Barry Bowes and Jared Odrick. I saw Jim Gallagher out there, Tom Sheehan's out there, Doug Winston, Roberto Sabato, Matt Gray, Keith Prochuk. Keith Prochuk and Barry Bowes went at it for the championship last year, as did Jared Odrick. So our top three in Pro-Am are back out there going at it again. Eric Caton is out there. Matt Griffin. So right now they're going to try to, you know, it's funny, I say that they're going to try to get a little bit of a gap, but we see these cars probably closer than they want to be. You want to just kind of have 500 yards ahead of you, 500 yards behind you. That's kind of your sweet spot when you go out there to do these qualifying laps. But on that backstretch, if you can get yourself behind somebody, they can tow you in a little bit. So Keith Prochuk there in the lead car, still warming up his tires, going back and forth. Barry Bowes, our Pro-Am champion last year, behind him. There's Roberto Sabato. Roberto Sabato was telling me last year he was watching his own TA2 race in Italy, and it was being announced in Italy, and they did all their research. So I thought that was so neat. I was like, man, you got to send that to me.
That's cool.
Yeah, it truly is a global format, is this TA2. Caton is 16th right now. Tom Sheehan, 19th. Barry Bowes, 20th. Cale Phillips, 21st, the number 99 car.
Oh, there's another one off in the dirt.
Ooh. That is Jim Gallagher. Jim, hold on to that thing. Jim had an off earlier today. They had to replace the nose, and he is now dusty. But he saved it. But he's going to have to probably abandon that lap. on board with Roberto Sabato. This is one of the most important turns here, coming out turn 7, because now it's what, we're like at 3/4 of a mile down this back
It's
stretch.
the most important turn, I would say.
Yeah, because if you don't get a good exit speed out of 7, you don't set yourself up for the top speed going into 10A. He's at 160. That's a pretty good speed for a TA2 car going into 10A. Nice job. Now, again, these cars are set up for qualifying trim. The least amount of gas you can possibly put in there. You know, they're setting things up to get that car to work as fast as it can. He's probably not going to go 160 miles an hour in tomorrow's race until the last couple laps. So far with the Pro-Am, nobody in the Pro-Am has broken the top 10. I've been asked what the difference is between TA2 National and Pro-Am, and really it's just a lot of the drivers in the Pro-Am, they have jobs. You know, they run a company, they do something else, like Doug Winston, who we saw there, is in the trades and supports the trades, and they may not be able to do all of the races. So they can, I think, pick, and I should know this, but I think they can pick 6 or pick 8 races that they can go to. And but that's a good question. I will find that out. But the Pro-Am, they're doing their own thing, but they also want to race cars. They want to race in a professional race series like Roberto Sabato or Doug Winston that you see here on the screen. Race monitor. Barry Bowes is in 17th overall. Keith Prochuk is at the top of Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Pro-Am in 15th. He's done 4 laps with a 124.5. So good on Keith Prochuk with HP tuners. Cale Phillips is in 20th with a 125.091. Jared Odrick is 23rd. Roberto Sabato is 25th with a 126.3. Doug Winston, 126.7. There is our leader in Pro-Am, Keith Prochuk, who's currently 15th out of Chicago. And it looks like he is still on a flyer. It looks like he's trying to do a flyer, because I can't, no, he's hitting his brake zone, so this might be his flyer, and Barry Bowes right behind him. So
Yeah,
this might heat up right here.
In the Mission Foods turn number 1.
Tom Sheehan also with the Vixen Cycle Company, hitting his marks at turn 1. So a lot of these drivers right now are on their flyer. So let's see if Keith Prochuk can do anything here. He did a 124.347. Try to improve his time. Currently in 15th place. Barry Bowes, though, passed him up with a 124.287 in 14th place, so they're going back and forth. Mia Lovell would be the next person they could overtake in 13th place with a 123.9. So they'd have to each lose about 3 to 4 tenths of a second on this lap. Let's see if Keith Prochuk can do it. This should be the end of his flyer as he comes around 10B. What do you think, Ralph? You think he's got it in him?
Well, he's certainly getting everything out of it. He's pushing hard down the hill again through 12.
Yeah?
Yeah, he moved up.
Oh, he moved up to 14th, and then Barry Bowes came right behind him and moved him back to 15th. Unbelievable. So he had 14th for about a half a second. And like I said last year, these two went back and forth in the Pro-Am. I do have to give credit to my friend Barry Bowes. He gave maybe the greatest motorsports acceptance speech I had ever heard in my life at the banquet with Akio Data from Chattanooga, just from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Just up the road, about 2.5, 3 hours. I drive through Chattanooga on my way here, through Nashville. There's Barry Bowes right now at the top of the charts in TA2 Pro-Am in 14th. But don't count out Jared Odrick, Rob Clifton, Cale Phillips, Roberto Sabato, Tom Sheehan, Patrick Paul, Doug Winston, Jordan Menson, Matt Gray, Jim Gallagher, Matt Griffin, are all out there. Barry Bowes, but Barry Bowes and Keith, look at this. They're still trying to improve. So where did this is fun up here, Ralph.
Yeah, no, we got a good session going on here, and it looks like he might be just about done with his laps of really getting after it.
Didn't get it, yeah. So, but they've put 6, 8. Mia Lovell put 8 laps on her tires, 7 for Keith Prochek, 10 for Will Robinson. So that's not ideal. But these Pirelli P0s, they don't go away. They race. A lot of drivers are talking about their fastest laps are on the last lap. There's that 00 Jared Odrick. Oh, and Jared, look at that. He's got the gloves that you can see, so you can see his hand input. I love that, Jared. The big yellow gloves, the Dayglow gloves. Watch this. So you can see the gloves pop up with his steering inputs. Just a really... Now, Jared Odrick from the NFL, very competitive person, and got out of the NFL. He was a first-round draft pick for the Miami Dolphins, and he still wanted to do something fun. And golf, if you know him, golf didn't really suit him that well. So he wanted to come out here and do this. And look at this. Sheehan, Roberto Sabato. I think there might have been a little metal to metal there. That's not normal for qualifying. Well, I'm just hearing from race control that they're bringing 97 and 61 in, metal to metal, during qualifying. Tim Richter, our race control, does not like that. That looked a little bit animus, a little animosity there. There's Clifton there, the number 8, Team SLR. Here comes Tom Sheehan. Looks like Tom Sheehan's coming into the pits. So, Ralph, I'm going to put you on the spot.
All right.
Give me who you think is a good chance of being on the podium in the Cube 3 TA2 National tomorrow.
I think we're going to get a Toyota up there.
Yeah, okay.
So I think they're both, we've only got 2, but I think they're going to get at least one up on that podium, whether it's Nunziata or Gonzalez, I'm not sure, but they're both quick. We'll see.
Toyota commercials from the 80s. Oh, what a feeling to drive. And then they would jump up in the air with their hand in the air and they'd freeze it. Maybe that's the new photo we need to do. If you win in a Toyota, you got to do the
that.
Jump up in the air photo. Tyler Gonzalez, I think he won here last year in Q3 Architecture TA2 Series, and he's qualified 3rd in that Toyota Camry. There's Jim Gallagher in the regulator. Really there in the rear end, Jim.
Oh. Could be the end of that session. Checkered flag is out.
That's Jordan Menzen. New with Silver Hair Racing. He's not coming out of there.
No.
Waukegan Farms, quarter horses.
Let's see how he got there. Turns in, the rear end follows him all the way around.
It's a little bit too hard on the brakes. And that's such a difficult corner because you're carrying a lot of speed. It's a little bit cambered, like we said, and then just a little bit too much steering input as he hit the brakes just slightly too hard is what I think happened, but I'm no pro. We need Mike Skeen up here to analyze this for us. But he is deep in that kitty litter.
Yeah, he is.
And what you're seeing is a great example. So if you've ever driven through the mountains and they have the runaways, it's the same principle. Slows down trucks, slows down race cars. But Ralph, take it away. Here is our qualifiers.
Well, that's not for this event, actually.
Well, it's the overall for qualifying, yeah.
Well, we were looking at International GT is what they were showing us.
Oh.
This would be proper here with the Nunziata on the pole. Julian DaCosta, Tyler Gonzalez, Rafa Matos, Adrian Vostovsky, and Boris Said Jr. That's going to be your top 6 right there.
I'm surprised to see Mike Skeen in 8th. You expect him to be in the top 5.
You sure would. I heard from some of the folks involved with Mia Lovell's team, this as we visually confirmed, they confirmed for me that the car is toast. It's not going to be ready to go racing tomorrow. Not sure what their plans are yet, if there's a backup and if she's going to be feeling up to it or not.
Right now, Nick Tucker and his team are wheeling and dealing with probably Mike Cope's team, trying to find another car.
But they said she's okay, and that's the most important part.
So I saw Jared Odrick there in 21st, and Matt Griffin and Caleb Bacon. Caleb Bacon, we saw him out there in qualifying, but I guess he didn't score a time. Not sure what happened there. Look at those Georgia mountains in the background there.
Yep. Beautiful area around here.
Yeah, Braselton, Georgia. The Kim Basinger bought the town for a while.
Did. All right, we are going to step away just for a minute, but we got some more live action for you coming your way from Road Atlanta after these words.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom. And I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine. and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. This is our group's PSSA, the Prototype Sprint Series Association, presented by Hankook Tires. We've got some Revolutions, Radicals, Sebecos, and Elan DPO2, and I'm joined by my friend Cal Denice, who was with Sebeco just down the road as they come here to take the green flag as the lights go out. So Cal, I don't know a lot of these drivers, so I'm going to give you the green flag as they come down here, and then we'll pick it up from there.
Oh, awesome. There we go. Yeah, the Revolution's got a great start out there into turn 2-3 section right there as they all start to funnel through. We got a little side-by-side that looks like it's the two Kaizen cars of Seth Henry and, oh, real close. That's going to be Goebel Newsom going around right there for through the S's. And looks like we got our second start coming here. And that DPO1, man, he just takes off. What an incredible car that is. Lots of power. It won't take long for them to catch. But those Revolutions have a great start. Big jump on the field. And the three out front are definitely in that PS1 class. A lot more power. And there is a Revolution out there in the 427 configuration. So he's going to be running PS2. And so I believe he's a little bit further back. But wow, look at that DPO1.
So we've got John Field, Zach Mosley, and Chris Hinojosa in the lead there in the Revolutions. And even though this is all PSSA, but there is a difference between the Revolutions, the Radicals, and the Sebecos. And the Sebecos, you're running your own championship inside PSSA as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. So as these cars come down the hill right here, we see the DPO2 of Tony Cancel. Out front, we've got Seth Henry right now, who won our race down at Sebring out front, and he's actually got a little bit of a gap right now, which is great for him, be able to breathe a little bit. But yes, our series runs alongside the PS3, and in that series, we've got right now quite a few cars, more cars coming in throughout the season. So great great showing here for our home race. You know, again, we build the cars right down the street, so we've got a lot of guys here on site. We got Turner and Norris and Jonathan. They all came out to watch, and we've got more guys at home watching on YouTube, catching the broadcast. So shout out to Ben and the rest of the guys watching.
Now, I love the lights that are on some of the Sebecos at the top in the front, but not all of them have that. So is that a different classification, or is that just a choice that you want to run it?
So it's one of the rules for PSSA is you have to have at least a front-facing light. It's going to help us in the visibility, especially because we run with the vintage cars as well. So the different top lights you'll see is just different iterations. So over the years, things evolved, and we now have a nice integrated light that most people are using when they buy a car. So if you see a car with a light that's not integrated, that's going to be one of the earlier classes.
That's Antonio Cancel there in PS1. Antonio Cancel is an Elan DPO2, some of my favorite of these kind of cars.
Yeah, and that DPO2 is actually, Tony's a good friend, and he's got one of the original Spec cars. So that car is how it ran in the IMSA Lights program. 2-liter, not the SCCA P1 downforce packages or anything. So that car, it definitely is a great car. It's the predecessor essentially to the MPO1. They were developed side by side.
It's a good-looking race car.
It sure is.
So now we've got Seth Henry. And
oh no, the DPO1.
In turn 7 at the exit coming onto that back straightaway. You know, that has been a very, very tricky section of racetrack. I don't think I've seen as many incidents over there in the past as I've seen this weekend in a variety of classes.
Yeah. There's Mark Clark in that Porsche liveried S2000. Love that car.
Oh, yes. So it looks like we are probably going to go full course. And I see
we'll
full
go
course out.
We'll go double yellow at least.
But you see there, Madison Prinz, that Sebeco that was just on screen. He's a local. He comes out. He ran this race last year with us. Hopefully he'll make a few more PSSA races. But a lot of these guys run the cars in NASA as well locally. And then we have a few guys that will travel nationally with us for the PSSA series. So hopefully that DPO1 driver's okay. Didn't look too bad.
Let's take a look at it here, see if we can figure out what happened. Coming out of very slow turn 7, rear end just broke loose.
You think he got on the gas a little bit too soon there? Not sure.
It's tough to say. But you know that's another. If you're familiar with those, that's a lot of horsepower in that DPO1. And I am glad to see that the field will bunch back up a bit for the PS3 class with all the Sebecos. So hopefully we can get those guys a nice clean start again here on the restart.
So the Ginetta pace car is out. Let's go through the top 10 here in PSSA. Is John Field in the first, Zach Mosley, who's always at the sharp end of PSSA, Chris Hinojosa, Rafe Baskin, Antonio, or you used to call him Tony Cancel in 5, Seth Henry in 6th, Andrew Heffring, who joined us for the Ginetta Challenge in the booth, is 7th, Keith Taylor 8th, and Goebel Newsom 9th, Sterling Hamilton 10th.
I got to tell you, for backing that car into the wall there, it didn't look like he did a whole lot of damage to the rear wing even. It's still mounted to it.
We, go over that top cars on track. John Field, you may recognize that name. He's run a lot of prototypes. Really fast driver. I believe he's been to Le Mans and has some good finishes there as well. And as you go down the list, yes, yeah. And we've got Zach, of course, a series regular, who's keeping them honest out there. Their lap times, their best lap times are really only split by just over half second. So that's great for those guys. As you move down the list, again, Seth Henry, he's actually not got the fastest lap right now. Drew Heffering in that other Sebeco out here with Kaizen. They just took delivery of those cars actually this week. So they're out here giving them a good run. And Drew's got the fastest lap so far in that class. And I'm excited to see what he can do to run down Seth. But Seth will be running the whole series. Drew, I think, is going to be more one-off this weekend. And our series champion last year, Gobel Newsom, is going to be right there behind Keith Taylor. So we'll see if that Radical ends up splitting those guys.
But all I care about is I want to know who's in the 7-Up car.
That is one of my
cool
favorite liveries. That's Yuri, call him Dr. Z. And
how do you say that last name?
Zelk.
Okay. And Yuri, you've got my favorite car out there right now.
Well, and speaking of 7-Up, sad to hear the passing of Eddie Jordan this week, right?
I did see that.
He ran the famous 7-Up F1 cars.
That's
Those
right.
Jordans with the 7-Up logos were just beautiful on them. It's a
And
spectacular era of F1.
It was. That was when I first started watching F1.
Is that the V10s?
Yeah.
The best sounding
Michael
cars.
Schumacher getting
Yeah.
started with Eddie.
But so you'll see it here come in. So there's Andrea Robinson in that beautiful Ford GT. 2 ahead of her is the 7-Up car, the Young Coda. I like that. So that's winning the livery contest. Now you also have a Sebeco that has like an octopus on it that races with us out in Road
That
America.
is a good-looking car.
I'm trying to think of which one that
It's a livery, and it's like got octopus tentacles all over it.
Well, you know what? The 7-Up car has 7-Up and Tic Tac on the car, right? Mm-hmm. Which, if I'm not mistaken, is exactly what Eddie Jordan had.
It is.
On his cars.
So we get a lot of tribute liveries from the field. Most of the guys will do a wrap, but if you see that 100 car, that blue with the
black,
that one's actually painted.
Wow.
So they run a collision shop, and so they decided to showcase.
Got to showcase they know what
somebody.
they can do.
They know a little bit on how to do some paint. So and I'd say they probably have they win the award. Kelvin Locklear, his son Charlie out there running right now. They probably win the award for the best rig on site. So if you haven't seen the big black trailer that's stretched, he's running that rig, and it's awesome. But yeah, that 7-Up car.
That's a great looking car.
Sure is.
You were talking about John Field on the Le Mans podium. So was Andrea Robinson in that Ford GT just a few years ago.
That's true.
So Ben, if you were going to do a throwback on one of your
Dr. Pepper
millions of MGs, what would you do?
Oh,
Dr. Pepper?
I think I would. Sometimes
really
we
a
have
throwback.
Spec Miatas race with us, and they all came to VIR, and there were 4 or 5 of them that they did their liveries to match NASCAR, and I just thought that was so funny. And then one of the guys was Cole Trickle from Days of Thunder.
Oh, yeah.
So I like that. So I'd probably do something, but I'd have to find a Dr. Pepper car because I have a Dr. Pepper problem.
Well, there was Dr. Pepper in NASCAR, so maybe you could go with that.
Yeah.
There's some guys that run WRL with us that did a Porsche Penske livery tribute, and the Kaizen car, when it gets finished, again, they just took delivery of it, so they're going to end up with a new wrap on that car at some point, but it's going to be more of the Acura tribute livery. So there's a few guys who will match to those Pro Series, and
I also just saw, I was out in Las Vegas 2 weekends ago doing the West Coast Stock Car Motorsports Hall of Fame induction dinner, and Eddie Wood was on the flight with me because he was going out for the NASCAR race, and he showed me in advance what they announced this week, their throwback livery with Josh Berry for Darlington.
Yeah.
Did you see what they're doing?
No.
They're doing the Jim Clark Lotus,
Oh, that's
which of
awesome.
course the Wood
Green and
brothers
yellow?
were the pit crew for
Yeah.
at Indianapolis.
So was that the 65?
65 winner, yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
It's the first rear engine winner, right?
Yeah.
And
that
it
started
looks,
a little bit of a fad.
Huh?
That started a little bit of a fad.
A little bit.
What's
A little bit. Yeah. So I guess it did knock that rear wing askew a bit. I couldn't see it as well as we can from that angle.
I'm real glad we got the drones out this.
Oh, they're fantastic.
This weekend.
And our
is it
drone
that-
pilots are incredible.
He races a Radical and he owns me.
You know, I think that's what most of the guys. What was great is so Jack's Public House, which is right behind the track here. Jack Ansley, who used to be the track manager at Road Atlanta, owns Jack's, and so we all went there. We took pretty much everybody from Sebeco over there, and had a good team dinner sort of with all the racers on Thursday, and then last night they all went and got some Mexican, literally because of the Mission sponsorship. So it's working subliminally. They're like, hey, I'm craving this right now.
Yeah.
So I see that car is getting moved, so we might see some more green flag racing, hopefully.
Here's that replay.
Yeah, it looks like.
I got to believe he just got on the gas a little too soon, a little too hard.
And, you know, it does take a little bit of time. I don't know what tires he's running, but these hand cooks that we run in PSSA usually take a couple laps to get up to speed or up to temp. So you got to be a little careful on those opening laps with the hand cooks. But once they get up to temperature, they're really good. They last the whole race. And we get a lot of these guys will get multiple runs out of those tires.
That Motul bridge you see there is the Dunlop bridge in Ford versus Ferrari counter, where they put that Lotus in a cannon and shot it over the main car. And I love watching that kind of stuff and trying to figure out what tracks they're filming at, you know, for the movies. And that track at the golf course at Savannah was used a bunch, and we had just done an event there, so that was really fun to watch.
Robert Nagel was the head of stunts.
Oh, yeah?
On Ford versus Ferrari.
That's a great movie.
He's tremendous. He's worked on many, many racing movies. And
Days of Thunder is what got me into racing. And I know everybody poo-poos on that.
So wait a minute.
Because it's not racing, but I love that movie.
Okay, wait, I got to ask. So you said Days of Thunder got you into racing, but you got first into vintage car racing. So how did you get from Days of Thunder to vintage cars?
And that about the same year, we went to my first Indy 500, which was my first car race. And then I've just always liked old sports cars, so I just came through vintage racing. So, yeah, my introduction to all this racing is through vintage. I went backwards.
So is your
favorite? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I was just trying to figure out how after. Yeah, I would have thought you would have gone straight for NASCAR after that.
I think the favorite scene of that movie is the wheelchair race.
Oh, yeah.
Hands down.
That and the rental car thing, those are from, the rental car thing is from a Trans Am story with Willie T. Ribbs and I forget who else.
Well, it's also from Jeff Bodine and Dale Earnhardt Sr.
Really?
Yes. That's why it's in Days of Thunder.
That's awesome.
The barn, where in the opening scenes where he says, I'm going to make your body slippery. It's about 3 miles from my house in Mooresville, North Carolina.
Does it still
standing.
Like that?
You come to Charlotte, I'll take you over there.
The Robert Duvall barn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Everybody knows it as the Days of Thunder barn.
Yeah, I bet.
In town. It needs to be probably listed as a historical site in Mooresville, but.
Oh yeah, the straight wing. So that's a new iteration.
That's going to be their Evo package, and so their Evo package is a little bit more power, a little bit more downforce. It's what a
great shot testing that at Spring Mountain.
That's the answer, Ben. I need an Evo package for me.
All right.
Not my car. I personally need an Evo package.
Just a little more horsepower.
Well, the current package is showing I've worn the goodie out. Let's put it that way.
You know, it's an easy way to keep the same thing. We did it with Sebeco. With the NP01, we rolled out the Evo, which truly was an evolution of the car. More horsepower, more downforce. So when you see the NP01 Evo, that's what it is. A lot of people still just refer to it as the NP01. But same thing for the Revolutions. They evolved the car. It is truly an upgrade package. So we'll see if John can get the most out of it. Again, he's only just a little bit clear of Zach on that fastest lap so far.
Lights are going to be out, and I'm noticing Andrea Robinson. Let's see here. Looks like she was kind of hanging back and kind of going to do her own self-imposed, a little bit of a gap, self-imposed start. She's been around a long time. She's seen these things happen, so she might just kind of hang back a little bit because it's just her and Mark Clark in the vintage side, and let these PSSA cars just kind of see what happens into one.
Yeah.
But here we come.
This will be hopefully a great start. I see Tony Cancel is also got a little bit of a gap in that DPO2.
Well, Ralph, here they come to take the green, so take us to this green.
The revs starting to pick up as we come down full speed under the bridge. Everybody already heavy into the throttle. Green flag is waving, and we're racing once again.
They come around. Mission Foods turn 1. It's still the same up front, 1, 2, 3, with the Radical following right behind of Rafe Baskin. Whew. Sometimes they use those curbing to steer them a little bit.
Yeah, oh yeah. And we saw in the Trans Am race how much that curbing could upset the car and cause mechanical wear and tear on the car. How about with these PSSA machines?
You know, for a lot of these prototypes, they're going to avoid the heavy curbs. There are some flat curbs here, specifically at the apex and 3. But for the most part, you try to avoid them. The cars don't like it as much, especially when you get into the aero grip. It doesn't like it. And the cars, while they're not so fragile, they're not going to be built as robust as like a TA2 car.
And certainly not as much ground clearance.
Correct. Don't
So
want to rip anything off.
how is Zach Mosley in the 500 SC keeping up with the 500 Evo here?
You know,
Zach is a very good driver.
Yeah, same principle behind a lot of things. It all comes down to seat time. Zach's been running this car for a long time, and John's a little bit newer to the platform. And with that short wheelbase that they have, you know, it just takes a little bit of time to get up to speed. But Zach has been really putting in a lot of work. He's been running the car a lot of sim time, and you know that pays off.
Harry Colson in the 456 Sebeco NPO1.
Yeah, we've got a great midfield battle. Oh, diving inside turn 1. Looks like he's going to get his nose chopped off a little bit. Did not quite get the pass done.
So a lot of people have never heard of Braselton, Georgia. That's where Road Atlanta is. But also, some pretty big cars have been manufactured out of this little town in Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you've
That's
got
true.
Panos, you've got Sebeco. There's all kinds of stuff. And that's what happens anytime anybody puts a track somewhere. Then an industry grows up around it, and that seems to be what happened here since 1970.
That's right.
Exactly right.
So this is a great battle up front. Those guys are both teammates through Kaizen. It looks like Drew might be carrying a little bit more entry speed there into 6, but we'll see how they draft each other down the back straight here. And again, Seth is a little newer. He's also running. He won last year for the Ginetta Challenge.
Oh, somebody dipping the wheel. Oh boy. Oh,
that is looks
again
like Tony,
coming out of 7, isn't it?
That is again out of 7. Looks like Tony can't sell.
Checkered flag.
Checker is out.
It's like Field will get the win. No, Mosley.
Yeah, Mosley.
Oh wow.
Mosley got
where's
the
Field?
win. So I wonder if Field was caught up.
Here he comes down into pit lane.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if he somehow got caught up in that.
Well, he would have been out
damage.
front, so he could have started it. I'm not sure yet.
Or something broke.
And it looks like here comes Seth Henry across. And then Goebel, which is the same as our result in Sebring. Seth 1 and Goebel 2nd. And I think that's actually going to be Sterling Hamilton 3rd.
I don't know what it is with that corner.
It happens every
today.
weekend. And RC taught me this. RC is our race control friend of mine from Sebring, and he always goes to the corner worker meetings, and there's always one corner at every track. It changes per day. So tomorrow it might be turn 3 here. You know, you never know, but there's just always something about one corner. And if the corner worker, whoever the corner worker is at 7, they won't put that corner worker back at 7. It's just a superstition.
Yeah,
They're going to move that corner worker somewhere else, but they might move that corner worker to turn 3, and then tomorrow's turn 3.
So that looked like a pretty big hit.
That was a bigger hit than the previous one, yeah.
Yeah, and it looked like that DPO2 was, and again, he was out front, so I'm not sure what happened. We kind of lost him as they went around that corner. But Andrew was right there, right behind Seth, and Seth made it through, so not sure what happened.
Cal Denise with Sebeco. It's great to have you up here in the booth with us. We've had Ralph Shaheen all day, and it's an honor to be up here with a motorsports legend of Ralph Shaheen. And then I've been Ben Sissel.
Keep going.
Ralph, yeah, stop it, keep going. But bring us through these results, Ralph.
Well, here's our results out of Group 5A. John Field and Zach Mosley, and away it went from there. Let's see if we get on the other screen here. Actually, it's going to be Mosley, Hinosoa, Baskin, Henry, Field, Taylor, and Newsom.
Yep, and it looks like for the for that PS3 with our Sebecos, it does look like Seth Henry took that win over Goebel, Newsom. So again, repeating Sebring, and then Sterling Hamilton coming in with a third place, grabbing that last spot on the podium. He's really been picking up pace. If you saw from qualifying 1 to qualifying 2 to now, his lap times are steadily dropping. He's got the scales outside of his trailer, and he's really been working on the setup. So something's working there for them. And just outside of that is Charlie Locklear.
Here's a look at the replay.
Oh.
Third car got way loose and is going to collect the other one. Watch. Yep. Oh, man. Just when he thought he was clear of it right after losing it coming out of the corner, never saw that coming. And just bodywork everywhere. Very lucky nobody else got caught up in all that bodywork scattered across the track.
Yeah, a lot of heads-up driving after that moment, and that's a rough one. Well, Ralph, again, thanks so much.
As well, thank you. Cleanup continuing over there out of turn 7. That'll wrap our day from here at Road Atlanta. We will be back here tomorrow morning. The first race is going to be at 8 a.m. in the morning, live here on our YouTube channel. If you want to tune in for everything racing here at Road Atlanta tomorrow. Mission Foods Speed Tour, round number 2 for 2025. Then we will be live joining Speed Sport 1 at 12:30 for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category event. Feature race of the afternoon. So it's going to be a full day and should be another beautiful day weather-wise. So we hope you can join us for all the great action from here at Road Atlanta. For Ben Sissel and the whole host of folks who have stopped by and jumped on the microphones with us today, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Thanks for tuning in. See you tomorrow morning.
and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Michelle, I think we have Andrea. Do we have Andrea? She missed us, but you realized I waved at you and said, do you really want to come in? Because I'd love to talk to you a little bit about that beautiful GT40.
Okay.
So where did that car come to you? How did you acquire it? Is it a friend's? Tell us a little bit more about that GT40.
Well, back in the day when my husband and myself started racing, we started with a Panos GTLM in 2006 or 7, and we were trying to campaign that, but it wasn't maybe the car we were looking for. And because Dave was so big, he sat in some Ferraris and I think an Aston. Didn't work, and then we got a phone call out of the blue that Kevin Duran had some 4GT chassis in Lebanon, Ohio. We should go down there. So we did. They're just chassis. That's it. So we thought, well, let's try it. And they were all hand-built by us, our team. Fabricators, everything was by us. So I still have the Le Mans car that we won the 3rd place podium finish in. R&M's taking care of that for me. They're taking care of the 40 car. The 04 car I have in a museum right now. It was sold to someone. So
Excellent story. I always like to say I have one favorite car for the weekend, and that's that GT40 that you're driving. Let's come up here and get your hardware for you, take some photos. And Michelle always has to give you a hug. And I have, just again, that's Andrea Robertson, Group 11. And we're going to get some photos here in just a second. Did we catch the 5, or Mark Clark? Is Mark here? Yes, Mark. Well, hey, will you be quiet up there a little bit? We're trying to do something down here. Let's hear it one more time. Let's hear it for Mark Clark. We got it. We got it going on. Okay, we're going to have you come up here and share the podium with Andrea. Gold medals. We've got red hats. We've got Summit Racing certificates, $50. Here we go. Got to have a photo op. There we go. This is great. This is what SVRA racing is about. We're going to put you on the podium both up here. Top step. This is why we had these custom built for multiple class winners up here. We spent a lot of time this weekend on that. All right, here we go. Miss Kimmy, hi. Welcome to the podium for Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. I was practicing that earlier. I did. All right, thank you very much. Let me get my cheat sheet here. We're going to move on to our Prototype Sprint Series Association, PSSA. Yes, I knew what all the letters stand for. And in that, we have several different subcategories. We're going to go down and we'll go P1 first. I don't know if we saw John Field. We saw the 37 go back into the paddock. John is somewhere, but John is P3. But we caught Chris Hinosa. Chris, come on up here. Let's hear it for Chris. You'll get a silver medal here for you. Joining Chris up here is the 95 of Zach Mosley. Zach P1, while he's getting his hardware. Chris, tell us a little bit about the prototype that you're running out there.
It's a Revolution 500, and it's a lot of fun. We had a couple of issues, but we straightened them out, and it's just a lot of fun, a little fast little prototype.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of cars I would like to jump in, and I think these prototypes are really fun. I don't know if I'd jump in a PS1 right away. Have you driven other prototypes?
No, I drove a Radical for a couple months, and then I went right to the Revolution.
All right, well, just hang out there in P2. I'm going to talk to Zach a little bit. So Zach, I saw you earlier this weekend. And were you having a little conversation with our track, Mr. Jeff?
Yeah, we lost our practice session for a car that went on fire. We're just trying to grab some extra laps to continue shaking some things down. We have a new car here, the kind of latest evolution of the car. It's called the Evo, and we're still working out some setup things on that. So as much track time as we can get, we take it.
Copy that. Some folks you'd like to thank for being P1 up here.
Thank the whole team and everyone at Revolution and Classic Car Club. That's my other business that supports me going racing, so that's great. And we're having a good time. It's great to be out here. Good to have other drivers like Chris, and we're looking at more drivers out on the grid.
Excellent. Make sure you tell our friend John that he got P3 if you see him back in the paddock, all right? All right, out here to take a photo. Wait, we got to get a photo with Miss Kimmy out there and our friends on the live stream here. Live race video is helping us out. I think I said that right. Am I saying that right? LRM, let's see, something like that. Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's go now to our PS2 group. Keith Taylor, did we catch Keith? We did. Keith, kind of come up here. We're going to give you a silver medal there. I'll point you over here to the P2 once you get your hat on. There you go. Yep, P2 for Keith. Following Keith up on the podium here is Rafe, of course. Rafe Baskin. We'll put you up P2 here. Tell us a little bit about your race, Keith.
Well, it's a little uneventful. It could have gone a little, green longer, but all in all, it was a good race.
Folks you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank PTC, Polecat Training Center, and Taylor's Racing.
Excellent. Very, very good. We've got your certificate here from these folks here, and we'll jump up here to Rafe. Tell us a little bit about your race out there and what kind of prototype are you running?
I'm running a Radical SR3. The race was pretty uneventful. We were under yellow most of it, so just kind of drove around under the few green laps we got and brought the car home.
We're going to have 2 more races for this group this weekend. How did you swing that? Was there some backroom negotiating? What's going on?
No, PSSA is just running a good ship and wants us out on track.
Absolutely. We love giving you. So this is round 1 of the championship here, I believe, or round 2, right? 2. We were at Sebring together, weren't we? All right, photo out there with Miss Kimmy. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's now bring our P3 subgroup. Sterling Hamilton of the 95 Alpha again got past us, but he found his way back with his clogs. Sir, you're going to have to take those clogs off before you come on my podium. Pink clogs? You got to get those. Look at those. Only a race car driver can pull off pink clogs on his car here. All right, P3 joining Sterling is Goebel Newsom, the 99. Goebel, get up here. Well done, Goebel. I'll put you over here. Goebel, I'll put you here. Be there in just a second. Top of the heap, Seth. I just have Seth, but I know it's Seth Henry. I don't know what he eats for breakfast, but you should ask, because every time we talk PS3, he is very much close to the podium, if not P1. Let's go over here real quick. So, Sterling, I'm sorry we may have missed you. It was a little confusing there at the end. As you know, we checkered it right away. I don't know if you tell us a little bit about your race quick.
Well, got a good start. I really like starting on the outside at Road Atlanta. Sent it around turn 1, around like 3 wide, made up a couple positions. I hate it for everybody that ended up in those incidents. Wish we could have had a little more green, but overall it was a fun race, really competitive in that little right outside of the podium. So yeah.
All right, we're here. We're going to talk to you a little later, so don't go anywhere. Stay there, and we're going to come over here to Goebel. Goebel, I've seen you on the podium before. Oh, yeah. Good to have you here, and you've got some fans out there. Tell us about your race a bit.
Well, it was shortened with a couple cautions, but hopefully tomorrow will be a better race. And we finished P2, and I'd like to thank my wife and our new friends Al and Vicky.
Excellent. Al, Vicky, there you go. Excellent. Very much thanking. And then Seth, how about a quick recap of your race? Out front for most of it, I guess.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it was a really fun race.
really, like I said, really hated for the guys in the incidents. Everyone got the okay, so they should be all good. I want to take a quick second, thank all my sponsors, Magellan Financial, Kaizen Autosport for putting the car together. Love you guys. They put so much work in behind the scenes. Thank you to my driver, Coach Wyatt, Driven Management, Mass Mutual, all the guys who helped me get on track. I want to thank my family for coming out and supporting me. My grandparents are here. Massive thank you to Speco for putting the new car together. We got the car delivered yesterday at the track, so it was pretty cool. Great being here. Thank you, guys.
Wow, and he can give lessons on thanking sponsors and everything there. He's really, really good. Now, I didn't ask these guys, get a photo real quick, Miss Kimmy. I didn't ask these guys what cars they're running because they're all running Speco prototype cars out there. So we do have a championship that we need to talk about. Cal, you want to come up here real quick? Cal's okay to be behind the scenes. He can come up here and we'll just talk. The Speco organization has a championship for this. This is our round 1 race here this weekend. Anything else you'd like to share? We're going to bring some hardware out here in just a second. But well, let's let these guys get by. I thought we were the last race. All right, I believe we have about a minute and a half before they come back. Yeah. So that's amount of time, about half of that. Tell us a little bit about Speco and your decision to sponsor this championship.
Yeah, so we partnered with the PSSA series to run our championship here with PSSA, and looks like some more horsepower getting ready to be unleashed. But yeah, just happy to be a part of the SVRA PSSA weekend, and looking to continue growing fields. Again, great events. Thank you guys for having us.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Cal. We're going to get some more hardware up here and some different hats, so go ahead and take those hats off for a second. We do want to thank Hankook for being our tire sponsor for the Prototype Sprint Series. We got some nice trophies right here that are customized for this event. This is a championship of many rounds. Cal, how many rounds are we doing out here this year? We're doing 6 rounds. 6 rounds, okay. So each event is a round for them. So, but we will be seeing them twice more this weekend. So, guys, thanks so much for racing with us. You have a great afternoon, and I think that closes up the SVRA Mission Foods SpeedTour Road Atlanta. Back to you guys.